by far will be the weirdest day of the week because today is actually a one stream day for me, meaning we're going to be doing this level 1 podcast followed by my weekly react show, DSP versus the Internet. Now, that show usually is on Saturday, but this week it's today over on my sister channel, DSP Reacts, immediately following this stream. In fact, if you're watching this live, when this stream goes offline, you will see a big pop-up that will say, hey, click here to go over to the other channel and watch the React show live, okay? And outside of that, that's all I'm doing today, stream-wise. I am still working tonight. I'm filming private React videos for my patrons for the month, which is going to take me a good chunk of tonight, and that's why I'm doing it that way. Then I'm back tomorrow in full force. Now, this weekend was kind of weird. It wasn't supposed to originally be scheduled like this, but as I've been telling you guys for the past few days, real life sometimes creeps up on you. Things happen, extenuating circumstances. It's certainly not the first time. And quite frankly, as you know, as I've told you many times over the last several years, I've made an active and concerted effort to stop telling you guys about behind-the-scenes stuff of my private life that don't really affect the streams. You don't need to know every detail, every nuance about my life that's not related to what I'm going to be doing here with you on the internet. But sometimes stuff happens that does affect the schedule, in which case it sucks, but what are you going to do? And in some cases I can tell you what's going on, in some cases I can't. What's always hilarious is people essentially coming up with these crazy conspiracy theories about what could be going on. And they're always ridiculous and wrong. Like literally 99% of the time. You'll get, out of every 1,000 people who guess, one person got it right. And that's the person no one listens to. Seriously. It's really, in this case, it's something so mundane, not very interesting, although, admittedly,
I believe it.
The backstory, I feel, is more interesting than what happened this week. So I'm going to reveal all this to you on today's podcast. I'm not kidding you. This very mundane, blasé story is what I'll be telling you today on the show as the meat of the show. Even though I don't think it's particularly interesting, people are just like dying to know what happened. So I'll tell you, it's not a big deal. All right. In fact, like I said, the backstory is more interesting than the actual what happened this week. But that'll be a story I'll tell you today. All right. But in addition to that, we've got some interesting stuff coming up, and here's why. Last night, I finished Diablo 4, which a lot of people were insisting I couldn't do. I don't know why. I was literally at the end of the game. There was one final segment to do, and then the final boss. I don't know why people thought I wasn't going to beat it, but I easily did. And then, you know, that opened up the possibility of what's next. And I kind of thought a little bit about this overnight, and what I'd like to do is discuss with you some ideas that I have of what I'd like to do next on the channel, because now we have some opened streams, right? Excuse me. So we'll see. We'll see what you guys think as I run these ideas by you. In addition, I have another thing to talk about. Since my schedule has shifted these last few weeks, and my day off is no longer Wednesday but Thursday, all right? And that is the same thing for this week and maybe moving forward. We'll see. And in addition to that, well, let me put it this way. As a result of that, it already kind of shifted my schedule, all right? And here's what's been happening for me. I come back from my break, my day off, which is a Thursday. I come back Friday, and we play Street Fighter all day, Street Fighter 6, which is great. Street Fighter Fridays, so far, I really enjoy doing it. Sometimes I pick a new character. Sometimes I focus on a character I want to improve with. It's been going really well. People like Street Fighter on Friday.
What do you mean?
But then my React show has been every Saturday. So now it's like Street Fighter all day Friday, reacting on Saturday. I don't even get a chance to play like a mainline playthrough till Sunday. And that's halfway into my streaming week. And I do feel that some people, legitimately so, are kind of annoyed at that and saying, listen, you know, we like the fact that you're a variety streamer, but why don't you get to the variety till Sunday when, you know, we want to see other games than Street Fighter, you know, and the React stuff is on another channel. When are you going to get back to the other games? It's a fair point. Again, when we were in a situation where my day off was Wednesday, usually we'd have 1 to 2 days a variety gameplay before I did my React show on Saturday, so it didn't really matter, you know. Saturday was like the middle of the week. Now Saturday is way earlier in the week for me, okay? So, for me, I'm looking at the situation, and this week, my React show got bumped to Sunday. And I'm almost thinking in my head, you know, maybe we should keep the React show on Sunday. Because if my day off is going to be Thursday, that means that Friday would be Street Fighter Day. Saturday would be a standard full gameplay day of variety that's not Street Fighter. And then Sunday would be the React day. And then we could get full speed into the rest of the week. I think it might make more sense. You know. Keep in mind that Sunday nights I will be streaming. It's just that once a month I don't to do my private Patreon React videos. I kind of, you know, I need the time to film those. But outside of that, every other Sunday I'm filming full time. Now, if that's the idea and people say, oh, this sounds good, we should do the React show on Sundays, I'm all for that. But this will now change my special events, because my special events have been on Sundays. Meaning, for example, we just did the DSP's DSP or Digital Summer Party last Sunday. I know it was a week ago. It doesn't feel like a week ago, does it? It was a whole week ago when we did it. We did the Fight and Feast event before the launch of Street Fighter 6, right? We did my Super Bowl event earlier this year. We did several long-form React events, reacting to the Pro Jared documentary, the Second Wings of Redemption documentary, and then the Internet Historian YouTube channel. All those events were held on Sundays. Well, we would have to move those now to Saturdays, okay? That's what I'm thinking. If that's okay, then I think what we should do is, yes, we should have the React show every Sunday, because that'll give us 2 days of gameplay before we get to a breakup of the schedule with a React event. All right, so that's what I'm thinking. I mean, you guys tell me what you think. Does that sound good to you? If that's the case, then DSP versus the Internet will be every Sunday on DSP React, and the special events will be Saturdays. And some people are like, why not Monday? Monday is a day typically when less people can tune in. So I don't want to ever do a special event on a Monday. It wouldn't make sense. Special events should be saved for Saturdays or Sundays. Those are typically the days most people are off of school or work statistically. Lets more people attend a special event. Makes more sense to do them then. Yes? People are saying thumbs up, this sounds good. Yeah? Okay. Ellipsian says, if you're going to have an event Saturday and Sunday, then on Fridays do Friday night Street Fighter only. Don't do it all day Friday. I mean, that's a fair point, too. Maybe do a different stream during the day. Friday night fights, special event Saturday, React show Sunday, gaming stream Sunday night, and then variety on Monday. Probably go back to Street Fighter. Yeah, okay. All right, so the feedback I'm getting is to have DSP versus the Internet on Sundays instead of Saturdays. Fair enough. All right, I'm going to take in your feedback. I'm also going to bring this up on the show, obviously. Right after we finish this podcast, we'll head over to DSP Reacts. We'll talk about this on that show and see how people on that channel feel as well. Of course, many of you will be over there, but there will be some people over there who aren't on the show today on the podcast. I'd like to get their feedback too. Okay, there you go. All right, so that sounds good to me. If that's the case, the schedule will change a little bit for the month, which I'm going to talk about, because our special event at the end of the month was going to be on Sunday the 30th, but it sounds like we'll now change it to Saturday the 29th, which I'm totally okay with. So, okay. All right. Ladies and gents, let's talk. Let's get caught up on everything, shall we? Let's talk all about what happened yesterday. Let's get the schedule out there. Then I'll tell my story about why I had to change the schedule for the week, and then we'll
exactly
go
what it is, Phil.
No pressure today.
It's a story.
No crazy time constraints or anything. We're
it's
good.
A fancy pants story.
The podcast. We can have a good time today. Okay. So, what's going on? Well, Friday all day we played Street Fighter. Had a great day with Blanca. Hit my 1,000th win. Ranked up twice in Diamond. If you want the full story on that, yesterday's podcast pretty much covers it. I'm really not going to be talking about Street Fighter today. I don't see the point. We covered it all thoroughly yesterday. But yesterday was the day when my schedule was different because I was going to have this interruption on the stream. And because of that, I wanted to have it be gameplay yesterday rather than the React show. I can't interrupt the React show because, simply put, the React show has to go down the entire stream. I've promised channel members who are literally paying to get their videos watched
exactly,
that I would
dude.
watch their videos. If the stream's interrupted,
you better pay up,
I'm not
dude.
living up to my promises.
You better live up to your promises, dude.
That's actually
what about
why,
Patreon? What about Ask the
we
King?
moved everything around, okay? So let us go ahead and discuss what I did do yesterday. We had a shortened stream of Final Fantasy 16. Or, you know, my usual streams are 3+ hours long, but because I had this interruption before the gameplay, all right, which took about an hour to an hour and a half. I believe the interruption started around like 12:30, and I got back to stream just before 2 p.m. Pacific time, okay? We did 2 hours of Final Fantasy 16. We're now heading into the real meat of the game. Previous, it was almost like all intro. Now we've passed the intro segment, the 5-year time jump, and we're in the meat of the game. We unlocked a chocobo mount, which was really nice. Now we can move around faster in these open world areas. You know, by the way, I'm just going to get rid of these people right now. I really am. Like, I've had it. People are going to sit here and try to derail my podcast and say negative stuff, and they know that they're just trying to piss me off, and I'm done with them. So they're out of here.
The buy-in? Okay. Why'd you ban the buy-in?
Continuing on.
Come on. He wasn't derailing.
2 hours of Final Fantasy 16. We got the chocobo mount, which was nice. All right, it was nice to be able to move around faster. You can use the chocobo in combat, but it doesn't count. Meaning, like, you can stomp the crap out of enemies, and they can't really do much about it, but then you don't get experience. When you beat them up, they run away, and you don't get experience for it. You have to dismount the chocobo to actually fight, which I guess is fair. And it's nice that you can actually move faster around the map rather than just being on foot constantly. That was pretty good. Outside of that, not much happened. We got a little bit of plot development. I would say 1 to 2 major plot points happened. You found out what's going on with Clive's mother, and then you found out what's going on with some people from the beginning of the game. And that's about it. So in 2 hours, literally probably 30 minutes of progress. But again, that's the pacing of this game. It's incredibly slow. It's like a dribble of water down a wall. You know what I mean? It's like a drizzle. You're hoping when you play a game, you're going to get like a good amount of progress. And with this game, it's like they're so slow. I don't even know how else to say it. It's like molasses, right? But I did have a good time. People seem to have a good time. At least we got to play, okay? Last night, Diablo 4. It went well. You know, we had basically the final area of the dungeons to complete. There's like a boss gauntlet. We have to refight bosses from earlier in the game. And at this point, they're very easy compared to, you know, earlier in the game. It's not like they have any new abilities or anything. They're pretty much the same as they were. And then you basically fight, you know, the final boss, and that's it. Now, there's a little bit of post-game story, but then everything else after that is essentially just, you know, combat and or optional missions, which, of course, everyone says is fun to do. But for me, being that I've been playing over a month of straight RPGs besides Street Fighter 6, I need to break up my schedule. And after completing the story, the credits rolled. We saw the official end of it. The achievement popped.
Yeah, $7.
That's enough for me. After 22 hours of Diablo 4, it was a great playthrough. I enjoyed the story, and that's where I'm wrapping it up for now. Now, I'm well aware that there's going to be other content for this game. People have already talked about their seasonal content and things in the future. Will I consider doing it? I'll consider it. It really depends on the amount of demand that I get, but I can read my audience. And right now, my audience is telling me, enough with the RPGs. You're playing 3 of them. We've had enough. Finish up what you can, right? We want more variety on the streams. I hear you. So I'm doing my best to wrap up RPGs and not say, oh, by the way, here's more RPG content coming. No, no, no. That's the opposite of what I want to do right now. I want to create variety if I can on the streams. So it's great we beat the story. I feel I'm going to move on now. If I go back to Diablo 4 in the future, so be it. We'll see if you guys want it. I'm well aware there's a capstone dungeon that unlocked. Oh my God, you could go to World Tier 2. Did you know that Season 2 launches July 20th? Yeah, I know all about it. I know all about it. I know all about the repetitive nature of the addictive gameplay of Diablo 4. And right now, it's not something my audience wants. I'm just aware of that.
No,
There's
you don't
people
want
who
it.
love Diablo, who
You
want to see
don't
it,
want it.
and it's a very small niche audience. It's not a
It's
giant
not.
grouping. People want variety.
It
People
is
are
a
tired
large
of the same
group.
thing for the entire month. I'm with you. Let's move on and do more variety, okay? So,
Get it
Diablo
right, Phil.
4,
Get it right.
the story-based playthrough is complete.
You
we
don't
may or may
wanna
not
do
return
it.
to it in the future. Let's see what happens
You don't
based
want
on your
lengthy.
opinions and feedback. But for now, thanks for watching. Great playthrough. I actually liked the ending, although the ending is open-ended and the ending, isn't definitive. That's what Diablo's known for. It kind of ended in a similar way that I thought it would, where there's no real good resolution. There's no the heroes win feeling. You know what I mean? You're not expecting that from a game like Diablo. Diablo's kind of depressing in reality, right? It's always been like that. So there you go. So I'm happy we finished that stuff up. Now, let's talk about the schedule for the rest of the week. Today, it's the Level 1 podcast here, and then after this, we're going to swing over to my sister channel, DSP Reacts, for DSP versus the Internet, my 3-hour Clips React show. How does it work? Channel members over there of various levels nominate clips. If they're Ultra members, meaning they're the highest tier of supporter over there, their videos are guaranteed to be watched once a week. If they are standard channel members, well, all those nominations get thrown into a randomized, shuffled playlist on YouTube, and we watch them in random order as time permits. This week, we have 10 Ultra submissions and 44 member submissions. So, are we going to watch 54 videos today? No. There's no way we're going to get through 54 videos. But we will undoubtedly get through all the member submissions, or excuse me, all the Ultra submissions. And, we'll see who gets in there for the fun, randomized playlist. And, that's the thing. You never know what you're going to get. As I'm adding these things to the playlist I'm watching, I'm like, dude, this is like the biggest chaotic variety. You've got weird memeable videos. You've got documentaries. You've got interesting countdowns. You've got all kinds of stuff in there. And it's just like, I've gotten to the point where I don't even try to look for a theme. It's just, I'll just add it, and as long as it's not something that's like adult rated or whatever, it's all fair game. So we'll see what happens tonight, or today, I guess we should say, in the randomized playlist. Is always an interesting time, right? Okay. That's my one stream for today. After that, we're done. There's no late stream tonight because I have to film private React videos for my patrons. If you don't know what that means, I do have a Patreon. It's at patreon.com/darksidefilm.
Yo, big up, Soup.
I rarely advertise it. I almost never talk about it. Essentially what it is, it's a legacy way to support my content if you're someone who does not care about my streams. There are people who still regularly watch my content here on this channel and even over on DSP Reacts, but they're exclusively on-demand watchers. They only watch the videos that are archived. They never attend the live streams, okay? Those people say, well, I don't care about doing a contribution during a live stream to support Phil because, I'm not on the stream. But what I can do is I can pledge to his Patreon. And if I pledge to his Patreon, then, that's something that's ongoing support for him, but I get something out of it because each pledge level gets something different. Well, at the $50 pledge level, you're guaranteed to get a private video. Now, the video can be anything.
I'm like that meme.
Me sitting here answering
meme where the
personal questions for 25 minutes.
Laser eyes?
I've done that before, like a big private Q&A.
Dude, look at that.
Where it's just like
It's
a
like the
conversation
meme.
between us. Okay? That used to be actually very popular until I became an interactive streamer, and then people were like, well, we ask you questions all the time, so why do we need that video anymore? Fair enough. So what's become increasingly popular over the last year are private React videos, where someone wants to see me react to something.
Yo, $100 and I'll do laser eyes.
Get to actually see me react in full.
Only for $100
on one of my special streams here on the React channel. So they say, hey, I want to see that private, 25+ minute video reacted to. So I'll throw Phil $50 as a pledge on his Patreon, and he'll make a video for me. So this has been interesting because I've done all kinds of videos over the last year. I've watched documentaries.
That's a good deal, dude.
I've watched things about K-pop. I've watched tourism videos, comedy videos, music videos, social commentary videos, things about the human condition. I've watched probably
dude,
wild things out there that no one I would have ever thought anyone would have cared about my thoughts about. Okay, so the private React videos have done well. They've died down now. It's been a year, and doing them for about a year at first, they weren't popular. Then they got really popular. Now they're kind of back down to where they started again, which is fine because it's good. I don't need a ridiculous amount of time off from my streams to fill them all.
Is it fine?
But at the same time,
yeah, you would make $50 on a
if
stream.
It's something you're interested in. Maybe you have a video or a topic you've always wanted me to talk about or react to, and you never see me do it, and you want to see me do it at length. That's really the key here because I'll give you an example. Today I'm going to be reacting to a ton of videos on my show, but I'm only going to be reacting to each one for a few minutes. Being that it's a show that I have to keep moving for variety. It's a 3-hour variety show of clips. That's exactly what it is, a clips show. I'm not going to be watching a 25-minute video and reacting to it. In fact, I keep telling people this. it's a clip show, and if you submit a 25-minute video, I'm not watching it. I'll end up skimming through it, but I'm not going to watch your 25-minute video. It's never going to happen on my weekly show. If you want that, go to my Patreon, pledge there, get a private video, then I'll do it in full. It's a guarantee, okay? So anyway, I'm doing that tonight. That's why I can't stream tonight. I got to get those videos done for the month, all right? So today, it's just this stream, and then the React show over on DSP Reacts. Now, that being said, if you guys enjoy my content of any kind and could support it either during this pre-stream or over on the DSP Reacts channel for the live show, that would be amazing, because yesterday, admittedly, support was all over the place because my schedule was screwed up. You know, number one, I was playing Final Fantasy 16, which is my least attended streams that I'm doing right now. I'm not even kidding you. Right now on this podcast, I have over 100 more people watching this podcast than was watching my playthrough of Final Fantasy 16 yesterday. The interest in that game has completely fizzled out because of the way they designed it. It's sad. It doesn't retain interest because it's so boring with the insane amount of cutscenes and dialogue. They basically killed their own game for anyone looking for action or something interesting. It's only for people who like long-winded stories. So, yesterday was not a great day for support. Just being honest. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that was matter of fact. Today, I'm only doing one half of the day. So, I know this is a kind of a slow weekend for me. If you would like to support, please do. There's so many ways you can support the streams. Liking them. All right? Super chats or super stickers, memberships or gifted memberships to the community, which are great because not only do those benefit me, that benefits everyone else here. People getting gifted memberships are usually very appreciative, and you know, we have hundreds of people waiting in the wings for a gifted membership right now, so please consider it. And then of course, tipping directly is an awesome way to support the channel. It's the way that I get the most of anything from. It's true. I just get more of a tip than anything else of any other kind of contribution.
Ooh, tips are nice. Tips are great.
So thank you to anyone who contributed anyway today. And if you do, as you know, I'll give you a live shout out. I do have a couple of people who've already contributed. I will give you a shout out in the final segment of this show as we usually do. Okay? Thank you in advance. Please support if you can. That way it's not a completely dead weekend.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, somebody knows Scrapple.
All right. Tomorrow we go back to full-time gaming. In the morning we'll have the podcast. Then it'll be Street Fighter 6. Now here's what I need your feedback on.
Who's talking about Scrapple?
There's two characters that I wish to play with this week. Lily and Marisa. Both are characters who I used in Street Fighter 6 previously in ranked gameplay. Both of them I did decently with. Not great, but decently with. But I haven't used either of them in ranked gameplay in a while now. So that means that when I jump back into things,
talking about
basically
Scrapple?
Everyone else who's playing will have leveled up, and I didn't level up with these characters, okay? What I'm going to do tonight, I will research. And I will research, hey, either Lily or Marisa, and watch high-level videos of either character, so that way I can get better and maybe employ these techniques in my gameplay tomorrow. But the question is, would you rather see Lily or Marisa on Monday? I need that answer so I know what videos to watch. All right? So if you could give me some guidance over the course of this pre-stream podcast / level 1 podcast. And if you could also, during the reaction, let me know, what would you like to see tomorrow? Okay?
Dude, I used to get the best Scrapple egg and cheese sandwich.
Please let me know what you would like. Do you want Lily or do you want Marisa?
Right outside of Philly.
Share your thoughts, and I will make that decision by the end of today.
Crazy.
And that way I can announce, you know, what I want to do, and go from there.
Yeah, pork roll.
So that way I know what to watch tonight. I really need to be able to watch.
Taylor pork roll is classic, you know.
All right. That's tomorrow's main stream.
You can't fuck with the pork roll, dude.
With one of those two characters, and then tomorrow night's late stream.
Be the king.
Will be a continuation of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
Scrapple,
we are in the final dungeon of the game. We've already completed the first half, but people are saying it's harder the further in you get. So
I guess it's kind of similar to Spam.
We'll get there and we'll try to
continue
on with this final dungeon.
It's like scrap.
Maybe I can beat it on the late stream, and if I do, basically what's left is the trek to Ganon, and then the fight with Ganon. So
ground up.
We'll see how it goes. Progress-wise tomorrow night. Likely I'm not beating the game tomorrow night. I don't need to beat the game tomorrow night. That's fine.
And then they press it into
That's a good thing. So we'll take our time and enjoy the end game segment. All right. Then daytime stream on Tuesday will be Final Fantasy 16, and this time we will not be interrupted. I'll be doing the entire stream will be Final Fantasy 16.
It's fucking delicious.
And hopefully we'll make some good progress in the game. And by the way,
it's like a hot dog.
This will definitively help me to decide if this is something
except not
that
a 100% beef hot dog.
Playthrough, because at this point I'm like 16, 17, actually
It's
About
super.
17
Like
hours
I
into
was,
the game,
the
and
first
people
time
are
I had it,
literally
I was
telling
like,
me the
hell
game
no,
is
dude,
boring,
that's
don't play it.
disgusting.
And I'm like, I invested
And then
$70 in 17 hours.
they got me to eat
Wait a
it,
minute.
and I was
I
like,
am 17 hours.
I was
in.
like,
Okay.
dude, this is
I'm
like the
17
best shit
hours
I've
in.
ever eaten, dude.
It's like, dude, that was a lot of investment
So
just to
bad
be
for you
told,
probably, but
oh,
it's
by
so
the
good.
way, the game is boring. You know? It sucks. Because I really do feel like this Final Fantasy game is so different from the things they've done previously that it did actually lose a lot of their audience. It just seems that way to me, you know? Usually when I play a Final Fantasy game, there's demand. There's all the demand has died for this game in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks of me playing it, most people are like, just do something else. That's sad.
Diablo?
You know, I spent money on it. There's time
Shut
invested.
up, bro. People donated for this shit,
good.
dude.
And there are good parts. The parts that are good are very good. It just sucks that they made it such a dialogue-heavy, slowly paced, boringly written game that you sit here bored. And I literally have to make fun of the game in order to like keep people interested. Because if I don't, everyone will go to sleep.
So you have to make fun of the game?
You know? But I guess we'll see. We're going to play it again on Tuesday, and we'll see by the end of Tuesday's stream. We'll make a determination. Okay? Tuesday night, I would like, since we beat Diablo, now we have an open stream this week. I don't want to start anything new yet. What we should do, I want to do a late night stream of the World Tour mode of Street Fighter 6.
Oh,
For
no.
those who don't know, Street Fighter 6, of course, is focused primarily on competition.
Nobody's tipping for that, dude.
There is a single-player World
Nobody's
Tour mode
tipping for that.
that's meant to be the campaign of the game where you create your own character. It's your own avatar that you make. You level that character up. You give it special moves. You give it new techniques. You run around in an open world exploring, looking for items, but also fighting random people in the streets, sometimes mini-bosses. It's kind of fun. I played it for 3 hours last month, and I absolutely liked it a lot. But I never went back to it. We were so busy with the competitive nature of the game, and then we were so busy with these other RPGs, I never got back to it. So I would like to do a late-night stream of Street Fighter 6 just to try it and see if, you guys like it as a late-night chill stream. The thing is, playing it benefits me. Here's why. When you play the game and you master certain characters, you unlock their alternate outfits in the game for free. You don't have to spend coins or it's just play through the campaign, earn these alternate outfits completely for free. So for example, with Luke, I'm going to be using Luke eventually. I haven't gotten his outfit yet. If I just play a little bit more of this story mode, I'll unlock his outfit for free. So it kind of makes sense to do it. Let's try it out Tuesday night and see how it goes. 2 hours of cool World Tour mode. All right. Then on Wednesday, it'll be another multiplayer stream of Street Fighter 6, and basically I will play whoever I didn't play on Monday. So if I play Lily on Monday, it'll be Marisa on Wednesday. If I play Marisa on Wednesday, it'll be Lily on Monday. We'll flip them, okay? And then Wednesday night will be the likely conclusion of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I don't foresee myself taking more than another 4 hours to beat the game when I'm in the final dungeon and the home stretch court push to Ganon. I think we're going to wrap it up this week. And if that's the case, that's good, because that means all the night streams moving forward for July can be new content. All right? Now, I have a few ideas. Now, by the way, just so you know, Thursday's my day off. When we come back Friday, it's Street Fighter Friday. Street Fighter all day long. Saturday, we'll do gameplay of something, whether it's Final Fantasy 16 or not, I don't know. And we'll see what we want to do Saturday night, because we're now open. And that means DSP versus the Internet will be Sunday. We'll have that React show now every Sunday. Okay? But, what was I going to say? Oh, so now that we're completing all these games, we have options. And one of the things I absolutely, positively, 100% have decided I want to do this month, starting next week.
Look at this.
Is a game that I wanted to play 2 months ago, but then it got delayed. Then it came out during one of arguably the busiest gaming times of the year, which is incredibly stupid, because when it came out, no one talked about it. It was like, a fart in the wind or a drop in a bucket. Like, you're not going to know about it when it's surrounded by everything else that's way more hype. The game of the game is Amnesia the Bunker. It actually came out on Game Pass. It's the newest installment in the Amnesia franchise. And even though it got rated well and people who played it love it, there's little to no hype about it. People act like it never existed, which is sad, because the Amnesia series is pretty good. I actually really liked the last one. I forgot what it was called, but I actually really liked the last Amnesia game. And it's a shame that no one even is talking about this one. So I want to play it. It's horror. It's survival. It's suspenseful.
Amnesia?
It'll be interesting. It'll definitely break up the content for variety purposes, getting away from RPGs and fighting games. It'll be something completely different for variety. So starting next week, that'll be a game that I'm going to be playing on the late streams. Okay, so that's going to be one of the late night things balanced. All right.
So
And like I said,
I think it's the
try some
SSRIs,
World
dude.
Tour Street Fighter 6 this week and see how it goes. If it goes well,
I think
maybe
it's.
we'll get it into
I think
the
it.
rotation for late
So
night
this just
streams.
confirms
Doesn't,
that
if you're bored
I
of
think
it, well,
that
maybe
it's.
we won't.
I
Or
thought
maybe
it was
we'll only do it once a
SSRIs.
week, and we'll have other stuff balanced with Amnesia. Because there's many options of things we can do. We can bring back Elden Ring into the fold. We could try something new and different. Hell, for just variety purposes, we could do a couple retro games for the summertime. Let's see. Let's see what we feel like doing. But the good news is, once the RPGs are done, once Zelda is completed, we have all freed up night streams to do variety again, which is we're sorely lacking.
Thank you, Larry.
We need variety here on DSP Gaming, and it's coming back next week. Okay?
Yeah, I think it's the SSRIs that are doing it.
Okay, now, the one other thing I want to talk about coming up later this month is a special long-form React event.
The rocking back and forth.
I have not done a long-form React event in many months, but they return this month with the Dark Side of Machinima event. This will now be on Saturday, July 29th. It'll be an all-day event over on DSP Reacts exclusively. What this is going to be is something very special. First of all, there's a documentary made on the rise and fall of Machinima by June the King, someone who I've reacted to his documentaries many times over the last year. We're going to react live to that documentary. It's about 50 minutes long, but being that I was one of the longest running partners of Machinima, over 6 years I was with this company, I'm absolutely sure I'm going to be able to add context, experience, and many stories into my reacting to that documentary. So that's
Everybody's
first and
different.
foremost. But in addition to that, I'm going to add
and we don't
my
exactly
own
know what he's
stories
on.
and context separate from that, because as a partner with them for 6 years, I have a lot to talk about. You know, my initial contract negotiations with them, how they decided.
If I take
out of the
Lexapro,
blue
it puts me on the ground, like drooling on myself.
And zero wiggle room, by the way. How they
everything affects everybody differently.
Kind of forced me to make separate channels, but then basically made it so that it made no sense to have the separate channels, which is really stupid and weird. How at one moment they were like my favorite, or I was their favorite content creator. They were kissing my butt. They wanted to fly me out to events and things like that. And then literally overnight, they canceled all those initiatives and acted like they never existed and wanted nothing to do with me. How they actually worked with me with Project 7. Yes, when I was in development of Project 7, I was constantly speaking with Machinima about
That's a valid opinion.
how we were developing this show, how it was going to be an interesting web series, and how Machinima had an agreement with me to actually release the series, which then fell through, and then they had it go on another completely different channel that didn't work. I have all these stories to tell in regards to being a longtime partner with Machinima. Some of the most interesting ones actually are in regards to when I had my channel hit with false copyright strikes, and how Machinima worked with YouTube, and essentially what they told me to do screwed over DSP Gaming irrevocably.
I don't think he drinks that much.
One of the reasons why I lost so much viewership over the years.
That's my opinion.
It really is. And we'll talk all about this. So, I mean, there's going to be so much to talk about. I've got swag from being part of the company. I've got that I could show you on stream and everything. I've got so much to talk about. So this is going to be a day-long event, Saturday, July 29th, exclusively on DSP React. There's going to be the live react to the documentary. There's going to be me telling my own private stories, all kinds of stuff. Likely, I'll also order some food. We'll have a Feasting with Phil mukbang episode, or however you want to call it. It'll be a good day-long event, and it'll be a good mix of content. It'll be breaking stuff up, which we need more React content. I haven't done a lot of focus on the React stuff in a while, so that's coming up later this month. So I hope you mark your calendars. Saturday, July 29, the Dark Side of Machinima event over on DSP React. Sound good? I hope so. Now, one other thing. I told you guys this month I was going to be doing some movie reviews again.
But yeah.
I am. Starting with this week.
I mean, Duty will probably make a video.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will be reviewing, get this, the Super Mario Brothers movie. Yes, the movie that you wanted me to see in theaters 3 months ago and I didn't, is finally available everywhere. I have been gifted a code to watch this. So I'm going to be watching the movie, and I'll be reviewing it either Tuesday night or Wednesday night. But one of those nights this week, I'll be reviewing the movie and posting my thoughts up over on DSP React. So that'll be an extra video for this week, later on in the week, before the end of my streaming week, okay? So that's coming. Now, I don't even know what I'm going to think because I really don't know that much about it. I didn't see it. I've heard people people said it was really good. Others were like, nah, it was just okay. I mean, it is one of the highest grossing animated movies of all time. So it should be interesting to see, you know, firsthand what everyone else has seen and finally give my thoughts.
If you go back,
okay, so
and you look at the era
that is coming this week. Additional reviews this
Bill's
month.
alcoholism.
I'm actually planning on reviewing the Dungeons and Dragons
He
movie,
looks
which
like
I
an
also was digitally gifted by a viewer. Thank you to the viewer who did that. And then outside of that,
he's skinny.
I may even do more.
His face is all like
timing,
fucked up.
But I definitely want to review those two movies.
Like he looks like a
this month for you
junkie
guys,
almost.
All right. So those movie reviews are coming over on DSP Reacts. Expect them. Mario movie coming first later this week. Okay.
You can clearly tell the videos in which he was like
that's really
having a rough time IRL.
all I have to talk about.
What's
today,
happening?
Schedule-wise,
he's getting shut down, dude.
Now we can move on to the story.
Oh no, I'm getting shut down.
Here,
oh shit.
People all up in my business, and again, I have literally done the absolute maximum I can do to separate my personal life from my public life. Things that go on behind the scenes here that have nothing to do with the streams, simply put, have nothing to do with the streams. Now, if it's something that's you know, social and not harmful, for example, you want to know what my wife's, you know, making today for dinner or something like that, I'm more than happy to share those stories with you, or tell you what I did on my day off and it's not intrusive to my private life. I'll tell you, right? But for the most part, I don't want to tell you about stuff going on behind the scenes.
Why?
Because sadly, I have a group of thousands of stalkers on the internet who all have messed up brains. Sorry, this is true.
Do I fall in this category?
With me so much that they absolutely try to get every single piece of information they possibly can to basically hurt me. I'll give you an example.
This isn't me, right?
So yesterday on my stream, I received the phone call about this interruption that I needed to have on my stream. I went off of this screen and I went to this screen right here, but it was open like this.
Huh?
And I picked up my phone.
Uh-oh, champions?
In my hand like this.
Oh, no.
And I answered it. And as I was lifting my phone up to my head like this to answer
champions popped up?
For a brief second, right here on the screen, it showed my phone screen. These fucking obsessed nut jobs, I'm not kidding you, tried to enhance the phone screen to see what it said in an attempt to try to figure out and contact whoever this was on the phone.
It was Duty, right?
I'm not kidding you. They actually posted it up on Twitter.
Who was it?
They said, we really tried
Who was it?
to enhance the visuals of his phone that he accidentally had in the corner of his screen.
Who's Phil watching?
We couldn't get it clear enough to figure out who he was talking about on the phone. Sorry about that. They posted it publicly.
Who?
Do you not understand that when you do that, you show that you're fucking crazy?
I don't know.
Do you not understand that? I mean, if you don't, you literally should immediately go speak to a doctor. You are nuts. This is not your life. This is not your business. If it were, then it would make sense. This has nothing to do with you. Why would you try to enhance my fucking phone screen to figure out who I'm talking to on the phone?
Doesn't matter, Phil.
And the worst part about it is, I told everyone that today I was going to tell you the story of what's going on. I promised you were going to find out. So why would you then try to do that? Because you're fucking crazy. You get it? Get help. That's not normal behavior of any human on this planet. That's obsessive behavior.
That's what people do online.
People do. This is why people get restraining orders. Because people are nuts.
And you know what's funny?
It's absolutely out of control the amount of stalking these people are trying to do.
It takes no effort to just take a print screen and then zoom in.
Where's the Michael Jordan gift?
Zoom into the picture. It takes 2 seconds. It's not even like
Get some help.
You're putting in any work. I
completely forgot we had it. Thank you.
It's not even hard. It's like, oh, boop. So enhance. Oh,
if anything,
got him.
Please let this be a wake-up
got
call.
him.
If you see someone on the internet who's
it's
obsessing
not hard,
about like
dude.
that, do me a favor. Tell them to get help. No, I mean it now. They need help. These people need to. Don't give them attention. Don't watch their garbage content on the internet, which they try to put up as news. Instead, tell them seek help. Stop with the nonsense. You need help. You shouldn't be obsessing over some random person on the internet who puts out gameplay videos. You should seek help. There's absolutely no circumstance where someone should be trying to figure out who's on my phone.
I can't afford help, dude.
It's not your business. It's none of your fucking business. You shouldn't be doing that. You are messed up and you need help. Okay?
Phil, if you pay for my therapy, I'll go.
These people need to be called out. These people need to be brought attention to, that these are destructive people on the internet that need to be stopped. It's to the point where now I know at any moment, anything I do, they're trying to hurt me.
Yes.
So
yes.
It's time to end it. It's time to actually call it what it is. Madness. This is not conscious, intelligent
He's
thought.
ending it.
This is
it's
obsession.
Over.
This is to the point of pain and suffering for everyone around them.
Code
if
red.
They have friends or family members, they need to intervene. This needs to happen. This is a serious discussion now. This is not, oh, I'm joking around because I'm trying to stick it to my haters. No, there's people who don't like me, and they'll laugh at my mistakes, and, you know, they'll watch me play Street Fighter 6 and laugh at my rage and how I go crazy. There's a difference between that and, can we analyze what's on Phil's phone so we can contact the party on the other end and try to harass them? No, that's insanity.
No. That
has to end.
You don't know that.
We have to draw the line.
No.
As people with moral compasses inside of us,
that's
and conscious thought and more intelligence.
See,
there's a difference
between
making fun of
this is what he does, dude,
on the internet, or actually trying to harass and ruin their lives.
This is what Phil does, dude. He just takes the truth and twists it so he can make it into what he needs it to be. I guarantee there's no way that person put up, I'm enhancing Phil's phone so I can try to call the person on the phone and harass them. You think they said that? No. All they did was try to enhance the phone, and that's all they tried to do. And Phil added that whole section that they're trying to call someone and harass them. Like, that was never even a part of it, ever, I guarantee it. And Phil just needs to add that to fit his narrative.
That has to end, all right?
And that has to end.
I'm calling it publicly now.
That has to end, dude.
Need to step up
Phil
and
needs
speak
to
up
stop
against it.
lying,
You're the
dude.
ones, I don't even know about it. People
Stop
come to me
lying.
and say, Phil, are you aware these nut jobs are doing this? No, I'm not, because I don't pay attention to it. But now it's time to call it out. We shouldn't be allowing to do that. Why are people allowed to just do this stalking on the internet? Again,
shout
if this
out.
were real life, you get a restraining order. But because it's the internet, it's all okay, right?
No,
it's not. It's enough is enough.
What
Stop
shout
the
out?
madness, okay? Now,
oh, I did?
let us now continue on logically, because the thing is, again, I never would share with you stuff about my private life unless it's necessary. In this case, my weekend got thrown into disarray because of this. I don't really have to share with you what's going on, but I can. It's not a big deal. It's something that's already been ongoing in my life over the years. It's affected things. It's a really stupid story. It's mundane. It's not very interesting. I would say the actual backstory is more interesting than the current story of what happened this week. All right? So here, I'm going to tell you the backstory first.
Big ups.
Then I'll get to what happened this weekend and why I had to change my schedule. All right? So the backstory is more interesting. I'll tell you the more interesting story
I'm not really
first.
actively watching this chat.
Ready? 9 years ago, I moved here to Washington State.
I'll try better.
And a lot of things were set up properly, and a lot of things were not. When I moved into the house, some things had not had maintenance in over a decade, which is ridiculous. How do you maintain a house without doing maintenance on the appliances and on the...
I will see it, though, later on.
You know, you guys know, if you watch those early moving vlogs, you'll see the house was in disarray. It was a mess. There was shit all over the place that shouldn't have been there. I had a leaky roof. It was a big mess, right?
Big ups. I'll see it later.
One of the things that was in the house when I moved in was obviously
I'll clip
plumbing and stuff.
I'll make sure.
And sadly, over the years, I have had a lot of issues with plumbing and things in the house that have crept up. The shower has had issues. I have a shower I don't even use. I can't use it. It's all messed up, and it's going to take tons of money to renovate that bathroom to get it to work again because it was all leaking and rusted up, and it's not worth discussing because that's actually not the issue today. I'm just saying this house has had many problems since I moved in, but it's the same as any house. Houses need maintenance. If you don't maintain them, they have problems. The previous owners did not do good maintenance on this house, leading to tons of problems that I've encountered in the last decade. Okay, so one of the problems that I had was with this stupid sink that I have, and allow me to explain why this is so important.
How did we get into this?
I live in the state of Washington. The state of Washington is considered a green state. What that means is that everything we do is monitored for environmental reasons, okay? We have very strict limits on things that we are allowed to do. We have to recycle. We have to do, what do they call it? I can't even remember what it's called. It's a special garbage can that we have, that we're supposed to put biodegradable materials in, like food waste, yard waste, and stuff. And we have to put it at the end of our street every week to come get picked up. It's weird because when I lived in Connecticut, none of this shit was important or existed. But here it's like just mandatory. Everyone's been doing it forever. Okay. So when I moved here, it's called compost. That's what people are saying. I forgot what it's called. It's called composting. That's correct. When I moved here, I was told there's very strict guidelines. Get this. You get 1 can of trash that you can throw out every 2 weeks. 1 can of trash per household every 2 weeks. So if you have pets, if you have kids, if you have anything that generates any kind of trash, you're pretty fucked. All right? If you have more trash than that, you have to go to the dump and pay to throw it out yourself and drive it there yourself. That's it. Now, they say, well, you're not supposed to throw out any recyclables. You wash them, you separate them, you put them into another bin, and those get picked up separately. Okay. How many of those do you get? 1 bin every 2 weeks.
Hey, you wanted to live in Washington.
Okay? So with all these strict regulations,
I don't want to pay taxes.
Something that's
I don't wanna
actually
pay taxes.
absolutely essential for living here is to have a food waste or garbage disposal in your
Well,
sink.
pay the price,
You
dude.
need it because every time that you wash plates, every time that you make a meal, you can't throw food out. It's not even allowed. You're supposed to either compost it or grind it up and wash it down the drain. All right? That's what you're supposed to do here in Washington State. It's like known by everyone here. Everyone here has one.
Looks like that tax money.
I never had one back
could have
then.
helped you out
I
there.
never had a use for it.
But, you know,
so when I moved out
you don't
here,
wanna
it was
pay
my first
taxes,
time
so.
using it. And, you know, you do wrong things, you clog the goddamn thing up. But about 3 years ago, all right, in 2020, this was when COVID was starting, all of a sudden one day, my garbage disposal, food disposal, starts to smoke. There's just smoke coming out of it. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
What?
So I look,
I've
it's
never
not
seen that.
working, and I'm like, dude, if it smokes, there's no way
There's smoke?
I'm going to try to use this thing. I got to call a plumber. What else am I going to do? Right? So I called a plumber, you know, and the thing is, I never had a plumber come out here before. So I didn't know what I was doing, and I just picked any old one off the internet. So I call a plumber, and the guy
Why?
shows up. And when the guy shows up, immediately I notice something. He's just like a normal guy. He's not wearing any kind of like an outfit or anything that says, oh, I work for a plumbing company. He's just a guy.
You
yeah,
called
I'm
the
here
guy
for
on the
company or whatever. All right.
What?
So he comes in and he looks at this.
You called a
disposal
random
unit,
guy.
and he goes,
What?
Yeah, basically.
Bro, anyone can
it's
pay to
fried.
put their ads on there.
I was like, well, why did it fry?
It could
I
be
didn't
like
do
a meth
anything.
head,
He's
dude.
like, nah, it just happens. He's like, it just happens with these things. He's like, and you don't have like a high-end unit. You have what's considered a mid to lower range unit. So the previous homeowners put in a piece of crap garbage disposal in this house, basically. And he goes, well, these things are expensive, so I'm going to give you a quote, and here's your quote, and all I'm going to do, I can replace it with exactly the same unit, but this one should last a while. You'll get a year warranty with us as the company, but then you'll also get like a 5-year warranty with the manufacturer. All right? So, all right, so he quotes me. It's very expensive. All right, I'm not happy with the price, but I need it. Like, this is something essential. If I don't have this, I'm going to be stuck with fucking tons of food waste that I need to shove into a composter every week, or I'm going to have to go to the dump myself constantly. I need this thing. Everyone here needs one.
No,
so,
you don't.
All right, I'll
Compost.
Just
do compost, dude.
Now, immediately,
make a compost in your
I should have
backyard.
seen some red flags, but again, this is the middle of COVID and everything's going on. I'm not doing research. Everyone's all stressed out to wit's end, right? Immediately, one of the things that I should have noted, he says, well, here's the thing. I'm just going to give you a new unit of the same one you had, but everything should still work. Like the ring and the thing to install it in your sink, it still works. I'll leave that. The piping, well, it's the same piping. I don't have to change the piping at all because it's the same thing. So I'll just leave everything there. I'll just replace the unit. Okay?
Yeah, that makes sense.
That was stupid.
Why?
I should have demanded that he give me full service, but I didn't.
Why? That makes sense.
Because, come to find out, he charged me full price as if I was actually having everything completely replaced. He didn't do any of that work. All he did was pull the broken unit off, put the new unit on, and charge me as if he had done all that labor, which he didn't do. He was gone in 20 minutes when he should have been here like an hour and a half doing the work.
That's what you get.
That's on me. 100%.
You could have ordered it yourself.
I should have asked for the service
You
could have
went on the internet
I didn't get it
and ordered the unit yourself. And
that's on me.
That's what I would have did.
All right? So
and I would have just did all the shit myself and saved all the money.
Just swapped out the unit.
But, you know.
Done.
Not everybody's as handy.
So, we got a new garbage disposal / food waste disposal. All right? This was early 2020 when this happened. Okay? Within 1 week of the new disposal being replaced, it's leaking all over the place. Every time I turn it on, it's spraying food and water all over into the bottom of my sink, into the cabinet underneath.
You know?
And I'm like, what the fuck? Obviously, something's wrong here. So I call the company. I say, listen, you just had this guy come out here. I need you to come back
here.
They're
like, what guy?
Figure this out. I just paid a lot of money.
What?
All right, he'll be out. So he came out within a couple of days.
We never sent anyone over there.
Use my thing for days. He comes out. Same guy shows up. What's the problem? I said, I'll show you. I turn on the water. I turn it on. Fucking Niagara Falls underneath my sink. He goes, well, there's a problem with these units. If they leak like that, it's basically junk. We can't repair it. We just got to replace it. So I'm going to get you another one.
Another one?
All right, so he did. So he went, he got another of the same unit.
Dude,
all right, installed it.
What?
This time, tested it thoroughly. Didn't seem to leak. Everything seems fine.
What happened?
Okay. Everything seems to be going good.
What is he doing?
And like, all right, so he leaves. Now, first time in my life that I've used a food disposal or a garbage disposal. First time I've ever had a new one installed.
This man's working overtime for Phil, dude.
Behave when they're new. I don't know what they're supposed to look like when they're new. I don't know anything, right? I'm an ignorant guy, but you know, I paid a lot of money for this thing. So after having the first warranty replacement, I want to be sure this thing is working. So fast forward to like 3 weeks later, all right? And I'm looking at my food disposal, and this thing is completely rusted. The entire unit, you can see looking down into it, into the hole in the sink.
What?
It's completely rusted. It's covered in rust.
You didn't look at it before?
And I'm like, is it really supposed to rust up like this within 3 weeks? I don't know. So I make a phone call to the company again, and I say, listen, now we already had a warranty replacement once. Obviously, the last thing I want is to have another warranty replacement.
You didn't.
But I just want to know, should this be doing this? Is this a normal behavior for a food disposal to be rusted up like this after only 3 weeks? Or is this abnormal, and are all these units faulty? Should I be getting a different unit? Maybe this unit is a piece of junk, and they're making them like junk now because one already broke. Maybe this one's faulty too. I just...
See, when he goes on a rant like this, I try to like decipher, like actively, like what is the truth and what's the lie. Like I'm like thinking like what, like was it already rusted? Was it, I don't, you know, it's so hard sometimes. I'm like, what is not true?
Want answered. So they said, all right, here's what we're going to do. Under warranty, we're going to send out another plumber to take a look at your unit and confirm that it's working right and everything. Okay.
Well, yeah, more lie for sure.
This all was 2020. This was over 3 years ago all this happened, just for clarification purposes for you guys, okay? So over 3 years ago, this is all going on. All right? So another plumber shows up, different guy.
Over 3 years.
And I just happened to say to him, I said, you know, you're not wearing...
We need to go back.
...the outfit from this company. I'm curious, you know, why is that? He says, oh, because I don't really work for the company. I was like, what? He goes, yeah, that company doesn't really exist. All they are is a broker. What they do is they contact independent plumbers.
Oh, he's an idiot.
To do jobs, odd jobs like this.
You're an idiot.
So they don't actually have any full-time employees. I happen to get the call. It's kind of like, you know what it's like? Like one of these food delivery services, like Uber Eats or DoorDash. That's what the company was. They were a job broker, where all they would do is they would divvy out jobs to local plumbers. So you have no idea who you're getting. You don't know the quality of the plumber you're getting. You could get someone who's incredibly high quality and cares, and someone who's a scumbag who wants to rip you off. You have no clue who you're getting when you contact this company. Okay?
That's what you did. You didn't care. You just picked a random thing and called. You didn't care. You didn't care. Not the company.
Like, all right, that makes
sense.
Care. I guess. So can you take a look at this garbage disposal? And he says, he looks at his notes, because, you know, he came to my house. He looks at his notes. He goes, wait a minute. He says, I'm here because your garbage disposal has some rust in it. I go, yes. He goes, that's normal. I said, oh? He goes, yeah, that's normal. He goes, these things rust up right away. It takes about a month. And after they're rusted, they're fine. They work fine for years and years and years. It's not a concern. They're not made of like you know, rust-proof metal. They're meant to do that. It's not a big deal. You don't have to worry about it. And I was like, so why are you here? And he goes, honestly, I have no clue why they sent me. This is something that easily anyone who knows anything about the product they're selling could have told you over the phone. I don't know why they sent me out here. And I said, all right, well, can you just look at it just to be safe? All right. So he looks at it. He tests it. He goes, yup. No, it's fine. He goes, this is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with this unit at all. This should last you years and years. You're good. Okay, have a nice day. Thanks for stopping by. My concerns are now assuaded. No big deal. 10 minutes later. Hell?
I don't know what
Open
mod.
the door. It's the plumber. The guy, I'm not kidding you. This is him standing at my door. He's going just like this.
The mod, it seems to be
And I say, what's wrong?
It's a German stream.
Why are you back? He goes, I really don't want to do this, but the company who contracted me to come out here is telling me they're having me demand that you pay them $75 for this visit. And I said, what? He goes, yeah. So basically, they're demanding that you pay $75 that I came out here because I came out here for a warranty reason. And since there's nothing wrong with the unit, now you have to pay for the visit. I said, are they out of their fucking minds? I didn't ask you to come out here. I had a simple question. I called them to ask about the unit. They opted to send you out here under warranty. I had to take time out of my day for you to come out here. I would have rather you didn't come out here. I would have just liked to talk to you over the phone. All right? So I said to him, under no circumstances am I paying this company any more money. It sounds to me like they're pretty underhanded the way they work. I'm done with this company. And he goes, I completely understand. Have a nice day. And he walked away. All right? And that was it. 2 weeks later, I get a voicemail from this company. Sir, we just want to let you know that as of today, your warranty with us is now void because you refused to pay for service. So you no longer have a warranty with our company. Don't contact us again.
Get wrecked, son.
Have a nice day.
Get out of here.
That's the voicemail they left me.
Have a great day. Have a good day.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind, I'm not disclosing to you how much I paid this company. I paid them a lot of money for this. Okay? What kind of a company is this? It's a scam company. They don't have any full-time employees. They broker out jobs to people they don't even know if the work is good. And then they try to pull shit like this to make extra money. Because a regular person probably wouldn't have disputed it. They would have said, all right, whatever, I don't want any trouble. Here, take $75, leave me alone. Me, I'm not going to pay that. Like, fuck off. I'm not paying that. I'm not crazy. I'm not stupid. Right? So, yeah, they completely tried to scam me out of money for no reason.
I don't know about that.
They easily could have just said on the phone, yeah, they rust up, it's fine, have a nice day. But they sent someone out to make money for no reason. Okay? It's pretty ridiculous.
They rust up, it's fine.
So, officially, as of 3 years ago,
they literally could have said that,
never dealt with this company ever again.
And they would have been fine, dude.
So,
Phil would have been like, oh, okay.
You know, have I had other issues, or have I had other, I shouldn't say issues, have I had other interactions with plumbers? I have since then.
Oh, okay, they rust up? Oh,
pleasant
cool.
Other companies.
Cool. Just
so
wanted to make
fast
sure.
Forward
Just wanted to make sure.
To today, all right, to the modern day, and for 3 years, have I had issues with my food waste disposal unit? Well, nothing major. It's worked, and every once in a while what happens is if we put too much of something down there, we put too many, like for example, sometimes we'll get herbs, we'll get like cilantro, or we'll get like parsley, and if we have some extra and we try to throw it in there, sometimes it clogs it up. And what happens is you have to basically clear it up by doing various different things. You could try plunging.
Yeah, it's some German mod. I don't
baking
know.
soda, and it'll clean it up after a bit. It's happened.
I can't read it.
It's
It's
not
in
a
German,
huge
dude.
deal. When it happens, it's annoying. I've told some stories of big eruptions of things in the sink and stuff like that. But in general, it's not that big of a deal. You can figure out how to clean it up with a little bit of research. Okay.
All I know is Auf Wiedersehen.
So the other day, it's my day off. It's Thursday, and I happen to be cleaning out the fridge from the week before, because I'm going to go, grocery shopping to make room for the new groceries for the week and all the ingredients and things we need for this week's dinners, because we home cook every day. And I'm throwing some veggies down into the thing, and all of a sudden it clogs up.
It's
like, oh, again, here we go.
It's the stream.
I wish it was
the stream.
I wish it worked all the time. It doesn't.
The Duke Nukem.
So, maybe it's because I didn't get the good one. Maybe it's because I kept replacing it with the same old model that's kind of a lower end model. Maybe that's what
Nukem
it is,
in
right?
German.
So anyway, here I go. I'm fucking I'm pumping the thing. I'm trying to get it clean. So eventually it does seem like it got cleaned, right? I go to turn it on, and it goes, like it sounds like there's giant pieces of metal grinding and slamming against each other. I'm like, oh shit. I turn it off, and I open the cabinets.
What's
it
it?
has sprayed veggie water everywhere inside the cabinet, covering everything under there in a green mist. Just mulch coming out of the fucking thing. And I'm like, oh, no.
Oh, dude.
It's like, dude, I just replaced this 3 years ago. These things are supposed to last a while. They're not supposed to last 1, 2, 3 years.
I just replaced this 3 years.
This should have lasted me a long time. Okay?
I mean, 3 years is quite a while, right?
Basically, by the way, a non-moderator, please stop talking. You're completely wrong. I'm just going to tell you right now, you're 1,000,000% wrong.
Oh, buddy.
I don't want to stand here correcting you. You're wrong. Everything you're saying is wrong. I'm just not even going to waste time. You're wrong.
Non-moderator. You might get that mod taken away if you're not careful.
I'm like, dude, this is absolutely ridiculous.
Better shut the fuck up.
Well, I can't call the old company, right? They're not going to deal with me anymore, which I don't want to deal with them anyway. They tried to scam me 3 years ago. Now, I have a manufacturer's warranty, and it's for 5 years. The problem is, this is the third unit of this that I've had. It's a piece of shit at this point. I know this. I know this unit is a piece of shit, okay? It's junk. There's no reason for me to have this unit again.
Mean?
I would be a moron to replace this with another unit. There's just no point, okay?
What do you mean, Batman?
I said, you know what? What I'm going to do is I'm going to contact a new plumber. I'm going to explain the situation, and let's see what happens, all right? So I called a completely different plumber, and they said, we'll be out this weekend as soon as possible, and this is what was going on this weekend. I needed them here as soon as possible because if I can't get rid of food waste, all I'm doing is accumulating more and more garbage that I have to manually compost, or I have to go to the dump to get rid of myself. There's time frames how and when you can compost and all this shit. I don't have compost bags right now around the house to do this because usually I would use my garbage disposal to do this. So I'm like, well, you know, it is what it is. I gotta get this replaced as soon as possible. It's something essential to life out here because we're a green state. I need it. So the earliest they could have come was Saturday, and they had different time. I come as soon as possible, right? So that, honestly, that's what was going on yesterday. It's no big crazy conspiracy. It's something so mundane. Yes, I'm sure really the moronic, obsessed idiots would want to call the plumber, right? Because they're so fucking stupid. If they saw the number on the screen, they would have called the fucking plumber because they're fucking morons. Okay? Anyway. So.
What?
Here's what happened yesterday. All right? They came out here.
What?
They show up.
Oh, the plumber.
There's two plumbers.
Oh,
and they're both in full head-to-toe garb, branded with the company they work for.
Oh, it makes sense.
Immediately, this is a good sign.
Oh, it makes sense.
Right? Immediately, this is a good sign. I'm like, they actually work for the company.
It actually makes sense.
You know what I'm saying? So, they come, I explain the situation. They say, all right, let's test it. They turn it on. They turn on the water. Fucking Niagara Falls. It's just, psh, and they go, yep. They go, once again.
In 3 years.
These things, when they break like this, they're not really fixable. You need a new one. And I'm like, again. I was like, dude, I just fucking bought one 3 years ago, and it was so expensive. And he said, well, again, here's your options. We could easily replace this with the same model. I said, no. No, absolutely not. Not in any fucking circumstance am I going to be replacing this with the same model. I'd be a nut job. I've been through this 3 times. I don't want this fucking model in my house. I want to take this thing and punt it into space. It's a piece of shit. All right? So I said, we can get you the better model. It's more expensive, but it's the better model. I said, we're going to do that for sure. Give me a higher end model that's meant for better capacity, that's going to last better and everything. They bring the thing in. This thing is, I'm not kidding you, more than twice the size of my old food disposal. It's like a beast, a big chunky ass thing. Like, damn. So that thing's going to really, it probably has extra, and I read the box on it and everything, and even said, this one has like double the blade capacity and everything inside. It's meant to completely
Why are you fucking with me, Batman?
Food.
I'm too high for this shit, dude.
It's meant to be a
Come on,
high-grade
man.
home unit. You know,
Read
there's
the chat
other
and
better
listen
ones
to
that are meant
what,
for
dude?
businesses, but this is like the high-end home unit, all right? So, they get to work.
Chat?
Now, what do I notice the
Listen
difference
to what?
between this time around and 3 years
There's
ago?
2 chats.
Guess what they did? They disassembled all the pipes. They disassembled the ring in the sink. They installed everything fresh from scratch. So I've got a brand new shiny steel ring in the sink. I got brand new PVC pipe solid fresh. They wanted everything done correctly and professionally. Because think about it this way. That guy 3 years ago who did that job for me, he left everything there. So that pipe could have easily been full of disgusting, decaying food, build up waste, and he didn't give two fucks. As long as he just swapped the unit out, got his paycheck, and get out of there, he didn't care. Who cares if it works more than a week, right? I had to wait for a spot to speed up. But these guys were like, yeah, we're getting paid to do the work. We're going to do the work. So they were here for over an hour replacing everything, which I really appreciated. Because honestly, you want to know the truth? It was just slightly more expensive than the job I had done 3 years ago for the much better unit and to have everything replaced. So basically, this time I got what I paid for. Last time I got completely ripped off. Yeah. So, yeah, this time around I feel much better about it. And let me tell you, when they were done, you turn this thing on, it's quiet. Like I said, I haven't really used it yet. It's brand new. And we're not, we'll really, the test will be like later this week when we go grocery shopping and we're doing stuff like that. But basically, we're like, wow, this is interesting. Because what a different experience, a completely different experience from start to finish with the company. A much better unit that I now have. And they replaced everything. So now it's like starting with fresh piping and everything. This is going to last longer. It's not going to clog up or whatever right away. So, there you go. I was like, wow, want to talk about different, right? Now, of course, the bummer is the price. But here's the thing. Because here's what complete assholes like to say about me on the internet. Well, Phil's going to give you a sob story tomorrow where he's begging for money to pay. I'm not doing shit. Listen, you guys have been amazing. You guys this year in particular have attended my streams. You've supported my content. You've been nothing but great to me. I'm asking you for nothing. This is just a story I'm telling you because it's something to tell on the podcast, and it affected the streams this weekend. There's no fundraiser for this event. There's nothing. I paid what I paid. It is what it is, But please have some understanding, all right? Here's the understanding.
Why is there a but?
This is why I can't rush to buy a $3,000 PC upgrade.
Oh my God!
Exactly
Here you go, dude.
Why. When my tire gets stolen off of my car,
and
I end up spending ridiculous amounts of money to replace it. When this happens, and now I gotta dump so much money to get this fixed. This is exactly why I can't do the upgrades that people are always wondering. Why doesn't Phil just go out and dump a bunch of money into a new PC or whatever? This is exactly why. Because this stuff keeps happening, and this is life. This is not. This is something. This happens in life. Shit happens. And let me tell you, I'm happy now. Here's why I'm happy. I'm not happy because I'm pissing the money down the drain for this stuff, which I can't avoid. But I'm happy that now I'm in a position where, because of your level of support, and because I'm 3 years removed from a bankruptcy, right, I can now afford this stuff. I have some funds and or the ability to pay for this stuff when it comes up. 3 years ago, I couldn't. 3 years ago, this stuff coming up was killing me. I had to say, hey, guys, can we do a special fundraiser because something happened? I need to pay for it. I don't have to do that anymore. That
you still do that?
So refreshing. It does. It's very refreshing to say I can just have the ability to take care of this stuff when I need to. That doesn't feel good when I have to dump the money to pay for it because it does feel like pain. Oh, my God, it's my hard-earned money going away for something stupid, for a fucking trash disposal that should have worked for 10 years and only worked for 3, for a tire stolen off my goddamn car because of the crime out here is so bad and no one's doing anything about it, right? But at least I'm in a situation where I can handle it. I don't need to sit here and do a special fundraiser marathon. But the funny part about that is my shithead, shitbag haters will say the opposite. You see, he e-begged for this and he did that. It didn't happen, right? Yeah, 3 years ago that stuff was happening because I had no money and no credit and I was in the middle of a bankruptcy and I had no way to pay for anything. Absolutely. That was my lowest of my low in my financial life. I haven't done anything like that in 100 fucking years, but they don't want to act like that's the case. Instead, they want to act like that's forever. Just like they want to act like things I said 10, 15 years ago were things I said yesterday. And they make highlights of the negative stuff from my past and they put it out to companies to try to get me canceled and shit. This is exactly the kind of behavior that they engage in. So all I would say is don't listen to their bullshit. Don't buy into their horse shit. All right? It's that simple. This is something mundane and normal. It happens to everyone. It's not a big deal. It's not to be dwelled on forever. It's not to be memed in a stupid fucking way. I'm not asking you for a penny for it. It's just life. Shit happens. because you support my content so well during the good times, when a bad, shitty time like this happens, I can handle it. If something went horribly, horribly wrong, I will let you know.
Yeah,
but this is
I'll
just
let you know.
normal life, man. When you're an adult, and this is something that if
I'll let
you're
you know
younger,
if I do need money,
you may
though.
not understand.
You're a
But when
fucking
you're an
asshole,
adult,
dude.
And you have your own place, and you have a family, and this kind
You're
of
so
shit
dumb.
will just happen. And you gotta roll with it. You can't get upset about it. You can't get so infuriated and angry at it. You say, you know what? I've learned to live with it. It's life. Whenever you think you can do one thing, you can't. Like, I'll give you an example. My fucking dishwasher has been broken for a year now. It broke, last fall? And every single time that I think, I'm going to save up enough money to possibly get a replacement dishwasher.
Oh, dishwasher bag.
Here it comes again. Here's something else that's gone wrong, right? That I have to put the money into. It literally has happened, I'm not kidding you, 3 times in the last year. I thought I had saved up enough funds to replace my dishwasher. And every time that I'm ready, I'm like, all right, maybe we're going to go to an appliance store this week on our day off, and we'll start looking at appliances. And if we find a good one, nope, because then here we go. Here comes something that happens, and that's the end of that. You know, there's nothing you can really do. There's nothing you can really do. Home ownership, you got to deal with this kind of stuff. Living in the United States where there's crime and shit, you've got to deal with this kind of stuff. You just get to the point where you're like, well, as long as you can handle it, and as long as it's not life-crippling shit. You know, my house didn't burn down. My family is healthy. You know what I'm saying? So I got to be happy for what I got. It sucks that I had to drop so much money in the last several months on horse shit. A fucking stolen tire, an entire rim off of my car, entire wheel assembly. I mean, what the fuck? Who would have thought that would have ever happened? And I got to pay for that out of pocket. Now this going on, and I got to pay for that out of pocket, right? It's bullshit. But it's life, and you learn to roll with it. And sorry that it affected the streams. I didn't want it to affect the streams. But the bottom line is, if I didn't get this fixed right away, it would have just become a compounding problem. I would have had too much trash. I would have had to start working on heavy-duty composting. And it's like, fuck this. I need this thing. This is what everyone uses in Washington State. I need one right away, a replacement. This is how it works here. All right? So, you know, sorry that we did have to swap the streams around and that Final Fantasy was affected yesterday. Now, was it some crazy conspiracy story? No, it wasn't. It was a little entertaining to tell you the backstory of how I got scammed by a bad plumbing company, wasn't it? That was pretty entertaining, I think. But outside of that, you know, it's not a big deal, you know? And I'm just happy that at the other end of the day, I have a better unit now. It seems to be working really well. And now we move forward positively. I don't have to talk about it anymore, you know? I'm happy. So, it sucks that I had to spend the money, but that's about the only downside to it, and I'm good. There's no fucking crazy fundraiser here for it. We're good. All right? We move forward normally, you know? Hey, you want to support my content? Please do.
But
like I said, this weekend already is a slow weekend. I knew yesterday was going to be slow, and now today is absolutely going to be slow. We got one stream today. That's it. Please support if you can. But I'm not going to go crazy asking you for anything above and beyond because you guys are awesome to me already, you know? So thank you for that. And thanks for listening to the story, and I hope you found it entertaining. And I will repeat myself one more time. It's time to start calling out the crazy people on the internet. No one had any right to try to see the phone number on my fucking cell phone screen and try to contact the people on the other end of the phone. That's insanity. Please call it out when you see it. It's about time. It's time to say, no, stop your madness. Stop harassing Phil and his family.
Enough is enough.
You're nuts. Seek help. Because if more people would actually step up and say that, then these people would be fucking embarrassed. And they would realize what an embarrassment they are to humanity, and they would probably move on with their lives. But instead, you have so many enablers on the internet. Oh, yeah, every little snippet, every little piece, every little thing you can get. Let's do it. Let's be intrusive. Let's ruin people's lives. No. It's time, as an internet community, it's time to step up and stop this fucking insanity. It has to end. No more allowing people to try to actually ruin people's lives for fun and jollies. It has to stop at some point. You know, like I said, if that behavior is engaged in real life, in person, there would be restraining orders out the fucking ass and people would be arrested. But because it's online, it's all just allowed, right?
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's sick behavior. I was already going to tell you the story today.
It's not.
There's
It's
no
completely
reason
fine
to try to call, this kind of shit. I mean, how ridiculous. Look at what's happened with this car stuff. Last year, right? I had a car repair that was necessary. My car wouldn't start. I told you the basic story, gave you no details. They called every fucking car repair place in like a 5-mile radius, impersonating me, trying to get them to send them the invoice for the work.
So? Who cares?
That's not normal behavior. It shouldn't be rewarded. It shouldn't be applauded. It should be, what
normal.
the fuck is your problem?
I feel like that's normal.
You should be an outcast of society because you're a low-life scumbag trying to get private
information.
Do you guys think that's normal? People's lives.
Or no?
You should be shunned from the internet, not rewarded for your fucked up behavior. How would you like it if someone did that to you? If your everything in your life, people were trying to bore into it for no good fucking reason. What would have been the point of someone calling the plumber?
I mean, it's normal to have
but that's how messed
people
up
like that, you know?
It has to end. At some point.
I mean, you're always going to have people that take it to the extreme. That's normal. I'm being
serious about it. It's time for all of us who are logic-minded, who are like, I would not want that to happen to myself or my family member, to speak up about it. Stop this madness. This should not be allowed.
Stop this madness.
There's one difference. Okay.
Oh, that kills me, dude.
Stop this madness. Stupid on a stream. You want to make fun of Darkseid Phil because his gameplay sucks in Street Fighter 6 and he raged when he was playing, or you don't like his opinions on Zelda Tears of the Kingdom or anything like that. That's all fair game. Every day that I'm on the internet and I put content out, it's eligible to be criticized, micromanaged, even derided. But when you try to go into my private life for no reason besides I just like to fucking hurt people, that's time for people to step up and say, let's end it. Let's intervene and let's end this madness. It should not be allowed. On the internet, on YouTube, on Twitch, wherever it's happening, it should never be allowed. It should be completely stopped, and people need to call it out for the madness it is. It's not normal human behavior to be trying to hurt someone in a stalkerish mentality. It needs to be stopped. All right? Okay. Yikes. So it's really pathetic, embarrassing for the entire human race that I have to say something like that. Like, you wouldn't just know that, right?
I don't know that.
Okay.
I still don't know that.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Even after that rant.
Let's get to shout-outs.
I think I know less now.
We start today on the YouTube
I'm stupider
side of
now that I listen to that.
With Lunch Meat, who just did a super chat and says, put this towards the dishwasher pimp. Well, thank you, Lunch Meat. I appreciate that.
There you go. See?
It's funny because I've been having the conversation with both my parents and my wife about the dishwasher. And every time we're like, it's a good thing we didn't replace it because every time that I look to do it, something else happens and the money has to go to that. And at this rate, it was last fall when it broke and we were looking to have it replaced around Christmas. I mean, we'll be lucky to have it replaced by this Christmas at this rate. You know what I mean? Like, we're so used to it not being broken and not working that we might as well just accept that maybe it's cursed.
Imagine how hard he lies to her. Like, she has no idea the money he makes, dude. If she actually knew how much money he made, wow, she would probably leave him.
Maybe we're just not meant to have a dishwasher or something. I don't know. I really just don't know. It's pretty crazy. In reality, it's been this long, and things just keep happening constantly, right? So anyway, thank you, Lunch Meat, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Okay. Let's do shout outs here. We start off today with an overnight $30 tip from Game Trekker. Thank you very much, Game Trekker. He always tips for React Day. Even before Street Fighter 6 came out, he always did a tip for my React Day. And that's very much appreciated, Game Trekker. Incidentally, it's a Final Fantasy 16 animation now for a $30 tip. So thank you very much, Game Trekker. Let's get you up on the leaderboard and let's see what he has to say. Okay, Game Trekker says, React Day again, but my tip message is all about Street Fighter. The Blanca Bonanza was a stunning success. I even left a comment on part 3 with some timestamps for a moment that strikes me as a YouTube short style material. 2 things to mention. First, in case no one told you already, the reason Ken was able to OD uppercut after your perfect parry was because you can special cancel when striking a parrying opponent, just like you can on hit or block, even if it's a perfect parry. Should that be the case, it beats me. I'm just the messenger. No. Perfect parry, if you're timing something, absolutely frame perfectly. to the point where the game even rewards you by freezing the screen saying, hey, congratulations, you timed it right. Now it's your turn to strike back and get a punish on that. They shouldn't then be able to spam another move after that beats your punish attempt. It's absolutely fucking ludicrous, and it leads to situations like that where people can literally just spam shit and get away with it. In which case, why would you ever do a move ever when you parry Ken? You're literally stuck peripherally parrying and never doing anything afterward. You just are never rewarded for parrying against Ken because at any moment he'll cancel into OD Dragon Punch, right? So it should be fixed. In my opinion, that's complete horseshit. That should be changed. All right. He says, second, I feel obligated to comment when you got tilted in the last hour of your first stream because it was one of the worst moments that I've seen you do in Street Fighter 6. You were massively ahead on wins. And then, hold on. Then when you were tilted, it had you making dumb decision after dumb decision, lowering your win percentage by at least 10%. Next time that you rage, take a moment before looking for the next opponent. You're right. He's absolutely right. When I get so heated about a bullshit loss, what I should actually do is take the headphones off, take the hat and glasses if I have them on, take them off, put down the joystick, and get up and walk around for a couple minutes and talk with you guys.
You take them off anyway.
I need to do this. Starting tomorrow. I mean it. Tomorrow, if you guys see me getting tilted playing Street Fighter 6 like that, you got to call, say, Phil, take a break.
Phil, take a break.
Take a quick break. Do it now. It's for your best. Don't keep going, because if you keep going, you're going to lose. You're right. Game Checker is 1,000,000% correct. That's even what Diaphone said. You're all right.
Phil, take a break.
That is something on me when I get so upset about shit like that. Right? So, yes, absolutely 1,000,000% agree with Game Checker here. And I hope that people will help me to remember to do that moving forward, because I don't want to throw what I got going. You know, just because I lost one set to some spammy ass bullshit doesn't mean it's going to continue, and certainly doesn't mean that I should throw away all that good gameplay and lose endlessly now because I'm so upset. You know what I'm saying? 1,000,000% agree, thumbs up. Okay. I received a $1 tip. So, someone says, on your anniversary marathon stream that's coming up in August, would you consider playing a game called Only Up? I thought it would fit the theme of your success, how you've improved. It's a PC game, so you have to climb obstacles up a space. See, again, it's a PC game. The answer is no. Sorry, the answer is no. I can't do PC games. I'm not equipped for it. I'm not set up for it. If it was on consoles, I would say I would consider it.
What a loser, dude.
But since it's a PC-only game, sadly, the answer is no. It sucks, but that's just reality. Okay?
Streamer can't stream on PC. Streamer can't stream on PC.
No. Okay.
No.
I know. Listen. By the way, again, I'm gonna say something.
No, Phil.
Don't take it the wrong way. Some people in the last year have dabbled in the idea of donating me a Steam Deck.
Oh.
This would be an opportunity where, yeah, if I had a Steam Deck, I could likely find a way to hook it up to my setup.
Oh, give me a Steam Deck.
Play games like that then. You see?
Oh, give me a Steam Deck.
I'm not asking for a Steam Deck. I don't want anyone to say, "Oh, well, Phil's asking for a Steam Deck now, and I gotta sit." No.
Give me Steam Deck.
It's just an idea. If someone's looking to contribute, if you wanted to help and say that's a good idea, he could play various PC games like this from time to time that people ask him to use, or ask him to play. That would be a great use for it in my content. But it's not essential to my content. It's not needed. It's only if someone had an idea, maybe you want to do something like that. That's up to you. You know, that, but all I'm saying is people have asked, yeah, the answer is yes in a case like this. Or how about Chrono Trigger, which I wanted to play now for 2-3 years, and there's no viable console way to play it, but I heard it's on PC. So, you know, Steam Deck would solve
my bitrate is
those issues. You see?
10K.
But, again, I don't want anyone going out of their way for it.
Mine sits at 10K, okay? So.
All right, let's continue.
It seems to be okay, I think.
I got a $1 tip. Okay, it's a moron. Just ignore them.
Just a moron.
Wow. I received an incredibly generous $50 tip
there we go, baby.
From Dan the Man. Thank you so much to Dan the Man for a very, very generous tip. Now, this animation is awesome, but I finished Diablo 4 last night, so I don't know if we want to keep this animation or not. I think this animation is great. I think we should keep it, but I'll leave it to you guys to determine if you want to keep it or not. So thank you to Dan the Man.
Why would you keep the Diablo animation? You're not playing Diablo, dude.
Hey, Phil. What's going on, Dan the Man? How are you? I hope you're doing well. thank you so much for your support today. I really appreciate that. Particularly, like I said, on React days, my stream for the React is usually very, very low supported once we get to the React content. So I appreciate people supporting during the podcast today. Okay? Derek says, the last Amnesia game I played was Amnesia Rebirth in October 2020. Gotcha. You know what's funny? It doesn't feel like that long ago. It feels like it was like a year or two ago, but I guess it was almost 3 years ago. Wow. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago. Jeez. Okay. Gunner Glasses time for you guys. All right. And that is it. There we go. That's where we are for now anyway. All right. So here's the thing. It's 12:30 already. And quite honestly, I wish I could go longer on today's show. The problem is, today is React Day. And when I do React Day, I need to have ample time for the React show. We didn't even get to do Q&A or anything today, which kind of sucks. I wish I could have. But we're completely and utterly out of time. So there's not much I can do about it. All right? If I had time, I would love to sit here and field questions from you guys. You know that. But we went along with the story. So what I will say is for today... Oh, by the way, Anso Kamara says, only up is a streamer bait type of game that you really hate, but it's fun. I don't really hate those games. Like, I've played... Remember that game, what was the game where you had to climb, but the guy only had, like, one arm or something crazy like that? I can't remember what it was called. I've played games like that before in the past, many years ago, but it's just that I'm not going to sink an insane amount of time to it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to... If I want to play that, it'll be like a one-off thing or a silly thing. It's not going to be something I go crazy for. Getting over it. That's what it was called. Getting over it. There you go. Okay. All right. So, guys, thank you for watching the Level 1 podcast. It's time for us to get to the React show. I appreciate you all chilling here with me today. Thanks for listening to the story. Tomorrow, I promise you, we get back to normality. Tomorrow, we got full-time gameplay all day long. We got some Street Fighter 6. We got Endgame Zelda. We got good stuff coming tomorrow. Apologies for those here on DSP Gaming who are like, where's the gameplay? Yeah, there's nothing today.
Where's the gameplay?
Get opportunity to get caught up on everything I've done.
Tips, where are they?
And I will see you all tomorrow for the fun. Sound good? All right, guys. Thank you all. I appreciate you watching the show. I appreciate you supporting the show. And I appreciate you in general. Thank you.
I appreciate you guys in general.
For
you know what I'm saying?
Awesome streaming day.
Every one of you.
Peace out and see you then. Ooh, see you then.
Big ups, Trax.
Okay, let's get set up. Remember what's going to happen.
Peace out, North Scout.
Oh, first thing I actually need to do is I actually need to get... I didn't even get my my Xbox on or anything here. Hold on.
Big ups, Ghost.
Let me get my Xbox set up for the show and everything. Here we are.
What game is that? What's he playing now? Oh, he's playing... What? Star Trek? Homie's playing Star Trek. The hell?
Alrighty. Sorry,
What
I'm set up here. I remember what I do is I have my app sync with the TV app, and that allows me to play the videos. By the way, it's getting hot in here. I was like, oh, maybe I won't have to have the air conditioner on today. No, it's 82.
It's in German.
So there it goes. It's 82 degrees in here. Time to turn on the air conditioner. All right. Here's the playlist. Your video. Here we go. Your videos. Okay.
What the hell are we doing?
By the way, so that Hawaiian shirt from my marathon, it's in the wash. I think it's already been washed. So I can start wearing it again once I get it into my closet. And like I said, this week coming up, I'm going to see if I have time to maybe go to like a discount clothing store and see if they have any more kind of like button-down shirts, short-sleeve button-down shirts like that. Since you guys liked how I looked in that shirt during the marathon, I'll see if I can maybe get a couple more, you know, on the cheaper side. I'm not spending a lot of money, but if you want to get them for on the cheaper side and have some variety in the clothes I wear on streams rather than just t-shirts every day, I will try to do that.
Oh, that took about 15 years, huh? Okay.
Okay.
About 15 years for that?
So let's get set up now, guys.
Okay.
Here we are.
Shit, I already... If I remember to, if I do 2 streams in one day, I like to change my shirt, but sometimes I forget. But it took Phil 15 years, huh? Okay. Have some... Dude, I can't, bro. Can't make this shit up. Like, how much money do you want for that? Do you want extra money because you're putting in more effort? Like, what is the goal? Is it gonna go from like 150 to 180? Bro, what are we? Okay, okay, I'll fix the dead air. Don't worry.
All right, are we good here?
No.
I think we're set up and ready for the show, right? Derek, I know I played all the Amnesia games. Remember that year I played them like all, like back to back with the collection. So, all right, DSP Gaming Meets World. No, it's just me reacting to nutty stuff on the internet. All right, so here's what we're gonna do, guys. We're gonna go offline here on DSP Gaming. You're gonna see a pop-up on your screens that's gonna say, "Hey, head over to DSP Reacts," and we're gonna get the show started over there. All right, so I hope you'll follow me over there. I'll get that stream going in a couple of minutes, and you know, we will continue with the show. I'm curious to see what clips you guys nominated for this week for sure. And I'll see you over there in a few. Thank you all for supporting the channel. Thanks for watching. Hopefully you'll join me on DSP Reacts for DSP versus the Internet. I won't be back tonight. I'll be back tomorrow for a full day of streaming. All right, guys, thanks. Peace out. See you later. Another thing I don't want people to freak out about is the members. The members right now are super low.
Yes, I'm feeling fucking blessed. Begging for hats and glasses and a vest. Coping that the paypigs will impress. Everybody's begging me, stop spending on the WWE.
Rich vest, okay, is best. Rich vest is e-beggar best.
150
Vest,
150
best. Rich vest
for the best.
is best. Rich
150 and I put it on my chest.
okay. Vest is best. Vest is best. Okay. Vest is best.
150
Vest is best. Vest is best. Vest is best. Vest is best.
Hey guys, it's Derek here, and I wanted to apologize to Reese Robbins. I'm extremely sorry, and I wanted to tell Reese that she will always be one of my favorite porn stars to watch.
The champ is here. The champ is coming. Let me repeat that again. The champ is here. The champ is coming.
And now you're looking for things to suck.
Cumin. Oi, 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 oi. Cumin.
Hardcore.
Cumin.
And now I'm gonna masturbate.
Cumin.
They fucked me again, left and right. Pound the fuck out of these guys. Touching the guy's penis. And now you're looking for things to suck. And my ass is so fucking stretched out at this point.
Cumin.
All right, I'm good. I'm
Never
good.
tip it, never drop a gifted sub. Yeah, I'm lurking, and
I'm all
jerking,
set up.
jerking. Yeah, I'm
We're ready
busting
to
nuts.
go.
I've been stroking for so
Waiting for Phil.
long. Stroking. Little Derek starts to hurt.
I'm glad to hear that, Derek.
The champ is here.
Waiting for old Phil.
The champ
Old man
is
Phil.
coming. Let me repeat that again. The champ is here.
The RT USA mix. Well, the RT USA mix is probably
And now you're
the
looking for things to
Meerkat
suck.
mix, which is what this mix is.
Cumin.
Hardcore.
We're probably using the same Meerkat mix, which is just every single one of his
Derek, what's
songs
going on? I said I
in the
love
same
Coolman.
folder.
I'm glad to hear that, Derek.
My name's Derek. Bye.
Post-nasal drip is a constant. It keeps going. It's like a faucet that's dripping. I can't turn it off.
I know
make it stop.
RTU
Then
loves
I'm
his snort
damn,
Hogan. I know that.
Post-nasal drip is going. My sinuses are
I
inflamed.
know that.
My throat is gunked up. What is going on here? Damn. Snort, 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 code, drip, snort, snort, bitch.
There he is.
Snort, 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 code, drip.
Right on time.
Snort. I got the drip, go. Damn, I got the drip, go. I got the tips, go. Clear your throat, blow your nose. Damn, clear your throat.
And there he is.
Please tip me. Damn. Post-nasal drip is a constant. It keeps going. It's like a faucet that's dripping. Damn. Snort, 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 code, drip, snort, snort. I got the drip, go. Snort, 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 code, drip, snort, snort. I got the drip, go. 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 Can't make it stop. So what do you want me to do? Have a mute button that every second I'm tapping the mute button just in case I'm gonna have to clear? Like, this is what I mean. These dumb kids. This is what it is. It's dumb kids.
Well, why not? I play this too much, but whatever.
Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Jordy Jordan. Fat motherfucker himself.
It's probably one of my favorite tracks. Let's be real. Let's be real.
This is low T. God.
I can't even fucking do anything! What is this ugly ass nigga doing?
Let it be known, motherfuckers. Everything was right. Everything correct.
Yo, RT, you don't got this one though. I guarantee you, RT, you don't got this one. Does he? Does he play this one?
Phil did it. He masturbated. Oh, the camera's on. I need your help and support. Pledge to pay, nigga. Pledge to pay. Pledge to pay, nigga. Pledge to pay. 10 years of my hard work trying to raise funds within the next several months to pay my taxes.
I like when I think my favorite part of this song is when Dale raps. Like the 2 bars.
Everything was right, everything correct. I did nothing wrong, I did nothing wrong. Everything was right, everything correct. I did nothing wrong, I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong.
For sure.
Run that shit back. Pull out your fucking car. Yeah, I'm fucking black. Run that shit back. Grab your balls. Swivel them around. Grab your cock. Swivel them around. You're just walking around with 2 nuts swinging in a cock. And you don't even realize what you got. Go be a sheriff with cock. You serve no purpose, nigga. You're wasting time. Black spook in America. You feel me? Obsessing over another man you never met. Black crispy sweat. Beat me in a sink. Soon as I hop on way, niggas using them medics on game. Okay. It's not my fault. I see ass on my nigga. Run that shit back. This dude's on straight.
Everything was right, everything correct. I did nothing wrong, I did nothing wrong. Everything was right, everything correct. I did nothing wrong, I did nothing wrong.
Garbage gamer, Noah. Oh, he's getting doxxed. Oh god. Here we go again, dude. More doxing. Who is the better? DSP Gaming Fan put a 1 for Jax Raxor. Adam Jones put 2 for Game Trekker. Noah Sablaski. Show your support for these fine gentlemen supporting the stream. It's like one guy. Yo, Phil's getting raided by one dude. That's sad.
It's not that.
That's what happens when you don't have paid mods, bro. Yo, you either compensate your mods or make everybody a mod. You know what I'm saying? Well, he needs to. Someone like LTG should have at least like one paid mod. But you know, there's always gonna be somebody who will do it for free, dude. You know, there's always gonna be those people. So, but in my opinion, if you want quality and accountability, I mean, you should probably like pay them something. If you don't care, like if they go off and do whatever they want, then sure, take a free mod, you know. Unless it's like your friend or something, I don't know.
Got that.
My name is Richard.
I am Darkside Phil.
Oh my god! I really need to make this.
Bro, I can't even, dude. I won't even go on Facebook because I
need
don't
that money. I really do. I need that money. I'm done.
have an
Why am I poisoning?
well, I have an account, but they won't let me log into it because they want me to send them a picture of my driver's license.
Why am I toxic?
I was like, no, dude. I'm not sending Zuckerberg a picture of my driver's license, dog.
Why am I toxic?
Sorry.
Phil's a faggot. Phil's fat.
You know, who would do that?
Phil's a loser. Phil's a loser. Phil's a faggot. Phil's fat.
Oh, God.
Phil's a loser. Phil's a loser.
I just can't do it.
Louis Holmes has just been flagged by YouTube.
I just can't do it.
Yeah.
I just can't do it.
Should have changed up the
Why are you
spelling.
doing this to me?
I just can't do it.
Real talk, why? Anybody that says they have bad luck. Anybody that says they have bad luck. We made $1 and lost 1 subscriber. So you guys earn 3 minutes of commercials. I don't spill my fingers. I touch my face. Did something that's a twitch. Did something that's a twitch. Got no bitch in my blood. 0 bitch in my blood. Honestly,
Why,
straight
actually?
live in people's faces. I don't
I'm
spill
just
my
joking.
fingers.
Because you said the
That was my
thing
depression.
there. You said that thing.
That money. Pay my bills, electric bill,
Yeah.
the internet bill.
YouTube flags a lot of that. They'll like put flags on your account
Pay
because
my bills, electric bill, the
you know
internet
people will
bill.
be like, why aren't my like comments showing up and shit? Or why is my chat not showing up?
I just can't do it.
Like, why are you doing this to
You
me?
know,
I just can't do it.
like your chat will stop showing up in. You have to put it on live chat to see your chat
Why am I toxic?
if your account gets all weird.
Phil's a faggot. Phil's fat. Phil's a loser. Phil's a loser. Phil's a faggot. Phil's fat. Phil's a loser.
You know what? It's kind of reminiscent of like Reddit, where like the unpopular shit doesn't. You have to click on it to see certain comments because they're not popular. You know, if you get deemed if you get deemed unpopular, yeah, I don't know though. This is all speculation. I don't know. It's like a social, like it's like a social credit score. You know,
Pick up the new album,
I think it might be like that.
Come on. This is with the BBC.
You have the pass. Well, dude, if you didn't get your pass from Ricky Berwick, I don't. I mean, who'd you get your pass from? Because I know Ricky he's giving out passes, but I mean not to everyone. And he definitely hasn't given Phil a pass.
You play Rainbow Six Siege all day when I'm home. All day when I'm home. Every time when you more. 'Cause you shine so bright.
You know what?
Like the sun, even in the middle of the night.
This is America. Money is to be made and spent. Bend me over, and stroke my BBC. Play the fucking set. Get that
okay.
Visualize me in a bed, nigga.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there you go. I mean, you're set. You're good to go.
I'm a working motherfucker. I represent new age blacks.
You got you got the.
Please go jack off.
How are you, fat man in my home?
I'm just gonna stop
Play
there.
Rainbow Six Siege all day when I'm home. All day when I'm home. All day when I'm home. Every time when you more.
Where's Show? I just realized. Was he taking a break? He didn't say he was taking a break.
Even in the middle of the night.
We don't normally take a break in between the podcast and, well, maybe a bathroom break, I guess.
Fireman Candor, can you please?
Autism?
Shout out to Big Cheese.
Is autism considered retardation?
Jokes on men. I'm pulling back. Brandy got black.
Is that where we're going?
Kenny Bacon, Prozac, black people black. Brandy. Black people black. Brandy.
Is it like very bad?
I'm pulling back. Don't criticize what I'm doing on the screen. Food, that's just more gas tank for the love machine. For the love machine. How are you, fat man in my phone? You
Yeah, that was
play
kind of
Rainbow
funny.
Six Siege all day when I'm home.
That he scolded Anon.
Every time when you more. 'Cause you shine so bright. You look like the sun, even in the middle of the night.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just joshing anyway. I don't really care.
You look like the sun.
New album.
Not that I don't care, but you know what I mean.
Shout out Sean Franklin.
I know there's gonna be a lot of people out there calling me a bully. Well, guess what?
Oh, Dale. Oh, Dale. Dude, I thought he was going to be back by now.
Fuck you, nigga. Fuck your ass.
Liquid Richard
Is going to cause trouble.
Oh, there he
back
is.
online.
I'm the one.
Wednesdays, which
he's
is
the
when I came
one.
back from my day off, it would be Thursday, Friday, full days of gameplay, and then Saturday would be the react show. But this last month, my day off has been Thursday. So because I'm coming back on Friday, and Friday is Street Fighter Friday, it's basically a whole day of Street Fighter, then we got a react day, and we don't even get like normal playthrough stuff till Saturday, or Sunday. And admittedly, people are kind of a little upset about that,
Help your boy
because
out.
they liked having gameplay before we got to what do you call it? Gameplay. I don't, I'm a variety content creator, true, but I do, have my kind of bread and butter content is gameplay, and I think that it's kind of messed up that we're taking 2-3 days before we got to it. So, what do you think we should do? Should we move DSP versus the internet to Sundays permanently? If we do, I'm okay with that. And what that would mean is basically our special events, like day-long events, would be Saturdays. So, for
Oh,
example,
no,
you know
I
how we
forgot to
just
catch
did
up.
the DSP's summer party
Fuck
digital summer party last week, that would have been on a Saturday rather than Sunday, and the React show would have been Sunday.
Oh wait,
right?
no, never mind.
Same thing.
Oh, we changed channels.
Coming up this month, if you're not aware, there's a long form React event on DSP Reacts coming up this month, the very last weekend. It's called The Dark Side of Machinima. It's my experiences with the MCN Machinima over the years, the ups and downs, how they ran themselves into the ground. I'm going to be reacting to a full-length documentary by June the King about this topic, and then adding my own spin.
I have to listen to this real quick, so I got to mute Phil for a second.
Here. So
just like 35 seconds, I got to listen to this.
I heard you had a stroke today. Your eyeballs went in 2 different directions. Is everything all right? I'm pretty sure when you have a stroke, your eyeballs don't go in 2 completely different directions. Like, what the cartoon are you watching? But anyway, it's a verified tip, so thanks for the $2 tip. You paid $2 to say that. Lives were sold in 100-bit cheer talking about sniffing coke. I'm not going to read that either, Lives were sold. If you keep it up, I'm just going to ignore your cheers. Actual brother resale for 8 months, and I've been watching since 2010. Thanks for the fun content over the years. I really appreciate it. You are welcome, actual brother. Mango prefers it on Saturday.
Okay, sorry.
Well,
sorry.
It's a split opinion, but it does seem to me like it may make more sense. We'll think about it soon. I'll determine. It'll either be Saturday or Sunday next week, this show. I don't know yet, but we'll think about it over the week. I'll make my announcement soon, okay?
I need to listen to it
Derek is okay with Sunday.
so I can come up with the title. And I forgot what
says, how do I become a member?
the short was.
Type !point membership or !point member. One of those.
What?
Or there should be a button
What
to do it
happened?
on the channel
Oh,
somewhere.
I see. He donated?
Okay.
50? 30?
All right. Yeah, it's a join button, right? That's what it says, join. I think that's the name of the button. Most people are saying either day is good, actually. Most people don't really mind. So the way I see it is if I'm going to continue to have Thursday as my day off, then Sunday makes more sense. If I switch my day off again, then it makes sense to switch it back again, right? Right? Okay. Alrighty then. Okay. So, I'm trying to think what else I want to talk about. Oh, the only other thing I'm going to say, because we're going to start in a moment. I got to get my phone synced here, actually. But the only other thing I want to say, guys, this is my only stream for today. Okay? Why? Because tonight I have to film private React videos for my patrons for this month, which is perfectly fine, obviously. It just connected. And your channel, playlists, here we go. Ultra videos first, here we go. Cool. So anyway, yeah, this is my only stream of the day. It would be great if you could support it in some way. Liking the stream, all right? Super chats, super stickers, membership, gifted memberships, tips, all appreciated. Gifted memberships would be great because that would mean that more people would be able to nominate videos for the show moving forward. This channel literally only makes money on revenue on the streams and memberships. I don't get any revenue for the videos because the vast majority of these videos where I'm reacting to stuff get claimed by third parties. So if you could, super chats today, great. Tips, great. Memberships or gifted memberships, great. And I would appreciate any support, being this is my only stream of the day. It's not like a normal React day where we balance this with another gameplay stream. This is it for today. All right? So thank you to those who do. Excuse me. Okay. Oh yeah, Derek has a new phone. He's going to try watching on his phone today. Well, I hope it looks good for you.
Oh, he has to get a new phone every 6 months because of the viruses
All right, guys,
from
it's
all the
time
porn
to
he
start.
downloads, dude.
Actually, let me make sure this is synced.
Yes.
Okay, it appears to be synced. Cool. All right. Ladies and gents, let's get started. Let me do my little intro, and then we'll begin, shall we? Okay.
Uh-oh.
Hello, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to DSP versus the Internet, my usual Clips React show that I do once a week here on DSP React. Apologies, this week it was one day later than usual due to scheduling conflicts and circumstances. However, I'm having the discussion with the audience here on whether or not I should permanently move this show to Sundays or if Saturdays works better. Right now, I have already shifted my weekly schedule where my day off is a different day, and kind of makes sense to have more gameplay before I do a react show. Let me know your thoughts as you watch this show on demand this week. Leave comments on the videos and say, would you like this show to continue to be on a Saturday, or do you like having it live on a Sunday instead? Let me know your thoughts, all right? But in the meantime, we're going to get started here. How does the show work? Well, we're about to watch a wide variety of clips from people who are channel members here on DSP Reacts. The way it works is Ultra members, which is the highest level of member support, get their videos watched for sure once a week. And the standard members get their videos thrown into a playlist that's put on shuffle. So every week we have no clue what we're watching. There's big variety. There's interesting stuff. And I'm curious, obviously, today to see what we're about to watch. We're going to start with Ultra member submissions, and then we're going to head to standard member submissions. There'll also be some Q&A in there from people who are super members and ask questions, and I'm going to answer those as well. So it's always a great time. If you're someone who likes the concept of the show and you want to be a part of it, the best way to do that is to become a channel member today. It is the channel members who nominate these videos and pick what I watch every single week. So thank you in advance to anyone who becomes a channel member, or maybe you want to gift a member to a fellow, viewer here. That's an awesome way to contribute. Thanks in advance. I don't make any money on these videos because they're all going to get claimed. It's the memberships that keep this show viable. All right? All right, folks. Without further ado, let us go ahead and get started. Are you ready? Let's begin and see what the Ultra members had to watch this week. Let me get my handy-dandy neck phones on. And let's see what we're going to start with. I have no idea what the hell this video is. Here we go.
Hello. I was wondering if you could play that song again.
Which one, man?
The one that goes beep boop boop bop, beep boop boop beep bop bop, beep boop boop beep bop boop bop, beep boop boop beep boop bop, beep boop boop bop bop, beep boop boop beep bop bop, beep boop boop beep boop bop, beep beep boop boop bop bop, beep boop boop bop.
So, just to confirm, is this not called popping and locking?
What the
That's
fuck?
this dance style.
What's up?
Where you're moving your body almost like a marionette in a way, like you're a puppet on a string.
Yeah, why'd you
and
stop
you're
it?
Freezing your body parts in place.
Why did he stop
and then you
it?
just control certain segmented parts of your body. I think that's what it's called, popping and locking.
Why is he pig-splaining?
It almost is like stop motion animation in a way, right?
Okay.
And that was it. Well, it was a good example of popping and locking, I feel. It was not bad at all.
That was
People
it?
think That was Mr. Krabs. It was? That was Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob, apparently. I didn't even know that. Okay. Great. I just can't wait to see every Xbox Live chat room. Here we go.
Hey, bye, mommy. I love you. Oh, I love you more.
Oh, no.
Okay, bye.
Uh-oh. Oh, Nas?
Shut the fuck up, all of you.
Oh, it's that guy, dude. What's that guy's name?
You're not
Dude.
even cracked at Fortnite.
Dude, what? This is some dented shit, dude. This is some dented humor here.
So it's different archetypes. The one guy who just says F the F word a million times for no reason. Okay.
Okay, that's pretty much you.
Wrecked on this Saturday when I'm too busy getting
That's
E-wrecked.
pretty much Phil.
Well, actually, I do not think that is geographically possible.
Fuck your
because
mother,
have
you
a
know, and all
203
that.
area code as your gamer tag, implying you are probably from Connecticut. I would suggest the New Haven surrounding areas. I live in Connecticut, you fucking weirdo!
Why are you starting beef with an 11-year-old? This isn't the fucking Dr. Phil show.
I am in the 323 range.
Trevor
of
Wall.
Los
Yeah,
Angeles.
Trevor.
So to imply that you took a
Yeah.
red-eye flight last
I
night
knew his name, I
from
couldn't remember it.
Connecticut to LAX, then Uber out here, I do not believe you had coitus with my mother. Plus, she was too busy having intercourse with the neighbors.
Yeah, I did take a red eye. I flew first class so I could fuck some ass, you idiot.
I don't think you're fucking anybody's mom with a gamer tag like that.
Your mom would.
Yo, how much you want to bet?
This is literally the reason why
Phil's-
I always have chat disabled. This is interesting. When
Phil's
I
gonna
started
talk
off
about
as
how
a-
many
as a
views this
YouTuber,
guy has.
way back in the day, and I started
like,
playing.
oh, this guy has
literally
this
games
many
like
views
Call of
from
Duty and
this.
stuff, I would leave voice chat on, right? And you would literally hear this shit non-stop, right? It would just be this kind of nonsense. The funny part is, though, it didn't sound like this. It sounded more like this. I effed your mom last night. No, you gotta stop talking about my mom. Because it was always some underage kids who shouldn't even be playing like Call of Duty who would be talking like this. It was 99% of the time this is exactly what it was. Now, the thing is, the weird thing to me,
5.1 million views.
This is 2 years ago.
It was going to be like, oh,
like,
5 million views
like
for
13
this.
years ago, right? Like when Call of Duty was at its height of popularity back in the day, this was very prominent. You know, today, I have no idea. Again, I haven't turned on the voice chat of this shit in so long for good reason. Who the hell wants to hear that shit, right? Like, I just want to play my, just like, I'm like the guy who's like, I just want to play my game, man. Just leave me alone. I just want to play my game. I just want you to, you know, why won't you just leave me alone and shut up and play the game? That's me. To a T. Like, just be quiet, but they won't be quiet. They won't stop yapping. Stupid idiot. I just want to see if there's one more.
Spikehead 44. What are you, Joe Rogan's nephew?
Yeah, maybe I do know Joe Rogan. Because, you know what else I know? How to bang moms. Glitch effect? More like bitch effect.
I, for one, like that gamer tag.
Stop breathing your mic so goddamn loud. You're
all right.
out my eardrum. How
this
am I
is
supposed
good.
to listen to Slipknot after this? I can't tell you something wrong. Your microphone or this game?
Sure is a shame nobody's blasting music into their headset. Yet.
Here we go. All right. This is totally 100% correct. And no, the best one, I wonder if he'll have it. The guy who has a fan blowing into his headset that sounds like he's in a wind tunnel. Do they have that one? There's got to have that one. The answering the phone guy, the entrepreneur, the guy who has his TV. I guess technically, the guy who has his TV on, that's one. But to me, it was always the guy who has a fan on and doesn't realize it sounds like you're fucking have a industrial strength fan or tornado blowing into the fucking mic. That's the most annoying one to me. All right, that was pretty good. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing. That was pretty good. It, you know, dead on hits all, it's hitting the archetypes, right? The archetypes of the different kinds of stuff that happens when you try to use voice chat online. That's why I don't. Like, literally, this is the dead on reason why I stopped using it. You want to play a game, you're trying to get competitive or at least win. And it's like, how can I concentrate on anything with all this fucking bullshit going on with these idiots? So that's why I stopped. Okay.
Great British Bake Off is good show.
Uncle Roger,
every time they move
again.
away from making Western cake, they always mess up. Hiya. And today we review Great British Bake Off Mexican Week. Uncle Roger don't have good feeling about this.
I don't know. Wait a minute. I gotta think about this. The Great British Bake Off Mexican Week. Bake Off. Doesn't that mean that they're making cakes and stuff? Why do they have a Mexican food week? It has nothing to do with baking cakes. It doesn't make any sense at all. Why would they even be seen as authorities on that? That doesn't make sense to me. Looks like he has a special guest for this one.
Good feeling about this either. Is this actually the first frame?
Yeah, minute 0.
Oh my goodness.
Take a deep breath, Uncle Joshua. It's all gonna be okay.
Oh, we've seen this guy before. We've watched some of his
Hello,
videos.
viewer.
The Joshua guy.
Hello,
Yeah,
Noel.
we've seen it.
Are you excited for Mexican
What
Week?
the fuck is
really
this?
excited. Although I don't feel like we should make Mexican jokes because
Not
people
Uncle
get
Roger,
upset.
dude.
Oh, no Mexican jokes at
Uncle
all.
Roger.
I don't think so.
What, not even one?
Uncle Roger.
Not
I
even
can't even do
one.
Uncle Roger. I
What
literally
the
can't even
fuck
do his
is
voice.
wrong?
There's no way.
I can't do his fake ass like
This was the
Asian
pizza
accent.
guy. This is the guy who made the
To be
pizzas.
approved to go
Okay,
on
this is the guy who
television.
made the different pizzas. Right.
It's so
And
bad that I
okay.
can't do it.
That's why, right? He's another food YouTuber.
Television is a lot of work. You got to go through barriers.
This is British comedy. They love the pun. The pun's
They
so
love
funny,
the
so
pun.
humorous.
It's so.
I die
Oh man,
laughing.
yeah, maybe I can do
I
it.
dead now.
You know,
I'm dead
I
now.
like dry humor. This humor is just
Drier than my ex-wife.
While the bakers practice their signatures, they haven't a clue what
Oh
they'll
my
be asked
God.
to make. In today's
I have to just
Mexican
hear it more,
technical.
and then I can do it
Bakers,
better.
it's time for your technical challenge.
Why have
So,
bakers making
Paul,
Mexican
any
food?
words of
The
advice?
premise makes no
I always
sense.
wish- I always
it's
wanted
a
to be like a
baking
voice
show,
actor
but you
or
have them
something,
making
you know?
Mexican
I
food.
don't
What the
know.
fuck?
I thought that'd be cool ass job.
You jumped the shark. Why is this on the show? It doesn't make any sense to me at all.
You've got to get your flavor combinations right and
Like
your
some Mark
textures.
Hamill shit.
Yeah, but that every food, that every dish, you need to get flavor right and your texture right.
That's like when you get
Did
in the
somebody
car, you
drop
have to
gifts?
start it
I don't
before you
know.
go.
Yeah, when you take a shit, you have to wipe yourself and then wash your hand. Useless information.
For some people, that's optional.
They do that. They do that all the time on these reality shows. They always like pepper you with useless
I don't see
information.
anyone.
Like, actually, my wife and I are watching one right now, and it's like every episode they feel the need to repeatedly repeat the prize of the show. But if you watched any of the episodes up to then, you know the prize. So why every episode do they keep repeating it 5 times during the show that this is the prize at the end?
Yo,
well, you know what it is. This is episode 7 of the season. It's not episode 1. We don't need to be told the prize 17, 18 times a show.
Depending on where you are.
Remind me not to shake Uncle Joshua's hand.
I didn't say I didn't. I mean,
Emotional day.
Tacos, right?
First off, that's redundant. Mexican tacos. What? Why would you say Italian spaghetti? It's also not baked.
Exactly, they're not baked. This
Oh,
is
this
a
is
complete
gonna
waste
be
of time.
interesting.
Everybody good? Everybody good?
This is the
Keep your
intent of the
arms
show
inside
to
the
make a
ride at
disaster
all
episode on
times.
purpose. Like, they know that people will not do well
Keep your
because it's a
arms and
baking
legs
show. But they got
inside
them
the
freaking
vehicle.
making Mexican food. It's the stupidest thing. Here, let's fast forward to them actually like making the food.
You know what I mean?
Steak.
Steak, okay.
Steaks?
Would you eat that like that?
Never.
I'm not really a raw bloody.
You know
What kind of
what-
question is
you
that?
know what I
Would you
say?
eat that like that?
You know what I
it's
say?
a raw piece of meat. Do you go to the grocery store and just point at a package of meat? Would you eat it like that?
They have to
Do
fill
you know what I
time.
say?
It's hour-long show.
Exactly, it's an hour-long show.
I
They have
do
to fill
like
time
his
with
shirt.
bullshit.
You like his shirt? Do you know who this guy is?
Well, anyway, I was
The
saying,
guy
like,
next to is pretty
I feel like
attractive. Strong jawline.
Don't fall in love with that guy.
I feel
Look
like
at the food. Sorry, Kate.
That's my feeling.
Stop looking at that guy. Look at the food. You're married,
Does she know you
asshole.
look at guy online? Where you meet Kate Grindr? Are you on Grindr?
She questions sometimes, you know.
Phil can't make these jokes, dude.
Tell you what spices
Phil
and
can't,
herbs to use, but
dude.
they
Phil
don't
can't get away with
say
these
how much.
Ground
these
cumin, smoked paprika,
sexually
dried
charged
oregano.
jokes here.
Like a
Oregano? Oregano? Like the state of Oregon? Dried oregano? Yes.
Oregano. Uncle Roger think that too many different spices. It's supposed to be simple.
I mean, I guess for seasoning the meat, a lot of the time it's like salt, pepper, and like a few spices and lime juice, and you could call it a day. But
That's I am flinging things into
That's a lot of
bowl with
spices,
gay
it's true.
abandon.
It's like a crazy
And
spice
totally
combination.
Gay abandon.
oh,
Dangerous.
that's a British thing.
Yeah.
If you say that in America, people will be really confused. I understand the words. It's just like, for some reason, when you say it in like an American accent, hey guys, I'm gonna go down to the street and do something with gay abandon. Goodbye. You know. it's just-
Yeah, we're gonna go, who is Brandon? Who Brandon? And why is he gay?
Gay Brandon. Gay Brandon.
Uncle Josh, I would like to have word with you,
Dude,
Brandon.
what are we doing right
What's
now?
with all the gay jokes?
What is this?
Man, they're constantly making gay jokes.
Uncle
What the
Chili Powder,
hell?
okay?
Just hope my chili is not too hot.
Yo, the guy is gay. What do you
I'm gonna
mean?
sneeze in a sec.
You can't really.
I'm gonna sneeze in a sec, then she put her nose into it. I wonder why.
taste this.
Why not?
Well, he's gay. So that's why he's allowed to make those jokes, Phil.
Mexican, innit?
That does
He's
not
allowed
sound
to.
good. That sounds so derogatory. It's like, it's hot, might as well be Mexican, isn't it? It's like the most English thing I could ever hear.
Well, fast forward. We'll do a little bit more, but let's just fast forward a little further in to actually see them making the food.
Smooth and chunky.
Why do you say it like that?
You're looking for smooth and chunky. That's the best way. This is good. Smooth and chunky.
More gay jokes. They keep thinking gay jokes. They
on.
can't stop
Why did
making
he say
gay
it like
jokes.
that? He didn't have to
Oh
say
my
it like
God.
that. He was he's a smooth and chunky.
Uncle Joshua, every
Phil,
video
this does
you
not
make
mean that
on your
you're allowed
channel,
to make
you always
these-
start
make
with
these jokes,
opening
dude.
the cabinet, correct?
Yeah.
I thought you would come out the
This
closet
doesn't
by
mean
now.
that you're just because he's saying that doesn't mean you're allowed to say that, Phil.
Refried beans looks like.
Just to make this clear.
Yeah, if you had no idea what refried beans
Oh, what the hell? She did nothing. What the fuck? Not even close. Refried
like.
beans,
Yeah,
huh?
that's exactly what they look like.
If you're blind, then yes, this is what refried bean looks like.
Bakers, you have half an hour left.
Make the tortillas, divide the residue
Britain?
into
Who's
equal
Britain?
balls.
Flatten using
Great
the
Britain?
lid.
Like the
to
Redcoats,
tackle
dude? Dude, I don't want the redcoats in here either, dude.
Why don't they give them tortilla press? Tortilla press is like Mexican version of rice cooker. Everybody have one?
I have 3.
They give them all the fancy shit, the KitchenAid,
Think of everything
the
but no
fancy
press.
fridge, everything, but can't give them tortilla press.
At this point, I don't think there's a single importer in all of UK that imports tortilla presses.
If you're Mexican, don't move to UK. This is what they do into your food.
No, again, this is it's a blatant
Red coat.
setup.
Big
It's
ups,
a
Red
blatant
coat.
attempt for them to have an
Yeah, I know.
episode that's a
I know you're Red
disaster
coat.
episode where they're set up to fuck
I was
up.
kidding, bro.
You know what I mean?
You know,
Like,
I love
it's done on
everybody.
purpose. It's really stupid that they actually do that. All right, that's enough of that. We watched a little bit of Uncle Roger. I think we've had our fill of Uncle Roger for a while. Let's continue.
Except Phil. I don't like
I once
love Phil.
walked into a car dealership.
I don't
and there
love
was a
Phil, I
Lamborghini
detest
and there was
Phil.
a Ferrari. And
That's
I
a-
looked at
that's
the
a good
Lamborghini
word.
and the Ferrari and I couldn't decide.
Yeah, and this guy's
which car
tatted
to
up.
buy.
The fuck?
So I bought both of them. I bought the red Ferrari and the yellow.
This guy's a
Lamborghini.
red coat, right?
And now I don't even have matching
I can't tell. I don't know
shoelaces.
what kind of
don't
accent he
give a
has.
Shit.
That might be like
Who
Australian.
is
And
this
I
guy?
can't tell.
My name is Tim.
An ex-loan shark turned animal activist.
What?
So he used to be filthy rich being a loan shark, which is probably not exactly a legal
What is
profession.
this?
And now he's
Is that true?
an
Do
animal activist?
Europeans
All right.
hate Europeans
name
hate
is
Phil
Sharky.
especially?
An ex-loan shark from the Gold Coast, Australia.
I mean,
All right.
yeah, I mean, I could kind of see that.
Pattaya, Thailand.
There are
it is
quite a bit. Quite a
Oh,
few.
what an upgrade of profession, let me tell you. He's also an animal rights activist.
Yo, I would not want this guy coming after me, dude.
He's wearing boots.
Hell no.
Why are the street dogs such a big part of my life? It's because
he's
they
Australian, dude, for
need
sure, right?
someone, and they have chosen me.
Yeah, he sounds Australian
to
now.
represent them, and now that's what
Yeah.
I feel my purpose
Street
is to
doggos.
represent
They're
them
just
and
wild dogs that
to
live in
bring
the streets,
attention
huh?
to them
No one
because
owns
they
them.
can't speak. They don't have
Yeah, you can hear it.
200,000 followers on Facebook. They can't come out and speak and say, "Hey, we need your help,"
Or-
but I can.
or South African,
Usually
right?
the pups get run over because they just
Australian,
don't have
though.
any street sense, you know. They-
Yeah.
Like I seen one run over in the driveway out there. It was completely squashed. I was going to move it, but I thought, no, I'll leave it just so people can see, and maybe it's dead anyway, so moving it wasn't going to help it. So I left it there so people would
He sounds-
see
yeah,
it. Hopefully,
maybe.
it'd make them sense some kind of remorse to what actually happens to these things. You know what actually
New
happens to
Zealand,
these.
yeah, it's I
little
see. I don't know,
guys.
dude. Now I'm like, I
Someone
don't
just
know.
asked me, is this a new concept to you? Homeless
100%
dogs
Australian?
are a thing.
Okay.
Yes,
Well.
they are. But in the
Ghost is
United
pretty
States,
sure.
at least, it's the place that I lived, it's an exception. If you see a stray dog walking down the street with no collar, you feel bad. You might want to rescue that dog, take it in, see if it has an owner, or
What if it was a baby,
shelter or
dude?
something. You don't want to see a dog out there. These are domesticated dogs. These are not wild.
What about a
hounds
person, Phil?
living out in the woods? They're not wolves.
Would you
These
feel
are
the same way
dogs
about a
that
person?
Are supposed to be have owners that are human that take care of them. They're not supposed to be living out in the wild, like
Do
you
I
just
think
said.
animals
As
are
pups,
treated
usually they get
bad?
hit.
Yes.
They're not meant to
Now,
be wild
down
dogs
the
on the
beach
street.
here in Pattaya, there are hundreds of hookers selling their pussy on the beach. I have actually had hookers say to me, "Sokapok," when I walk with the dog, which is dirty. You're dirty. You're walking with a dog. It's like, hey, bitch, I'm not sucking cock for a living. Sure, I walk with a dog and I feed with a dog. You're sucking cock for a living, but they don't get that. They look at the dogs as being dirty creatures.
Yo, this is why
Probably
they
the
submitted
lowest
this.
form of
Wow.
life.
This is why they submitted this.
Personally, I don't think of a dog as a dirty creature. I mean, a
This
dog's
is
not
why
as
they
cleanly
submitted
as
it,
like a
dude.
cat. Cats are very cleanly creatures, just naturally.
they're so
They clean
dented,
all the
dude.
time. But I don't think that dogs are necessarily dirty creatures. I mean, it really depends on its environment, its upkeep. Does someone take care of it? That really determines how cleanly
why
a
did you
dog
submit
is.
this
They're not
video?
filthy animals,
Like,
right?
what was your purpose of submitting this? Like, why did you want everybody to see this video?
What advice would I
What's your
give
purpose here?
to a man coming to Pattaya to find love? I don't really.
All right,
believe-
that's enough of this. I thought it was supposed to be about an animal activist. I was going to talk about being a pimp. I don't need to hear about the life of a pimp.
Big
I've had
thanks to
enough
this
of
video
that.
sponsor, Dollar Shave Club. Head on over to Dollar Shave
I
Club.
don't care about Dollar Shave Club. Skip that.
Hey everyone, Gaijin and Goomba here. And so not that long ago I asked you guys
Who
what
the
sort
fuck
of
is
animated
this?
shows you want me to cover for a future
That
video.
was an intentional
And the
voice
answer
crack. I
was
do it on
all-
purpose for effect.
Samurai Jack is no
Mind you.
samurai. Here's why
Not
that's
like
awesome
Phil.
from Gaijin and his animated version of himself, who's obviously him.
almost unanimous.
Okay, my
Jack.
history with Samurai Jack, when it was a new show, I watched some of it, and at that time, that art style was actually quite innovative for a show like that. Like, you didn't see that style of art in American cartoons or anything at that time period, because it was, early 2000s when it first, debuted? And then Samurai
I've
Jack
never
had
seen
various
that guy
iterations.
before.
Remember, like, got revived at one point and came back and had an ending.
Goomba the
after having,
Chupa
this
Dumpa.
giant cliffhanger for years and years or whatever. But I never really watched it that much. I always liked it. When I watched it, I enjoyed it. But I never, you know what it was? I never knew when it was on. So if I watched it, it was like I randomly caught it on Cartoon Network. So it would be like, I have no idea what episode this is, where this is in the continuity of the story. I would just watch a random episode and be like, oh, that's kind of interesting. But then not understand what the hell was going on. And that's one of the problems with a show like this. It's a cartoon show, but it is definitely has a continuous plot line. And if you jump in the middle, you have no clue what's going on. And you just end up being so confused you scratch your head, right? But I personally, I enjoyed it. I would maybe like to actually watch it from start to finish one day.
I mean, what can you say that hasn't already been said? Samurai Jack is absolutely amazing.
Just look at that art
the
style
story,
for the
while
time. It was
simple
so
and episodic,
unique.
was exceptionally well written, giving us not only an action-packed epic, but deep, sometimes dark arcs into character
Yeah.
development. But it wasn't completely without comedy. And speaking of the characters, no matter how big or small, all of them were memorable.
I mean, it's
Each
not
design,
completely
voice,
unique,
and personality
but, I
was
mean,
more distinct than
it's-
those that came before them. Case in point,
I
in the
mean,
last episode
whatever,
at the time
kinda.
of writing this script, we were reintroduced to one of the earliest characters introduced in the series, the Woolies. And even though they're disguised and have been absent from the story for years, they were instantly recognizable. And geez, have you seen
Yeah,
this
people love that show.
Something in my office is making an annoying noise.
Yeah, I know what it
I was looking
is.
into this during the break. It's
Yeah,
really
yeah,
bothering
it's
me.
right now. It's
Anyway,
happening.
I want to turn
It's
my
happening
air
right
conditioner a
now.
little bit
What's that noise? Oh, it's you. It's you.
lower.
You're talking.
It's like getting very
That's
cold
what it
in
is.
here. Okay, so this was 6 years ago. Because isn't it true that they revived the series to have an ending, and then now it's done? So this was before the actual ending was written for the show, I guess, right?
Art style? The color theory, the harsh, jagged edges and points. There's a reason Genndy Tartakovsky is an animation legend.
Yeah.
What he does
Look at the
visually
art.
with atmosphere and design is something nigh impossible to replicate.
Personally, it was a show that defined my childhood, an
There you go,
action-packed
there you
series
go.
that showed me that you can tell an amazing story with very few words.
Not to mention it's been getting its own fair share of memes lately.
Oh, claim incoming, Phil.
So we sat down and
Oh,
pondered,
you-
what could we talk about? I mean, there was a lot to consider. There's the beautiful, globally inclusive introduction of the series where we see Jack literally traveling the world, training under different teachers. China, Arabia, Central Africa,
Oh, I didn't even know this.
Egypt,
I never saw this
Greece,
episode.
England, Northern Europe, Russia, Mongolia, Tibet. It was absolutely astonishing seeing how many cultures were represented in just the first episode.
But then there's the individual characters themselves. I mean, you could go so far as to say that Aku, real original name by the way, was little more than a walking, talking Hanya mask. Fitting considering the mask was used to personify obsessive, jealous characters in no drama, and Aku is nothing if not obsessive and dramatic.
I'm not even kidding you. That's the first time I realized that. He's a Hanya mask. I never put my finger on it until you just said it right now. He's right.
Yo.
So, okay, Derek is saying the original show was in the early 2000s, ended in 2004. It was revived in 2017, and that's when this video was made. So that's when he's talking about the revival here. Okay.
But despite all these ideas,
Yo, the
we were
first
cobbling
thing that
together,
Phil
there was
complained
just
about
one thing that
the
we
new
couldn't
Ninja
escape.
Turtles is that they changed everyone's ethnicity.
Samurai Jack.
Literally, his first complaint about it
Jack isn't a
was
samurai.
that they changed everyone's
yes, we all see
ethnicity.
you angrily sitting in your chairs, ready to pounce on us in the comments section. But by
Oh, man.
saying Jack isn't a samurai by no means makes him less of a hero or less of a character. In fact, it actually makes him a better character than if he was.
Exactly. We in the West have this romanticized concept of what a samurai is. I mean, when you hear the word samurai, the first things a lot of people think about is righteousness and honor.
We'll never defeat the side of righteousness.
Well, bad news, guys, because real
Is that voice actor? Who is it? Who's his voice actor?
samurai were neither
Very
of those
familiar.
things. Samurai
I want to
had
say
one
Phil Lamar, but I don't think it is Phil Lamar. It's someone else.
job in life.
Yeah, he
serving a master.
even sang a
And
whole
the
song
honor that
about
the
how they
samurai
changed
had was their
Velma's
loyalty
ethnicity.
to their master. Jack, on the
It
other
was
hand,
funny, it was like-
has no master. I mean, he has a quest,
How did it
but
go? It was like-
samurai don't really quest. They simply do what their master tells them to do.
It is Phil Lamar?
Something
Hit it
about-
on the head. Dude, Phil Lamar is such an amazing voice actor.
Why would
He's
they
done
make
so
Velma
many, like,
Indian?
notable,
Or
noteworthy,
something like that. It
memorable
went something like
animated
that. It was a
characters
nice
over the years.
tune.
The one I know him the most as, Green Lantern.
It was a
in
very nice tune.
Justice League and Justice League Unlimited cartoons. But he's done so many voices and so many different things. That's why every time I hear it, I notice him. So he's Samurai Jack. Okay.
Whether it means to fight and kill for their lord, or die because their lord ordered them to. The level of devotion that true samurai had to their lords was immeasurably deep, to the point that they would kill their own family to retain their trust and so-called honor. And yeah, this actually did happen, and it was done by one of Japan's most respectable heroes of Bushido, Ieyasu Tokugawa. In 1579, Ieyasu's wife and eldest son Matsudaira Nobuyasu were accused of working with one of their master Nobunaga's greatest enemies at the time,
Whoa.
the Takeda clan. The conspiracy was that Tokugawa's family was tipping off the Takeda in hopes of assassinating Nobunaga. And in a show of good faith that Tokugawa was loyal to his lord, he had his
ninja
wife
lore.
executed and his son commit seppuku.
Jeez.
Could you imagine how boring of a character
Holy
Samurai
shit.
Jack would be if he were actually a samurai?
Yo, peace
At
out,
best,
family.
We'd spend 20 minutes watching Jack simply doing what he was told by someone else, and at worst, we'd probably spend the majority of the series watching Jack wrestle with himself whether or not he could serve his lord. We certainly wouldn't
Son,
be
I'm
seeing
gonna
much
need you
in
to
the
kill
way
yourself.
of the beautiful
Thank you.
landscape or insanely creative characters that made the series so remarkable.
But that's not the only thing about Jack that prevents him from being a true
Yo, it brings
samurai.
new meaning to the word
In season
to the
5,
phrase
we
"kill
discover
yourself."
that Jack has had a lifelong inability and even fear about killing another human being, whether it be because of childhood trauma or his own moral
Yo,
code.
KYS,
Jack
son,
up until now has
KYS.
completely lacked the one thing a samurai was supposed to be able to do.
The samurai's blade was at the whim of his or her master, whether it be daimyo landowner, battlefield general, or even the emperor himself. The samurai was an instrument of their master's will through combat and the death of their enemies. And sadly, all too often, their master's will wasn't one of high moral code.
Right.
I mean, think about this. During his campaign to unify Japan,
Bushido
Oda
code.
Nobunaga told his samurai warriors to commit
Yes.
genocide
The
against
code of
every
the
man,
samurai.
woman, and child, not only
I
of
know
the
all about
families
that,
of
dude. I
Iga in
watched Ghost Dog.
1581, but the towns and villages that bordered the Buddhist temple of Indakuji in 1571. What kind of honor is it to cut down women and children?
I'm all
What
about that
kind of
Forrest
honor is it
Whitaker.
to commit
That
arson
Forrest
against
Whitaker
an entire
ninja life,
village?
son.
Excuse me. So the point he's making here is that
What
Samurai
you know
Jack
about
is a
that?
great protagonist. He's a guy with a moral code, and he's a great hero, but he's not a samurai. Because in reality, samurais weren't really moral. They just did what they were told. They were instruments
Ghost
of
Dog?
their master. And
No?
because of that, it wouldn't make sense
Nobody?
for him to even be an accurate samurai, because then he couldn't be a good hero for the show. That makes sense? Okay. Everyone, that is the first part of DSP versus the Internet for
Wow.
this week. This is
If you
July
like-
9th, 2023
Oh,
show,
okay,
by the
okay.
way. I believe this is episode... Jeez,
All
I
right,
want to say
good.
this is like episode
Good,
21.
thank God,
No,
thank God.
I think it is episode 21. I
Somebody-
can't remember.
somebody's seen
But
it.
anyway, thank you for watching. Remember, if you want to be a part of the fun, if you become an Ultra member, you're guaranteed to get your video watched every week for 4 weeks in a row. Or if you're a standard member, you have a chance to get watched by putting it into a playlist that gets put on random select. So please consider becoming a member today. Thank you for watching part 1. There's many more parts coming on the show. I'll see you then.
Why?
I apologize, guys. My allergy started to act up, and
Earlier
my
this year,
throat
that's
started to
cool.
fill up. I was like, ugh, God, I gotta start clearing it now, which really sucks.
Yeah, my aunt put me onto that
This is
movie when
episode
I was
21.
like a
Thank you,
kid,
Derek,
dude.
for confirming that. All right, I have a few
That's probably why I'm
shout-outs
so
to do.
messed up
First of all,
today.
Bloomkit did a super chat. Said, any upcoming movie reviews? Yes, I'm reviewing the Super Mario Brothers movie this week. The review should probably be coming out Tuesday or Wednesday night. One of those nights this week. Super Mario Brothers movie will be reviewed here on DSP Reacts. Arkham has done a super chat. Thank you to Arkham for the super chat. I appreciate that. I wonder if Arkham figured out how to become a member because he was asking. And thank you to Guitar Player, who just re-upped his membership for 4 months in a row. Thank you for the 4 months to support Guitar Player. And thank you to Pausen, who just re-upped their membership for 2 months in a row. Thank you for Pausen for the 2 months of support. In addition to that, I received a $20 tip from 1 Minute Man. Thank you so much, 1 Minute Man, for your daily support of my content here on YouTube, no matter where it is or what I'm doing. Because of that, we have hit the $100 goal for this stream, which is excellent because, of course, this is my only stream for the day. So I do appreciate the fact that you guys supported the stream today and allowed me to hit my hat goal for the day.
Hat goal.
So let's go ahead and update the leaderboard,
Hat
and
goal.
you guys will vote on a hat that I will then wear for the later parts of the show. So let's get a poll going here, shall we? So, which hat is React best? Would it be... Let's do wild hats today. We haven't done it in a long time. Let's do the Bender hat. Let's do... Let's see here. What's a wild one?
Oh, it's going to be Bender, dude. It's Bender.
Oh, the beret. We haven't done that in a while.
Bender all the way.
We'll do the Pikachu hat.
I already know.
And we'll do the Viking hat. That's a good one. Thank you for saying Viking. I forgot about the Viking hat. There you go. So Bender hat, beret, Pikachu hat, or Viking hat. You guys vote on what you want to see for the rest of the show. You guys vote, and we'll do a half an hour part. After that half an hour part, we'll determine what won the poll, and that'll be what we continue with. Okay? All right, you guys ready? Let's continue. I know Futurama is returning, Derek. I heard about it. Okay. Okay, let's go. Hello, everyone. Phil here, and welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, episode 21 for July 9th, 2023. I hope that all of you are enjoying the show so far today. Thanks to those live and supporting it, and also those who are watching on demand. Remember, becoming a channel member is how you can submit clips for this show that we do every single week. Without further ado, let's continue on with the Ultra member submissions for the week. Let's see what's next. This is what it sounds like dialing into, like, America Online or one of the dial-up internet services back in the day. This is also what it sounds like when you do a fax and you're listening to the line. Yikes, that's obnoxious. Holy shit. I heard this all the time back in the day.
1 year.
Wow, that was it. So, viral TikToks. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Here we go. Viral TikToks. Ready?
Without
Is this Phil?
or 1 year.
Yo, I bet you Phil's TikTok.
Duh!
Tell me Phil's got a TikTok in here.
I'm about to end this man's whole career.
The homeless situation in California is freaking ridiculous, right?
So I think right now in the U.S. there are about 600,000 homeless people in the U.S.
What? Well, no, there's more than 600,000 homeless people in America. No, it's more than that. It's in the millions, guy.
That's not
What's
what
with his voice?
Meta-analysis says, but...
Meta-analysis? Okay, so what's your source that you say that there's only 600,000? What source is that? Okay, hey Siri, what's the homeless population in the United States of America?
There were about 567,750 homeless people living in the United States.
He got crushed. He got crushed. The homeless guy screamed it.
When you go to bed with that person, you're not just going to bed with that person, you're going to bed with every other person that person has ever gone to bed with before in their life.
I'm not even kidding you. I think I saw this video. I swear to God, I think I saw this video in school. I remember that quote. I absolutely word for word remember hearing that quote. I went to Catholic school, so I don't know where this video is from, but that absolutely rings true, like for something I was told when I was a kid. I swear to God.
What if I want to have sex before I get married?
Well, I guess you just have to be prepared to die.
Well, prepare to die, boys. You're going to hell and your dick's falling off and you're going to die. Yo, that's great. That's really good.
Pick them up. We're selling them off for profit.
One of the worst performances of my career, and they never doubted it for a second.
You want to know how I know this is false, and that anybody who ever says they experienced this is lying? This is me in 2016 and parts of 2017. I wore this damn hat every single day to class. I was taking a class called Peace and Social Justice Studies. Basically, I submitted a Fox News version of a research paper about reverse racism. Because, you know, I was part of a cult. Somehow believed that was a thing. But anyway, I submitted this paper. And he said, while he disagrees with me, I completed every criteria of the paper. And therefore, I got full credit. So please, don't tell me you experienced this. That you somehow have to lie. Because then I will call you a liar.
I don't get it. I don't understand, because I don't know what he was calling out. The guy was saying that he pretended to be a liberal to pass his classes, and he says, well, I pretended to be a Republican and I passed my classes. Yeah, but if you both hit the criteria to pass the classes, you would still pass. So neither of them proved any point. They're both idiots.
Yeah, this is, I think this is...
But then again, that's on TikTok, so yeah.
I think that's the purpose of
That's
this
pretty par for the
submission.
course, I guess. Okay.
There's so much shit in here that can trigger Phil. It's basically like guaranteed to trigger him.
She acted like she was ignoring my ass, but that's okay. Have a real good day. I might see her ass in a dark alleyway. That's right, you heard it, cause I said it. And later on tonight, somebody about to regret it.
What the fuck? Yo, he's rapping about assaulting the woman who walked by. Dude, what the fuck? Call the police.
Why?
He's literally...
He didn't do
like,
anything.
what the hell, dude?
He didn't do
that
anything.
ain't funny. That's fucked up.
Call the police on what? He didn't do nothing. The fuck?
Great.
He's just sitting there.
Oh,
He can say
all
whatever
right.
he wants, right?
Can I be honest here, guys? All right, I get it. People like the fact that by submitting these kind of clips,
I just
get
have to be
I
an
talk about
I have to be an
politics, which I never
antagonist.
do
I have
on
to
my
be like
streams. I'm gonna lay down
an
the law.
antagonist to whatever
This
Phil
is the last
says.
week for it. If I see Vosh again next week, I'm skipping it.
Dude,
I don't even
fuck
care if it's
Vosh,
from a
bro.
I have no obligation to react to political shit because you're trying to goad me into stuff. This is it. I'm not doing it again after this week. This will be the last time.
Bro,
all right?
Vosh
After
is
this,
garbage.
I've had enough of this guy. In fact, I don't even
I've
want to see
never-
this guy's face for a long time.
Right?
I've had enough of it.
I've never even seen this guy.
His face is very offensive to me.
I'm in agreement with Phil here, I think. I don't like this guy's face, dude.
Oh my god, is that fucking, what's his name? Is that Destiny? So you got two
I don't-
ultra-liberal guys
I don't like either of these guys'
here
faces.
that are going to do commentary. Gee, I wonder if the commentary will be liberal.
I don't like Destiny either. I don't
Right?
know. I just don't vibe with him, bro.
So,
It's like
in all
these dudes are all the same,
they're
bro.
being
Like,
treated fairly. No. These studies account
I
for
don't know,
every
dude.
conceivable socioeconomic confound that is typically used as a means of obfuscating the truth of the matter.
Blacks tend to have more warrants than whites do, so thus you would
yeah, I don't know. I don't like his vibe, dude.
There was still a disproportionate rate of certain
My ex used to love Destiny. Like, she would just sit in Destiny's chat like all the time. I'm like, dude, I'm not. I can't even listen to him, bro.
Is when someone is pulled over and they have a warrant, this will necessitate an arrest, which then necessitates a search. These were warrants.
I'm sorry, regarding this data set, did you just imagine a correlative factor that you imagine disproves the data?
I mean, this is something that everyone knows that New York used to be more dangerous.
I love the fact that you're citing the highest crime rate and one of the largest analyses of over 100 million stops in the United States show that black people
Yeah, pretty
are
much.
less likely to be racially profiled after dark, when it's harder to determine if there's a white person or a black person driving the car. I thought that was very interesting. Over 100
Pretty
million
much,
stops
yeah.
now.
Yeah, I mean, it's also harder to see things like what are common.
More or less.
I can't even make this out. I can't even make out, like, I don't even know what to say because I can't make out what they're really, I mean, I guess they're talking about if black people get stopped by a cop, is it racial
What the
profiling or something?
fuck?
But they're talking too fast and the points are like all over the place and I can't even make out what it is. So
Phil's brain
I would
is-
like to comment on it, but I can't even understand.
Yeah,
You know what I
Phil's-
mean? I feel like this is a bad clip.
Hey,
like if this
you
were,
know,
if this
sometimes-
clip were taken better or were better.
sometimes,
in
Phil,
context
you gotta
to the
call it how you
overall
see it.
discussion, then I would understand it.
You
But I
know?
can't even like understand it.
You gotta admit defeat sometimes.
Right? It's even hard to hear. I
give
agree.
it to you,
It's
Phil.
actually really hard to hear it. Like I upped my volume, and it's just like
I believe him. I believe him, dude.
Like, huh?
He can't understand any of this
So
shit, dude.
sadly, it's just not a very good clip. All right, and I'll
Yeah.
say this:
It's too-
okay, I
it
get
requires too much
3
brain
weeks in a
power for
row,
Phil, dude.
You're trying to get me to talk about politics. Good for
You can't-
you. I
can't
don't
do
want
it,
to do it
dude.
next week. So if I see a Vosh clip, if I see
No,
a
he is
Destiny clip
dumb,
talking
though.
about politics,
He's just
I'm skipping it. I
impatient
don't
and
care.
dumb.
I'm giving everyone. I'm laying down the law
He
now.
doesn't-
You know, the whole point is that's supposed to be a variety clip show, not a
All
show where Phil
Phil's
watches exactly
brain-
the same thing every week. So next week we're not doing this. Fair enough.
All his brain can think about is
Okay.
dollar bills. That's it, dude. He doesn't care about any of this other shit. And how many dollar bills does he have? 101, dude. $101 for this garbage. Imagine that. Actually, 80. 80 bucks, because 1 minute, man. That just shows you that it's, I don't know.
Wow, almost
Well,
10 million views.
His attention span, it's his attention span. He can't like listen for more than like a few seconds. And then he's got to think about multiple things to like put a thought together. It's not happening. And then on top of that, he has to think. He has to run through his head like,
watch their feet.
Who am I gonna offend by what I'm saying?
Why do they learn these songs?
And it's just too
they have
much,
no
dude.
significance.
Like,
The
for him
songs
to
are at a
respond
perfect
to that type of shit.
pace, a perfect cadence, yes, but a perfect pace, so they can walk perfectly together. That's why. So even though the lyrics are kind of silly or ridiculous or just, you know, meant to be like musical to match that pace, that's why. Because look at his feet. His feet are perfectly in line with it. The tempo. Thank you, SD Chargers. It's perfectly in tempo with the walk. Watch this guy's feet. Probably the drill sergeant, right? The drill sergeant's feet. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. It's perfectly in tune with it. So they move at exactly the right speed. I don't know what they're saying. Oh wee. I don't know what they're saying. I have no clue.
We join the army. We join the army. Follow me. Follow me. I know you can make it. I know you can make it.
So that's it. They just transitioned into a different song. They transitioned into a completely different melody, but it's the same pacing, the same tempo. That's a very interesting way to learn how to do something at a right timing. Is do it all to the music, right? Cool. All right, let's continue.
Interesting.
What the fuck?
What would you do if this woman was your neighbor?
Invest in some earmuffs or earplugs. That's great. That's amazing. 2004.
What would you do if your family, one by one, died a slow, agonizing death? Well, that second question was a bit dark, I guess. It's in this story, by the way. It wasn't some kind of weird threat.
For her face in all
this
art.
is the tale of a woman who terrorized her neighborhood for 9 years.
She's a terror.
A woman so famous in Japan that they made a movie about her, and a tale with some pretty tragic revelations. Meet Mrs. Noisy.
Wow. How long? Oh, it's 11 minutes. Dark. It's interesting, but I don't know if I want to watch it for 11 minutes. We'll watch a little bit of it. Where is this? This is Japan.
Our story starts in Hagarichio, Japan, a small, unassuming town with a population of 18,774. A tranquil, quiet place where nothing much ever happens.
Yeah, right.
Until 1996, when this tranquility was ripped apart by what would become the most well-known neighbor from hell in Japan. This is Kawahara Miyoko.
Wait, he doesn't know if his dad served in the Marines?
Well, one neighbour in particular.
My dad served in the Navy for 26 years.
So she decided to combine her two passions and start a cool new hobby. On one fateful day in 1996, she opened her window, placed her cassette player and alarm clocks to the closest point that she could get to her rival neighbour's house, and blasted a wall of sound that would last for 9 years. 9 years. And she didn't turn it off once in the whole 9 years.
Wow.
Well, she did turn it off once when she went to prison, but we'll come on to
when
that
she went to
later.
prison.
The music would run day and night, summer and winter, rain or shine, in a continuous barrage of hip-hop, R&B and dance music that would bombard her neighbour's sanity.
Wow. Now wait a minute. At least in the United States, all right, we have laws. And the laws are actually against noise pollution and noise at certain times of day. Now, they're completely different depending on where you live, because those kind of laws are based more on localities and states or even cities than there's no national law for noise, okay?
Bro, if that happened in America,
in general,
and you kept doing that,
there are usually laws against doing what she's doing in Japan.
If you kept doing that shit, dude,
if you did this constantly, you could call the police.
Say goodbye to your house.
Would come by and basically be like, listen, you can't do this at all hours of the
You know
day.
what I'm saying?
You have a reasonable volume
Like-
and a reasonable hours. Once you hit a certain time, you can't do it anymore. and or if there's a noise complaint, the police can come down and shut everything down.
And nobody's gonna know who did
Go
it.
inside. They can force you to put your shit away. You can't just be blasting out. Anything you do in the confines of the walls of your home is yours. Well, as soon as you're out in public areas, for example, if she's blasting music out of her window into the street's a public area. Therefore, if you can hear it in the street, that's considered a violation of law if there's a law against doing it at a certain time.
Spider-Man.
But it's different. That's the thing. It's different everywhere. So I'm curious, what are the noise pollution or are there any ordinances in Japan that would prevent this kind of behavior?
Nah, Phil said he was drunk, yo. Phil said that guy was drunk.
Wow.
Dude, 3 a.m.? No way, dude. It's not happening, bro. It's not happening, dude.
She just keeps it going.
For 9 years?
Oh, shit.
But it didn't stop there.
For
She
9
would
years.
also park outside the house of her hated
How?
neighbour and honk her car horn for prolonged periods of time.
Oh my god. To me, that's
morning,
worse
she
than
would
the
stand
music,
out.
because the music at least you can drown out. It's like white noise. But dude, when you're hearing a car horn, a shrill horn, that's fucked up.
Window, beating her futon, singing this catchy little tune.
That's actually not
She
that
would
bad.
also scream insults at passers-by, sadly without the catchy tune.
What's she doing?
She's actually just asking about what were last night's lottery numbers because she missed
Yo,
the
it's
draw.
E. Honda's grandma.
Kick her neighbour's gate and ring her doorbell at all hours of the day and night. Things got so bad that her rival neighbours
Yeah,
spent
I'm
more
sorry,
than
dude.
10
If it got to that
million
point,
or
dude,
$90,000 on countermeasures,
you know,
which included
something
free
bad's gonna happen,
CCTV
unfortunately.
cameras and new windows to try and block
But,
out
you
the
know.
sound. One of her
$90,000?
Thankfully,
$90,000 to try to stop noise pollution? I don't know if that sounds right. Like the CCTV, okay, this is the early 2000s. This was before the era of wireless internet surveillance. So maybe if they installed a full-on CCTV camera set to monitor her behavior, okay. I don't know about $100,000. That sounds absolutely ridiculous. For what? Soundproofing windows? I don't think so. That's wild to me. I don't know.
other
That
neighbours
sounds
even had to
exaggerated.
seek treatment for insomnia and headaches. But why would this beautiful, mild-mannered Japanese lady suddenly flip out and start a hate campaign that lasted for 9 years? Well, we'll come on to that later, you impatient.
Yo, I want to finish
No,
this.
tell me now.
I want to finish this
I don't
video.
care about the media circus. I want to know why she did it.
No, I want to know about the media circus.
Allowed to get away with this for 9 years. Well, they tried, but she just wouldn't stop. In 1999, she was taken to court and fined 600,000 yen or $5,000 for playing loud music. In the year 2000, she was again taken to court for kicking her neighbour's gate. She was sent to prison for 46 days and fined 100,000 yen or $900. This is the one time that the music stopped. A moment of silence for her poor neighbours. When she was released from prison, she went straight back to terrorising her neighbours.
Wow.
In 2004, she was taken to court and the court ordered her not to play music with speakers pointing towards her neighbour's house, not to say anything to defame her neighbours, not to blast her car horn outside the neighbour's home, and not to ring her doorbell. She ignored them and instead fortified her home with barbed wire and cameras to the point that when the police came to arrest her, they needed 5 people to gain access to her home,
Wow.
with one of them needing 3 stitches to his arm. Things got so bad that the town updated their laws to restrict the noise levels allowed.
What? See what I mean? So they updated their local laws to make what she was doing even more illegal.
It was in 2005 that this nightmare finally came to an end when she was taken to court again. In her court case, it was claimed that the noise levels on her street was a continuous 80 decibels, which is about the same as a food blender or a car wash. In this court case, Mrs. Noisy represented herself and appeared in court wearing a bright pink jumper with a cartoon dog on it, and when the court played a video of her singing her famous tune out of her window, she started to dance along to the rhythm. Mrs. Noisy was sentenced to 1 year and 8 months in prison and ordered to pay 2 million yen or $18,000. This was for the suffering she had caused her neighbours.
So why'd she do it? Was she just nuts? Was she mentally
Yeah,
ill?
she's
or
obviously-
did she
There are
really
many
just hate
different
someone?
theories as to why Mrs.
She's
Noisy
obviously
decided
mentally
to
ill and
embark
she
on
hates
her
them,
loud
both.
adventures. Her rival
It's
neighbour
both.
claims that this all started when she put a lamp outside her home which Mrs. Noisy didn't like. Other people say this all started when her rival neighbour's kids hit Mrs. Noisy's car with a ball. Seems like a pretty extreme response. Many on the Japanese internet take a different view of this and claim that Mrs. Noisy is in fact the victim of a slander campaign in which an influential Buddhist group set out to make her move from her home. The story goes that when Mrs. Noisy first moved to the neighbourhood, she was asked to join the religious group but declined the offer, so gangs of people would gather outside of her house and vandalise her home by cutting her barbed wire fence, breaking her flower pots, gluing her keyhole shut and throwing bricks and rocks at her.
Well, this is annoying because the things he has on the screen have nothing to do with what he's saying. So I'm distracted because I'm reading what's on the screen, but it's unrelated to what he's saying. You should never do this as a YouTuber. Never, ever put something else, two thought processes at once. People want to know what you're talking about. I'm completely taken out of the video now because he just did that. I don't know why he did
In an
that.
attempt to intimidate her into moving, they claim the noise was just Mrs. Noisy fighting back. There seems to be some evidence to back up these claims, with many.
I guarantee
reports
this
of
guy
Mrs.
has
Noisy
more
suing her neighbours for
fucking
vandalising her
subscribers
property.
than you.
But if your neighbour was playing loud music outside,
More
her
engagement
window
than you
for 9
do.
years, I
He
guess
probably
at
makes
the
more
very
money
least
than you,
you'd
Phil.
expected some vandalism against her. For me,
What do you
the
think
most
about that,
probable
Phil?
theory comes from old Japanese paper publications. These state that at the start, Mrs. Noisy and her rival neighbours were on good terms and would even go out for tea with each other, and that Mrs. Noisy had a problem with one of her other neighbours at the time. This family would throw rocks at her car, leading to Mrs. Noisy and members of this family having fistfights in the street. Mrs. Noisy sued this family and won, which forced them to move out. Then her rival neighbour installed a lamp in her garden, which Mrs. Noisy asked her to remove, but she refused. So Mrs. Noisy started to make prank calls to her neighbour, sometimes up to 75 times a day. She would write graffiti on her walls and blast her car horn outside her neighbour's home for up to 30 minutes, plus throw fireworks at her neighbour's home.
So basically, it all started with a neighbor that might have actually been annoying to her, legit. They actually started fighting in the streets, and when that neighbor moved out, the other neighbors were pissy, right? And then that's just stupid. Like, at one point, do you just say, all right, enough is enough, this is dumb, none of us are going to get a nice normal life here if we keep acting like children. Let's stop with the bullshit and act like adults and just ignore each other, right?
Well, if I lived across, if I lived by Phil, dude, I would throw firecrackers at his house.
Right? Literally, there's no resolution. Everything just goes to shit.
If I was Phil's
So,
neighbor,
that was pretty bad.
I would throw fire. I would
Yeah.
shoot like bottle rockets at his house
yeah?
and shit
Captain Murphy's to skip to the end
from like my
Why?
house.
Why did she ask her to remove the lamp? Why did she care so much about a stupid lamp? Well, I'm glad you asked. See, Mrs. Noisy had a husband and children.
All you would hear during the
Plot
stream
twist,
is
she
like
had a family this
fireworks
whole
going
time,
off.
and they had a genetic disorder named
Because
this.
somebody's shooting
This
bottle
affects
rockets at his
parts
house.
of the brain vital to physical movement, and the lamp would affect not just her
sniper
husband,
rifle?
but
I
her
don't know,
children
I
as
mean,
well.
that's a bit
This
extreme,
disorder
you know.
sounds pretty horrific. It starts by affecting
That's-
your ability
that's
to
like-
walk,
that's
and
like
there are
dark web
reports of
talk
her
there.
husband dragging himself up the stairs to get into his own house. Then you stop being able to
I would
talk,
shoot him with the
then
sniper
eat,
rifle
then even
in,
breathe, which then kills you.
in,
Not very nice.
GTA.
Her family slowly died off
For
one
sure,
by one.
for sure.
First her 2 daughters,
Wow.
then her husband. She also had a son, but I'm unable
In
to find if
GTA?
he's
Oh,
still
I would
alive or
snipe
not.
that boy
So
in
while all this
GTA.
was going on, she was looking
You
after
don't
her
even know.
dying family,
Sniping with the
representing herself in
fireworks?
court
With
and
the
being
sniper
mocked
rifle?
by a nation. When asked by reporters why she
okay,
terrorized
yeah.
her neighbours, she is quoted to say, "This is not just some selfish, purposeless noise. It's my cries, my screams."
Sniper rifle is a bit extreme.
Mrs. Noisy has been released from prison and
Yeah.
no longer lives in the same neighbourhood. I'm far from an expert on Japan, but from what I can make out, there seems to be some
What the
kind
hell
of
is
law
that,
or
dude?
cultural agreement that
What
when
the
someone
fuck?
is released from prison, you have to leave them alone.
Oh,
so
wait, is that the
information on what
thing
Mrs.
from,
Noisy is up to now is non-existent.
Oh, really?
On the topic
Wait,
of
what
not
Street
being an
Fighter is
expert on
that?
Japan, it's been very difficult for me to verify most of the information in this video as I don't speak Japanese, and I've based all
Okay,
of the
so
information in
basically-
this video off of a handful of articles that I found, plus the only English video that I could find on this topic by a channel named Japan Analysis. Check him out for all things Japanese. So, what do I think of Mrs. Noisy?
All right. So basically, I mean, you don't really know what happened. You don't know the full story. It could have been that she had a horrible thing going on in her life situation. But don't you think that if she actually went and told the neighbors the truth, that then it could have all ended? Because it seems to me like she's certainly exerting a lot of force to harass her neighbors. If you have a dying family, is that what you should be doing? No, but maybe she's just not in her right mind because her family's dying. So it's a pretty fucked up situation all around. But if anything, can we just agree you can't fight fire with fire, that it's never going to end? That at some point someone has to become the bigger person and like, all right, let's just end this now and stop going back and forth at each other. You know, it just kill kindness with kindness, right? And maybe that's what it would have been. Is they were just nicer to each other, to talk with each other, figure out what happened or what was going on. The whole thing could have been resolved instead of 9 years of pain and torture and court cases and jail time. Yikes. Oh, wait. I think this is it. I think that I don't think this is from the playlist. Hold on. I don't recognize this one.
We're entering the dented zone.
Hold on.
We're entering
I didn't say to play.
We're entering the dented.
Yep, that was the last one. This is not.
Yes.
Okay.
We're in the dented
so now,
zone.
guys, what we're gonna do, we're gonna shift over to the standard member videos, and I just hit shuffle. All right.
No.
And we're gonna see what these are.
No. What happened to that video?
Look at this.
No.
This is a highlight of my gameplay.
Oh.
My actual gameplay.
Oh.
From over 10 years ago.
Okay.
When I used to play, you know, just games on the internet. There was no live interaction
I'm
with
back,
the audience.
baby.
There was no stream. There was no face cam.
Oh,
It was
I'm
just
back,
raw
baby.
gameplay of me playing with a camera
Let's go.
and talking over it. And there used to actually be highlight channel. Look, this video has 159,000 views.
Racism
Give me
incoming.
clips, positive clips. This is not someone doing it. This is
Oh,
how
this
you
is
don't
positive?
play. This is someone actually being nice and positive.
Wait, DSP
you see?
highlights?
So here's someone who
What?
did a positive montage. Let's take a look.
What?
Here's the music.
What is a positive montage? How can that even be possible?
Here we go.
Of course he's watched it.
What? What? That was completely unfair. I'm in a slow fucking car and I have to redo all that? That's fucking stupid, dude. I'm in a slow ass
It can't be
car.
positive.
That
See?
is so dumb.
No, it can't be.
So I played these GTA.
It can't be
originally in the summer
positive,
of
bro. It's
2012,
impossible.
So
You
11
can't
years ago
take
is when I had my
a
summer of
DSP
GTA.
video and make a
And this was
positive
me playing
video,
them
bro.
on PS2.
It's not even a possible thing.
But I blew them up widescreen on my TV, and I was recording with a camera. They
Like-
had monstrous amounts of input delay, like doing a standard.
Okay,
definition
so
on
they
a
cut out
HDTV.
all like the blatantly
It was like
racist
really
shit.
hard to play them because everything was so delayed. But
But it's still
I did it somehow. I mean, it wasn't pretty.
It's still
but
you
it was pretty
raging, though.
funny to see me fail as much as I did.
Do all that. This sucks. Yeah. You were your fucking wanted level. That was complete bullshit. Cop drove straight into me, bring me to a dead stop. Another cop runs up from the side and
dude, the way
gets
he
us. That's
explains shit is so stupid.
Oh no, this mission! I remember this mission. Infamous.
What? What the fuck?
Yeah, basically. Basically they just take out all the N-words and all like the Chicky Chang Wangs.
That's fucking stupid. There's more outside. I would have got these first if I knew that.
Yeah.
I remember. So that's the mission. You have to.
This
you have
is
to
boring, though.
transport a
This
bunch
is-
of crates into a truck and drive the
Why-
truck
wait,
away,
why do they clip
but
that?
You don't know where the crates actually are.
That's
So
stupid.
you're just looking around for them, and there's two outside of the warehouse, and the bunch are inside.
See-
and you think, oh, I'll just get the ones inside. Oh no,
See-
there's two more. Well, failed the mission. You got
That's
killed.
what you're left with when you cut out all like the really bad shit. This is what's left. It's boring. It doesn't make sense.
You're an asshole.
It's weirdly cut
I'm gonna die again, yep.
because there's so much offensive shit, dude.
Sucks my ass. This mission is fucking stupid. There's no. How am I supposed to do this faster? Seriously, it's again completely random. In some cases, I guarantee you.
This is a dented
you won't get
montage.
shot.
This is a dented
And in other
montage,
cases, you
dude.
will. So now what I'm gonna have
This
to
is
do
stupid.
is I'm gonna have to start loading boxes, and when the soldiers show up,
Why are you clipping
shoot
this?
the soldiers because the AI is too fucking stupid to kill
What-
itself.
what's the-
It fucking sucks. Gave you a hit first.
What's the point of the clip?
I ain't listening to you, Carl. Ryder is history.
Fucking God, he killed himself. Ryder killed himself.
Okay.
Why do they do this? Why do they put in these fucking missions
So
that are
it's
super
basically
long,
just like a dented. This is how you don't play.
Yeah, that was the thing back then. 0 checkpoints in any of these missions. So if you fail, you got to start completely from the beginning. And sometimes you would fail a mission. You didn't do anything wrong. The AI killed itself like an idiot.
computer fucks it up? Oh my fucking God.
It's a
He killed
DTH.
himself.
Yes.
ETHIYP.
That's exactly what he would do. He would throw a box so close to himself that he would blow himself up. Give me a fucking break.
YDP.
I hate when this shit happens.
The rage is so strong, right? The rage is like so intensely strong with me back then. And the other thing you got to keep in mind.
What is this?
Back then, okay? No live stream, literally no help. If I got stuck on something like this, I might be stuck on it for like an hour or longer, and I wouldn't get any help on it.
Hence this is how you don't play.
Another day passed because I would upload the videos and people would leave comments on the videos and be like, "No, Phil, this is how you need to do it. Yeah, it's a tough mission. We agree. You know, this is a tough part, but it's funny to see your rage. Thanks for the video. But here's how you're actually supposed to beat it because it's stupidly broken. You know, there's a workaround to do it or whatever, right?" So, yeah, I remember these days for sure.
So fucking annoying. Keep replaying the same fucking missions over and over because the game was poorly programmed.
No checkpoints. Every time you have to drive back to the mission area and stuff, it was a lot of time wasted for sure.
Why me?
Fucking stupid, bro.
Driving all the way across the goddamn map.
Dude, how long is it?
What?
What? How long is this?
What the fuck was that?
Dude, how long is this, Phil?
Oh, this mission. No, I lit myself on fire. Oh, no.
Oh, you suck, bro.
Oh, no.
You set yourself on fire. Well, guess what, everyone? We get to drive all the fucking way
you notice
back.
how, like,
That's right.
everything about, like all, like, the serious rage.
Oh, my God. Look how this looks. See what I mean about my old...
They cut out, like, all the serious rage.
Are you kidding me? I could see... It was right there. I didn't lose the preacher. I didn't lose him.
That's him right there in that car, right?
Look at this. He was right. Oh, my fucking God.
Yeah, those games were buggy, man. Like you saw, I didn't lose
Dude,
him. You
this
saw on
is
the
too
screen. I just
long,
hit him.
bro.
That was his car.
Come
The users who
on,
lost the
dude.
preacher when I was right there on his ass.
This is so dumb.
And some of those things are just, you know, very outdated games, but fun games still. I think what it is, some of the appeal is that people grew up playing some of the classic GTAs, and they're so used to their shortcomings that they like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's part of the appeal of playing the classic GTA games is the bugginess and the wonkiness of that. That's why when the remastered collection came out a few years ago, people had issue with it because they were like, by adding checkpoints and things like that, you took away the appeal of the original games. It is that wonkiness and that silliness, that unfairness of a lot of the missions that essentially make it that it took away the charm of the original games. And I can agree to that to some extent. If the whole game is just easy because they took away the difficulty level because of the checkpoints and everything, then maybe, you know, there's no risk to anything, to failing. You know what I mean? I kind of get that. All right, guys, this is a great time to split the part. Thank you for watching DSP vs. the Internet, episode 21. 2 parts down, 4 more to go, so much more to come. Thank you for watching. See you in the next part. Okay, guys, people are screaming for the hat because they didn't listen to me. I said that when this part ended, that's when I would do shout-outs and put on the hat. So now I'm going to put on the hat. So now people hopefully will stop screaming. Okay. So, let me get the Bender hat. You guys voted for the Bender hat. And then we'll do some shout-outs for contributions, and then we will continue. Haven't seen the Bender hat in a while. You know, this last month of me playing Street Fighter, I just can't be wearing these hats, these heavy hats that, you know, are going to be like, this is so intrusive to, like, if I'm trying to play competitive Street Fighter with this shit on, I'll never concentrate. It'll bother me. I'll be sweating and shit. That's why I haven't worn the crazy hats in the last month or so. But now that we're going to get back to more chill streams, you know, more chill late night streams and stuff, now I can start wearing silly shit again. So there you go. Okay, you guys ready to continue? I agree, we haven't seen the Viking hat in a while. It was in the running. All right. Shout-outs. First of all, Guitar Player had done a super chat and said Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War cross-gen bundle is available on PlayStation Plus. Oh, well, I'm not really interested in playing classic or older Call of Duty, but that's a good heads up for everyone. Thanks for telling us, Guitar Player. Thank you for the super chat. And Arkham did a super chat and said, what would you do if that was your neighbor? I mean, like I said, in reality, fighting fire with fire doesn't work. So either you try to reason with her, and if she refuses to reason, then you contact the authorities. But that's about it. You don't harass her. You don't destroy her property. You don't do fucked up stuff, because it's just going to get worse at that point. You know what I mean? Thank you for the super chat. And I received a $2 tip. Hold on. I misclicked. I received a $2 tip from Amblin. Why Uncle Roger gets watched every week but not Vosh and Destiny? We did watch Vosh and Destiny, but we didn't watch all of it. I would have watched more of the clip, but the clip was nonsensical. It was too confusing. It was like a bunch of gibberish, blah, 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 talked too fast, and the points that were being made didn't make any sense. I watched the Vosh clips before, right? And by the way, I don't want to watch Uncle Roger each week either. I've already stated that. So I do want to say that the people who are submitting the same clips every single week, please don't keep submitting the same clips. I don't want to see, like next week, I don't want to see Uncle Roger. I don't want to see Vosh. I want to see different stuff next week. Fair enough? Okay. All right. Are we ready to continue? I want to watch a little bit more of the GTA video before we pass by it. I do want to watch a little more, but we're not going to watch the whole thing. Okay? All right, let's continue. Alrighty, everyone. Welcome back to DSP versus the Internet. I'm now wearing a silly hat thanks to the amount of support that we got today, so thank you to everyone who has supported this stream so far. Still got about 2 hours left on the stream. Thank you to everyone who's here chilling live. Anyone watching on demand over the course of the week here on the channel, thank you for that as well. Remember, the best way to support this show is to become a channel member so you too can be submitting clips for the show. Sadly, I don't make any ad revenue on these videos because they all get claimed, but it's nice for those who do go above and beyond to support the streams and become members, so thank you for that. I would actually like to watch a little bit more of this clip because this is like classic GTA highlights that are pretty funny. We won't watch much more, but let's watch a little bit more, okay? And then we'll go to the next video. Here we go.
I didn't lose the preacher. Now I have to redo everything.
Oh, yeah. See, this sucks when you have
lose
the
him.
multiple stages of a mission. It takes forever to get through
and
it
the game
again.
says I lost him. What the fuck?
Here comes my plate.
What? I hit the girl. Fuck this stupid fucking mission. This mission sucks. It's
Wow.
worthless. It adds nothing to the game. It's too complex. Fucking 20 legs of the fucking mission, and I already fucking beat it. And the game said the guy got away when he was directly in front of me.
Wow.
What the fuck? Now I'm pissed. Now I'm getting pissed. Okay?
Now I'm fucking
It's
pissed.
official. This is fucking stupid bullshit. I didn't fucking fail the mission.
Damn. That's a lot. I didn't fucking fail the mission. Dude, is that the quote? Is that where the meme quote came from? I didn't fucking fail the mission? Is that it? Dude, that's like insane amounts of rage right there. That's probably one of the most heated moments in my history. Because I can tell you when I'm heated and when I'm joking. That I'm legit ripping pissed right now when I'm saying that. I'm like legitimately angry.
Alright, now he's coming. Don't fuck with me. What the fuck? That's nice. Took all my health. What the fuck? Where? He came out of the other one's asshole. Did you see that? He literally came out of the other one's asshole. He shat him out on the steps.
He did.
And the guy shot.
He wasn't there.
Stick it up your ass! Now.
Huh?
What? What?
I don't even know what happened there. Something
It said
exploded.
shoot. I couldn't read it. Shoot the padlock, something, something, and then I died instantly with no explanation whatsoever.
Wow. I don't know what happened.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna look up what I'm supposed to do on this mission because obviously there was something there I was supposed to know, and it fucked it up. Stupid.
You know, see, I will say this. Okay. Before I became a live streamer, all right, I was out to entertain as much as I possibly could. That was my goal, was to be an entertainer. I didn't necessarily care about the quality of the playthrough as long as it was an entertaining playthrough. That's why I called them playthroughs, not walkthroughs. There were times when I would play a game like this where I would get stuck and I would legitimately look something up and not tell anyone. So there's many times back in the day I would buy the strategy guide and people wouldn't know, or I would look something up online for a classic game just to get past that part. Because, I mean, how many times do you want to see me fail at the same thing over and over? So I would actually legitimately look up the solution and then just keep going. Sometimes it would be a puzzle. I would act like I solved it myself. Yeah, I admit to that now. I mean, this was over a decade ago. But I used to do that because I wanted to keep it moving. How long do you want to see me fail on the same shit over and over and over, right? Never did I fess up to that shit, though, during the playthrough, right? Because people were like, oh, he beat it legit. Like, yeah, but dude, was it really me trying to prove my skill level playing these games? No, I was just trying to put out entertaining content. And you're going to be more entertained by seeing me get to the next part of the game than sit at this part for 4 hours. You know what I mean? So that's why. Now, Goldfish just asked, did you grind in Demon Souls or did you use a dupe glitch? To this day, I don't even know what the dupe glitch is. When I played Demon Souls, I legitimately every night just went to each level and grinded overnight to get extra levels. So the next day I would be like way leveled up. I don't even know what the dupe glitch is. I've never really glitched any game or anything like that. I think there's 2 glitches I've ever used. One was Final Fantasy VI. There's a river, and if you use a turbo controller and you leave your game on overnight, you will keep doing a loop in the river and killing enemies, and you'll just level up infinitely to level 99 if you leave it on. I've used that before. And the other glitch is the Mass Effect 1 glitch, where you can go in a dialogue loop with a certain Turian, and it just maxes out both your Paragon and Renegade, and you have maximum both for the rest of the game. Those are like the 2 glitches I've ever willingly used in any video game. But everything else, like, there were times I cheated where I looked stuff up, but never was it like oh, I used a bug or something like that to get ahead. So, okay, Derek, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, continuing on, and that car's gonna explode, and I failed the mission.
No!
What? He got out of the car and then he died on his
showed
feet.
Me getting out of the car and the car still exploded.
That was great. He died on his feet.
It still killed me. Okay, let's do that again.
Oh, the 4-wheel steering. Oh no. This is wonky as shit too. Seriously, this is so bad. The steering's terrible. Look at this. I can't control. Look. It's still going. That's funny.
Dude, this shit is so random. You see how like it just slid as if it were greased. It's pretty
sliding
obvious the
everywhere.
physics on this truck are fucked
That's
up.
great.
The thing was sliding everywhere. As if it were
Oh,
fucking made of
goodness.
a block of ice. It just slid all the way down the mountain. It's just so
I
silly.
wish you could start that over right there. Yeah, I
That was
remember
fun,
this
though.
now. I remember this
That
fucking
was
mission
funny.
being
That
stupid.
looked so silly as hell, man. It just would not stop sliding.
Oh no, not flight school. No. It's okay. When I replayed these games years later, first I replayed the HD edition, and that edition was on a modern console, and then recently I replayed the remaster collection, right? Both times, Flight School was easy. Like, no exaggeration, it was just really easy. But Flight School, when you're playing on PS2, and you're playing it on an HD TV, this is insane. It's so hard. The input delay makes it almost impossible to do the things they want you to do. And it took me hours to beat Flight School that day. I remember that day with the whole fucking day of me recording GTA San Andreas was Flight School. That was all the content I put out that day because it was so fucking time consuming.
Oh my god. This thing sucks.
It's imagine being in super slow-mo. That's what it is. Everything you do is insane slow motion. Clyde says this probably would quit the game as a kid. Goldfish says, I played San Andreas on an HD TV too. It's bad the sky gets so red in flying school. You mean like the night sky? Yeah.
Oh no! That was nasty.
Oh, I missed it. I crushed someone?
Oh, that was fucking nasty.
I think I crushed someone. I missed it completely.
Squished him on a fucking light pole or telephone pole. Oh.
I remember the RC plane mission. That's
dude.
annoying too, but that's a side
Wow.
mission, right? That's not necessary. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is required. I don't remember.
That was a good one too. That was a good one. All right. She's blowing up around me. Let's get the fuck out of here. What was that? She was exploding.
Oh no, I remember this mission. Yo, this mission's a bitch. There's so many enemies in this warehouse.
Oh.
Oops. I didn't even know that could happen. You can get trapped in the freezer?
I was supposed to know that was going to happen.
I had no clue that could even happen. I don't remember that. All right, that was a good video submission because it was my own gameplay, which is kind of funny, but let's go to the next.
All right, so as expected, here comes...
No, this isn't what I think it is it? You know what this is? BioShock 2, there's a game bug that happens to me that fucks my game up. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, this is it right there. All right, here we go. Get ready for rage. You guys ready for this? This was one of the most rage-inducing moments in my history, my early history. 13 years ago, so this is like the year 2010. All right, here we go.
Get the fuck out of my face. All right, now let's go back to what we were doing.
This is when there was more than... Oh, there it is.
What the fuck just happened, dude? My fucking game just froze. I'm not kidding. My screen's frozen right now. Hello? All that fucking planning for what?
Yeah.
All that planning, like I know what I'm gonna do. I have a strategy. Oh my god.
Yeah, if I remember, this game was weird because it took the formula of the original BioShock, but it did so many different things with it. Like, you have to fight both the little sister and the big daddy at once, and then there were female big daddies that were different, and that's what I was fighting there, one of the female versions of the big daddy. What it is they basically forced so much on you back then. Like, look at the graphics, right? Like, look what they're trying to do. This is fucking Xbox 360. Look at the amount of shit on the screen. You got some kind of a weird tree lighting effect there and to the right in the background. You got like flames over there on the ground. You got lightning shooting out. You got bullets exploding. The big daddy's doing something. There's like 100 graphical effects on the screen at once. And the console couldn't even handle it, right? All right.
I guess I have to restart the entire console. Yep, because my fucking... I'm pressing the power button and nothing even... I mean, the...
Yeah, it froze my graphics card. So let's restart and we're going to see where the game boots, right? Okay. We're going to see where it boots. And this is where the rage explodes. Get ready. Prepare yourselves, everyone, for this one.
I'm pissed. I don't want to hear happy fucking music.
No happy music, bitch.
Fuck.
Play terrible music. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck your mom, fuck your ass, and fuck your dad.
Hush. That's what I want you to do. Shut the fuck up.
A large mother. It's a big daddy and a large mother. All right, here we go.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
By the way, to give you some idea, all right, this was 2010, so this is when I still had my office job, February of 2010, so I would record videos late at night and put them out on the internet. I had to record. Look at all my recording times, right? So basically February 9th, earlier that day, okay, this is probably a day off that I had then, because I had been recording since 3 p.m. But yeah, what I would do is I would wake up at like noon, no exaggeration, eat something, and then I would jump into recording, and I would record for like 10 to 12 hours straight. Like, I would play the shit out of a new release constantly for 1 or 2 days when it came out. Work days, I could only record after work. So I wouldn't get home till like 5, 6 p.m., and then I'd record 2-3 hours each night. So that's what it would be common back then, because no live streams. So it was very common for me to put out videos like all day long and be record. Look, it was like 11:30 at night. At that point, I think I had to play an extra hour. So it's probably like midnight now. And that's why I'm upset that I lost so much gameplay.
Oh my god, it didn't save at all. Oh my god. You've got to be fucking kidding me. The game didn't autosave at all during this stage. Not once. I have to go back and get every little sister again.
Wow.
Again.
Wow.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. It didn't autosave anything during the stage.
Goldfish says, you were the fastest to play games back then. You'd be the first to play all DLCs too. Correct. I would literally line up for a midnight release, get the game, come home, do an unboxing video, upload the unboxing, and then immediately start playing the game for hours, go to sleep, wake up the next day, play it for 12 straight hours, upload 12 hours of gameplay, go to sleep, wake up the next day. Like, that was my that was my schedule. That's how it was. No live streams. I had the freedom to do that, you see? And of course, I was single. I had no responsibilities. I had no life. I had no family to do anything with. So that was my life a lot of the time. DLCs, there were frequent times with DLCs where what I would do is get the DLC. Back then, DLCs would release like random times in the middle of the night. So I would be drinking rum and Coke and just like watching TV, and then I would keep checking to see if the DLC went live. I did this several times with the Fallout DLCs. Fallout DLC would go live like 1:30 a.m. Oh shit. I would download it, immediately play, and get the videos up on YouTube. I would be the first person to do it. Now today, it's impossible. You want to know why? So many content creators are now special snowflakes who are basically paid representatives of these companies. They get the games early, and they're literally not allowed to be honest. They're not allowed to actually tell you their thoughts on a game. Instead, they get paid to play the game early, and they literally can only say positive things about the game. If they say anything negative, they say, oh, you broke the review embargo. So anyone you see these days who's playing a game a week early, 2 weeks early, and they're streaming it, or you got videos way early, they're all paid shills. Every single one of them, they accepted a contract that says they can't be legit about the game. They are getting paid to advertise it. But that didn't exist back then. Everyone was on the same page. Everyone got a game at launch, had the same opportunity to play and upload videos. I was one of the hardest workers to get the game as soon as possible, play and upload as much as I could, as fast as I could. That's what I was known for. Today, you can't do that anymore. You have to be the 100% butt-kissing person and be so nice to all the companies and everything. You can't criticize their games. You've got to be the #1 known, butt kisser. And then you'll get everything free, you'll get everything early, and you'll have to be a paid shill for the rest of your life. I didn't want to go that route. That's why I don't do that shit. Anyway, that's terrible. I just an example of an early game bug. The game crashes, it doesn't save anything, and now you're completely fucked, have to do the whole stage over. That's awful. Okay. Film Builder presents Nuggets. I don't know what the hell this is. There's like an egg yolk or something, right? Looks like a kiwi bird and an egg yolk. Ah! He got colored. He ate the egg yolk and he gained color. How nice. Wait, no, everything's going yellow. What's going on here? It's an oddly artistic video now. What the heck? That was interesting. You're gonna find out it's like poop or something, right? It's not like it's not a drug. It's just like someone's dropping.
What are we doing right now?
This is a representation about drug addiction. Really? You get your high. Oh yeah. See that?
What are we doing right now?
So the first time you take the drug, you have a high. You come down, you're good. The second time you take the drug, you have a high, but when you come down, you start seeing negative effects. Oh, that's interesting. Now he see that? Now he needs it. Now he needs his fix because he likes it. He runs to the next dose right away, right? But now he's got his high, but the high isn't as good. The high is a little bit shorter. And now he falls flat on his face after the high. See that? Yeah. Wow, this is actually pretty well done. So now he goes to the next fix. By the way, look at his body. His body's becoming doughy, and his body's becoming all fucked up. Got his next high, even shorter. Can't even land on his feet. Immediately wants to go into his next high. Look at it. Wow. This is very artistic and meaningful, actually. Way more so than I thought it was. Damn. Look at him now. Look at his body. Never learned his lesson. Just kept going, right? Yeah, it is a sad video, but sadly it's kind of realistic. Yeah, see? Now he doesn't even get the high anymore. And now he's dead. Oh, okay.
Now he's dead.
He doesn't even get that sensation
Now he's
anymore.
dead.
Wow.
And now he's dead. Yeah, that's what happens, bro.
Damn.
That's what happens when you
Body's
go
all
with them Hogans,
destroyed,
bro.
Right?
You know? You gotta stay away from those Hogans, Phil.
Damn, didn't even think twice about it.
Oh,
Just
that
did
was a nice
Look,
one.
now he can't even get high. Look.
Oh.
Just temporary, then
Oh,
gone.
he's dead.
It destroyed him.
His body's destroyed. There's nothing left.
Wow. It's awful.
He's just rotten and black on the inside and outside. That's awful.
Wow.
Oh, he's still there. Things are getting dark. Hogan's got you in that.
It keeps getting darker now. Wow,
you
this
know,
is fucking so symbolic.
Kurt Angle's got him.
Damn,
Kurt
dude.
Angle's got him in the ankle lock. The Kurt Angle ankle lock. The patented ankle lock is locked in right now.
Jeez.
He's giving up, dude. There's nothing left. Oh, one
Only
more.
Ice Ryan says the moral is just do drugs once only.
One more Hogan. Here we
Yes,
go.
Of course, that's what they were getting.
One last Hogan, baby. Maybe this will fix me. Maybe this last Hogan will fix me up. Let's see.
No ending. You
Oh,
don't even know
no,
what happens.
he's dead. It's over.
Wow, that was incredibly well done. I didn't even realize that's what it was going to be. No, I mean, the moral is everything in moderation. The problem is some things are just hard to do in moderation because they're so goddamn addicting, right? That's the point with drugs. How can you just do it just once if it's such a unique and experience? You get a euphoric high. You're going to be chasing that high again, and that's why people warn against it so much, right? Wow. All right.
We'll order food.
What the fuck? Badlands does the Big Smoke drive-through order. Really?
Uh-oh, Badlands Chugs, baby.
Let me get 2 number 9s.
Yo, don't fuck with Badlands Chugs, bro. You don't want that smoke, Phil.
Extra dip.
Extra dip.
Number 7.
Number 7.
2 number 45.
2 number 4. Oh, shit.
1 with cheese.
What?
And a large soda.
Wait, what the fuck?
Diet.
Are you... Wait, diet?
How much is that? Don't touch that mouse. You're watching Badlands.
Why
Chugs.
diet?
This is the Chug guy, but he actually ordered the Big Smoke meal. Oh my god, this is the real food.
It's the Big Smoke meal. Oh, I remember this. Yeah.
The Big Smoke boy.
See, I remember this, dude. I
The
remember
real
this.
Big Smoke
Don't know
order.
what Big Smoke is? He's a character.
I remember this, dude.
Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. And in the game, they go to...
Bro, I remember YouTube was pushing me this video for so long, dude.
Well, we don't need the explanation of what it is. What actually is it? Like, what did you get? Let's see.
I don't know why, dude. The YouTube really wanted me to watch this video. Like, I remember, like...
I missed it.
And he wants a number 9
I don't know, way back.
which is a double filet burger.
Oh, so it's a filet burger and a double filet burger.
All we did was just...
So that's 2 chickens. 2
Wait,
chicken patties.
we're not gonna
right?
watch the whole mukbang, are we? Phil, we're not gonna watch this whole thing,
double
are we?
chicken filet burger. Yeah, it's cool. He dresses up like Big Smoke, and he looks like Big Smoke. He really does.
Phil, you don't know what Big Smoke looks like. You don't even know who Big Smoke is. Shut up.
Basically wings. Well, there's no Popeyes in this area.
Yeah.
And I don't trust that KFC.
Yeah, dude, it's already all cold, probably.
Basically just got
By the time you got home, it was probably cold.
buttermilk tenders from McDonald's.
Dude, no, dude.
Extra dipping sauce.
Yo, I'm waiting for somebody to
Yeah, keep in mind, Cluck and Bell is supposed to be like a hybrid of like Taco Bell and KFC. So, you know, it's not necessarily McDonald's, although what it is, Cluck and Bell is a parody of all American fast food. So it kind of includes everything, right? Oh, yeah? Goldfish says, I miss Big Chug's eating videos. He mostly just chugs now. Well, I mean, look at the guy. I mean, there's a reason. He probably needed to do it for health reasons. He can't keep eating badly.
Here we go.
You know?
No, he still looks like that. He's bigger now. Isn't he bigger now?
A wrap?
Yo, I'm waiting for somebody to submit some Nikocado videos, dude.
From Wendy? He went to Wendy's?
2 number 45s.
So there is no number 45.
Basically,
I mean, look at the guy, dude.
it's a spicy
He's enormous.
chicken sandwich.
That's what Phil said. That's funny.
So you went to 2 different
That one
places.
has cheese.
Well, yeah, dude. He's still
Who's
this
gonna
guy.
eat all this food? Not him.
Yo,
He
his
ain't all
channel.
that.
His channel is mad funny, dude.
Each
Bro,
one of these meals
he goes
has
crazy
their
for
own
his advertisers, dude.
French fries and drink.
Like, like Dollar Shave Club will
So,
take out an ad with him,
I'm feeling a little
dude, and he'll write a whole rap, dude.
No, he's gonna eat it all. No, dude, don't tell me he eats all
He
that.
writes a whole
Come on,
rap, dude, for his advertisers.
He's gonna eat it all. Oh no!
What do you mean? What do you mean, no?
Listen. I actually like the guy. He has a nice personality, dude. Don't do this to yourself. Don't eat all that.
Oh, here we go.
No. Oh, by the way,
Shut up, dude.
We can't even watch the rest of this video for copywritten content. I'm willing to bet it's the music. I'm actually willing to bet whatever that track he's playing is actually claimable on YouTube, and the video is getting claimed. So we actually have to split the part here, guys. Sucks. I wanted to see if you can't watch it. All right. Well, everyone, thank you for watching DSP versus the Internet part. That was part 3 for episode 21. I hope you enjoyed it. We still got 3 more parts to go. We're halfway done, halfway there, but much more to come. Thanks for watching, and for those who are enjoying, if you could consider becoming a member of the channel, I would definitely appreciate that, because then you will be the people who can nominate the videos for next week's show. All right, guys, thank you so very much, and I'll see you in the next part. All right. Well, this is actually a good place to break as well, because I have to pee. So if you guys could bear with me for a second here, I'm just going to mute the mic, run next door and pee. If the stream gets shut down, it's because I watched too much of that video with the music, and I apologize for that. I hope it doesn't. It should go away here in a minute, I hope. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and just mute the mic and be right back.
Myself masturbating. I'll beat a guy up life. I'll beat it for thousands of children. I'll beat a guy on level 1. You're still on mission 1. I'll beat a guy on level 1. Level 1. Married happily, paycheck to paycheck happily, meaningful relationship, meaningful life with a family. And that, by the way, I have to raise money to pay 2 big bills next week. All my utilities are due next week. Tomorrow, if I stop streaming, I would not be able to get a job. So it would be the end of my life. But outside of that, everything else is good in my life. You know what I mean? So I'll beat a guy on level 1. I streamed myself masturbating. I'll beat a guy fuck life. I'll beat it for thousands of children. I'll beat a guy on level 1. You're still on mission 1. I'll beat a guy. I'll beat it thousands of children. Pay bills. I have to pay bills. I have to pay my taxes, pay my back taxes. I have to pay my mortgage, pay my internet bill. I have to pay bills. I have to pay bills, bitch. Taxes. I have to pay bills, bitch. Day to day, tips to tips, to pay bills and things.
What the hell are you guys talking about?
Eventually,
I used to
things will
sniff
get
my
better.
fingers, but I've
But
kicked the habit.
kinda
Now I
stuck
touch
right
my
now
face.
how things are.
Guys are weird. You guys are freaking weird. Anyway, here's what we'll do. Let's watch another half an hour, and then at the start of part 5, we will actually do the quick, like, turbo mode lightning round Q&A. So Derek does a good job of reminding me to do that. If you could remind me to do that at the beginning of the next video, not this one, but the next one, that would be great. Okay.
Yo, big ups,
All right.
Gary.
Cool. Let's continue, shall we? Here we go. Oh, yeah? Derek says Badlands Chugs did a 2-liter high-C orange lava burst from McDonald's. That's basically Ecto Cooler. It tastes almost the same. It's just a different color. I don't know, man. He's a good guy. I'm sure the video's entertaining, but man, his health to be doing that stuff. Whew. Okay, let's continue. All right, everyone. Welcome back to DSP versus the Internet. This is episode 21 for July 9th, 2023, and I believe this is part 4 of 6. Thanks for watching so far. Thank you to all the channel members who submitted these videos for me to watch this week. Let's continue with the variety. So it looks like we're going to do another pizza review. Now, this one's interesting. This one is from Sally's A Pizza in New Haven, Connecticut. I'm trying to remember. I remember Pepe's Pizza in Connecticut was always like one of the most famous ones that everyone said Pepe's was the best. I don't think I've ever been to Sally's. I lived in New Haven, Connecticut, but I never tried Sally's. Let's take a look at this. Skip ahead here. Sally's. Not familiar with this. Damn, 1938.
All right, Frankie. Continuing in New Haven. The place is so old school in there, I felt like I was in The Sopranos or something. Just very old school. This string that he took like 5 hours putting on to it's going to take me 5 hours now to get it off.
That actually is how they used to tie up pizza boxes where I used to go. At Vinny's Pizza, they would tie up your pizza with string to make sure your pizza box doesn't open on your way home. That's something old school that they used to do at pizzerias in Connecticut. I don't know if they still do it. This is from 4 years ago.
Pizza, and it is. I didn't know what to expect, whether when we came here, it would be all different style. This is, again, coal fire. Looks the same exact pizza. Big box.
So Sally's is pretty famous. They have a well-known seafood pizza. I've never tried that one. Like I said, I had Pepe's before.
On the premises, 237 Worcester Street. Frankie, I could take this, my arm. I don't have a good arm. I have a bad shoulder surgery. I would have been in the big leagues if I didn't have shoulder surgery. I hit like 420 as a freshman all the way through. I could hit a ball.
Okay, anyway, could you eat the pizza?
They know New Haven's the pizza capital of the world, and look at it. Look at that pot.
Whoa.
Oh, that looks fire, dude.
Immediately you could tell that's
that
brick
looks
oven
fire.
Pizza from the char on the edges.
That's good, dude. I can tell you right now.
You also notice that their style is to have an insanely thin crust.
Yes, thin crust,
there's
baby.
There's literally no crust around
it's
the edge.
fire,
and the
dude.
cheese goes all the way to the edge.
That is good.
You can also notice, look how much
pizza,
they cut it.
Dude.
So each piece is large.
Tell you
but
right
man,
now.
the pie's huge, and the pieces are long and thin. That is very
You can tell
unique.
just by looking at it.
However, I can distinctly tell.
Shut up.
Oh, it's coal fire. That's cool. A coal oven? Yeah. That would be why you're getting such a good char around the edges, right? Coal fire oven. But the bubbling of the cheese is very, a symbol of really well-made pizza. And the fact that the cheese has that kind of like marbling effect in the color of the cheese shows that the cheese is mixed. It's well done. Like, that's really good. That pizza's gonna, even though that might be very sloppy to eat because you don't have a crust to hold on to, that pizza's gonna taste good.
Makes me want to fucking cry, Frank.
Duh.
No, it should stay together.
Crust so brown.
Yeah, look, see?
Let's see.
Well,
Look, see? Exactly.
8.5 so far.
Stays together.
One bite, everybody knows the rules.
Look, holds it sideways.
Worcester Street, right?
Still stays together.
Yeah.
Phil doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, dude. Shut up, Phil. You don't know shit about pizza, dude. I'll tell you about thin crust pizza.
Frankie, they're all the same. They're all fucking awesome.
Yeah.
It's nitpicking if you're going to go one from the other. But this is fucking good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's real fucking good.
It's really good.
You can't. He wants to eat more. You can't take it, man. You can't stop. Start eating this pizza. It's just like
9-2.
a 9-2.
9-2.
Wow, 9-2.
All right. So this is the leader in the clubhouse. This is it. We're one. Pepe's?
There's Pepe's and then there's Abate's right after that.
What's the one after?
Abate's. There's Pepe's and then Abate's.
Pepe's right across the street?
Pepe's is on this road.
We just did Pepe's.
Oh, you just did that. I missed that.
Yeah, I don't know what Abate's is.
It's right next to it.
Did you see that, Frankie? Across the street? All right. And it's on the same level as these guys?
I maybe put a peg lower, but it's still good.
Pepe's I gave an 8.5. 9.2, and Modern I gave an 8.8. Yes. And now we're gonna go do Bar after this.
Okay.
You agree with those rankings?
I totally agree with those rankings. I think you are spot on. I think Sally's Pizza is the best in New Haven, for sure.
Yeah, that's the other thing she's doing. I don't know what she was doing. A pizza, I have no idea what that means. That must mean something. A pizza.
A pizza is the classic pizza. Actually, the full word is a pizza, but it was abbreviated to pizza. They took the A off to Americanize it. The full word is a pizza. This guy reviews pizza and didn't know that? That's the classic Italian. It's a pizza. He didn't know that.
What a loser,
wow.
Phil.
And this guy just goes around reviewing pizza. He didn't know that. I know that because I grew up in Connecticut.
Well, maybe you
Anywhere
should.
you go, like most restaurants in Connecticut call it a pizza.
Why don't you review pizza?
100%.
Because you're a loser?
What? A beets. Is that like Italian? A beets?
Because you're a loser?
American
Nobody
Italian.
cares
Like,
about
we
your
don't call it
opinion?
mozzarella, we call it mousse.
I know, that's my guy, Frankie.
Many
That's
reasons,
okay.
many
Beets,
reasons.
I've never seen us. I've been to 450 places. I've never seen the A.
That's crazy. I grew up seeing the A. That's on all the restaurants in Connecticut because they're all Italian restaurants. So literally, he hasn't been eating at authentic places, and he's done 450 reviews. Wow. And then he finally went to the real place. Damn.
If you see the A, maybe it means go. 9.2. That's a real deal, Frankie. I'm very close to declaring New Haven pizza capital of the world. These are 3 pizzas that are fucking spectacular.
Wow.
Spectacular. A beets. Like this. You say, I just learned it, but you say it like this. A beets.
That's right. He's right. That's what you do. Anyway, yeah, this is a good... I mean, this is obviously interesting stuff to me because I grew up in Connecticut. I tell you guys all the time, Connecticut is a heavy Italian-influenced state. A lot of Italians moved there and just opened restaurants, and there's tons of Italian restaurants in Connecticut. You could get the best pasta, the best Italian-style seafood. It's all in Connecticut. That's where you get it. It's pretty awesome. All right, that was a good video. I've never been to Sally's, you know, but there's a ton of good places like that in Connecticut. So mine was Vinny's. So anyway.
The bang on a what? Bang on a Can All-Stars. They're this really cool band. I met the composer, and they've agreed to come to our school next week.
What kind of music is it?
It's Trey avant-garde, Binky. It might be too sophisticated for you.
Ha! Too sophisticated for me?
Oh, no.
I know music better than any of you.
You know it's about to be a joke.
I feel like I was just on another planet. Wonder if this is what it's like to be Buster.
Trying to get the kitty's belly combed out. It only lets me comb them a little bit at a time.
That is the music.
Get that de-shedding going.
Nishirimaru for the first time. I have no idea what that is. What is Nishirimaru? Well, sadly, I think I have to see. This is an actual cartoon, and I get the feeling we're going to get in trouble for it. But I guess the joke is that they're listening to this crazy new age music or something, right? All right, let's go to the next one. Whoa, look at this kid.
You've been hit by, you've been struck by a smooth.
He got hit by a smooth turd. He's got to let out at that urinal.
What?
Mortified. Yo, that's great. You've been hit by a smooth turd now. Wow. Hyper kids in Africa. 1.9 million views to that.
This is Africa.
Wow. Anyway, I'm glad that was fast because that was Michael Jackson. Obviously, I'm going to get in trouble for that one. By the way, already I was right. The Arthur clip is getting claimed. So just so you guys know, if the stream goes down for a couple minutes, stick around. After 2 minutes, it'll come back. I hope that we didn't watch too much of the Arthur clip. I think we're all right. Frankie Boyle audience abuse. He's going to attack. This is 18 minutes. Let's just watch a little bit of it and see what it is.
How you doing, little fella? You've made a fucking effort.
What the
Looks
hell?
like someone shaved a monkey and kicked it through Top Man.
What? What'd he say? Shaved a monkey and what?
You've gone
No, I'm a
for it
shaved
with
Bill,
the hair
dude.
here, haven't you? You look like a moderately powerful
Hit by a
Pokemon.
smooth turd, dude. Yo, Phil got hit. Phil got hit by that smooth turd. Damn. Dude, you can't make this shit up, dude. Like when I tell people about this shit, when I tell normies about Phil, they're like, what? They don't understand. They're like, wait, what? They're like, wait, people pay him to put on a hat? Like, yeah. And they just don't get it. They're like, huh? I'm like, yeah, he's addicted to mobile games and he likes like,
He's all right.
like poop humor.
It's dry again.
And they're
British
like, what?
humor is all dry.
And they're like,
humor.
people pay for that?
It's not. They don't have
I'm like,
big
yeah,
setups
yeah, they
in
pay
British
him like
humor.
over $100,000 a
It's usually
year.
just like a lot of insults.
And I was like, what?
And a lot of like
And I'm
satirical
like, yeah,
stuff.
is that
a lot
weird?
of like
And they're like,
dark stuff, right? But it's very dry. It always is very dry stuff.
Judy, man.
He's a Scotsman. People are saying he's a Scotsman.
You just don't get it,
You're a
dude.
trainee paedophile, sir.
Wow, trainee pedophile. Interesting.
Oh,
Scottish people?
why did Phil repeat that?
I love that cheer Scottish people do when they think there's a lot more Scottish
Why
people
did Phil
like,
repeat the
"Hey,
racial?
oversurrounded."
I mean, not the racial, but the.
You said fucking. Oh, Paisley, he's talked to
The
you in
politically
shit town
charged
talk trucks.
All right.
references.
I would like to watch more, but I can't understand half the stuff he's saying.
Oh, he's
When they
scared.
talk like that with that dialect, it's so hard to even make out the
He's
words
scared.
they're saying.
He's
So I'm just
scared,
gonna go to the
dude.
next video.
He's scared. They got him with that. They got him shook, dude.
Hey!
They got him shook.
How are you? Good, thanks for getting the pizza. Oh, did you remember to get the extra sausage? Yeah, I got your sausage right here. Oh! Dude!
Oh.
What? What? I'm sorry. Why'd you put your dick on the pizza? I don't know.
What the fuck?
Hey. Hey. Sorry about yesterday. I don't know what that was. We don't have to talk about it. That's fair. Got your mail.
Yo, what the hell was that? Why?
Package? Just
Oh my god! Alright, this is fucking stupid.
I don't know.
This is so stupid.
Why'd he do the
What
dick in the
the
box? Cable guy.
Hey. Hey. Video game?
Batman Arkham?
Okay.
Oh, his dick's gonna be inside the Batman Arkham box. Oh no, it's not.
By the way, the game's not even co-op, so how are they playing it two-player?
Does he want? I don't get it. Does he want? Does that guy want him to suck it? I don't understand. Why does he keep taking it out?
Sure. Nuts. How about balls? No! What's happening to me?
Alright,
So, wait,
that's enough of that joke.
Oh, it's long, dude. That was
so stupid.
We weren't even
Every
halfway
action you
done.
decide to do is either done for reasons, in
Jesus.
which case it's determined by those reasons, and not.
Is free will possible? I feel like I have to start over,
Derek
but again, the
submission for
audio
sure.
quality is shit. What is with a lot of these videos having really shitty audio? I can't understand what the people are saying. Like, I'll up the audio on my headset here to try to understand this. All right, let's listen.
Everything you do, every action you decide to do, is either done for reasons, in which case it's determined by those reasons and not free because it's determined, or it's done for no reasons, in which case it's random and not free. So either you have the option determined and not free, or random and not free. And there's no way to add something to that, as far as I know, that can get you out of that dichotomy of determined or random and get you an actually free choice. So every action you take is either determined or random. There's
No, not
way to
more
get
free
will.
choice shit, dude. Come on, not free will.
These people just don't understand
Come
the
on.
concept of free will. They don't.
Come on,
The
not
concept
more.
of free will is not you have complete and utter control over everything in your environment, and therefore you have a choice to do whatever you want. That's not the concept of free will. We are all limited, tangible beings. We are finite beings. We are all going to die someday. Have to intake resources to survive. We have to breathe. If we don't breathe, we die. We don't have the option to choose not to breathe, or else we end our own existence. Do you understand? When I hear these people think that they're all up their own ass about free will and how smart they think they are, they always say stuff like that. Well, we don't truly have free will because it's either this or that determines it. No, no, no. The concept of free will is that within the system that you exist, all right, and the confines of the system and the world you live in, which is going to have limitations. You're never going to be an omnipotent, omniscient, all-powerful being with true free will. But within the confines of what you're talking about, all right, then if you have choice, freedom of choice to do something. Like, for example, let's say it's my day off. And just on a whim, all right, I have a block of time on my day off where I don't have to do anything. So I can choose, do I want to go get some food that's I'm not starving, but I could go get some food. I'll maybe get ice cream just for the sake of getting an ice cream because it tastes good. Or maybe I could clean my garage because it's kind of dirty. I don't have to clean it today, but maybe I feel like cleaning it because it's something that'll get me ahead, right? Or maybe I just want to lay on the couch like a lump and do absolutely nothing because I just feel like relaxing and I have the choice to do that. Do you see? That's free will, right? That's the concept of free will, that you have the choice to do what you want to do with the freedoms that are within your limitations of life and existence. Now, oh, you don't have free will because you just can't do whatever you want to do because you have to confine by this or this criteria. You're an idiot. There's no one in existence that has complete freedom to do whatever they want. It just doesn't exist. You have, as finite beings, as things that need resources to exist, you have to do certain things to keep existing. So therefore, you're right. You'll never truly be free. It doesn't exist. You're right. But that's a stupid dunce. Like,
what?
Anyone with a brain, right? Anyone with a brain can 5 seconds into this argument say, okay, we have to have some establishing factors and characteristics to qualify what free will is, because if you don't, then you'll never have it, right? It's limited free will. And I hate when people, oh, look how big-brained I am. Look, I just proved that free will doesn't exist. Okay, dunce. Yes, in the dunce world, where you think that someone out there is, you know, completely unlimited with whatever they can do, there's no one. Literally not a human, not an animal. No one has that freedom at all. It doesn't, you know, so true free will of complete unlimited freedom will never exist for anything. That is correct. Absolutely correct. But within the discussion of what is free will and like governments protecting your freedom of choice and things like that, it's within a certain quantified system. Why can't we understand that? Why do we have to just be like, you see how smart I am? Because free will doesn't exist. No, let's get to the real discussion that's meaningful to humans instead of wasting our time with your bullshit. Okay, let's continue.
I decided to apply for 1,000 jobs because I keep hearing that the job market is broken. Well, let's find out how bad it really is.
Where have all the workers gone? Labor is...
I don't even know what the fuck that was. He had a pop-up barcode on the screen. Did you see that? He had a pop-up barcode. Probably to click, you know, scan it for his stuff or something. So you apply for 1,000 jobs to find out if there's a labor shortage. This was a year ago. Okay. So if he's in the United States, if you don't understand what he's talking about, there's been this talk in the last few years that since COVID happened, all right, since everything shut down and had to reopen for COVID, that there is this big disconnect between employers and employees. The employers are claiming there's not enough labor. There's no one out there to hire for our jobs anymore, and therefore we have all these empty positions and we can't run our businesses properly because there's no one to hire. The employees are the opposite. They're saying, no, the problem is there's no jobs out there we want. The jobs that are out there are shit. Therefore, we're just going to continue to look for better jobs. We don't want these lower end jobs because we realized during COVID we don't need them. We don't need to be scraping by with working 2 to 3, 4 part-time shit ass jobs where we get no health care, we get no benefits at all.
Come on,
we
bro.
get paid
Let's
the absolute
go.
minimum. We get treated like crap. We get inconsistent hours. We don't get enough hours. Why would we want that job? So what's happening is people have stopped applying for those jobs and just look for better. And these businesses that always relied on these crappy, low-level, bad treatment jobs are now hurting because they're realizing, oh, fuck, we've been abusing people for so many years. We have to change. We have to change our entire business structure to support people and have meaningful employees, which they've never done before. Before they were like, oh, you're just disposable. Hire you, you'll work 5 hours a week, fucking come in, do the minimum, get the fuck out the door. Nothing, right? So Americans' workforce has changed in the last 2 to 3 years. So I'm curious what this experiment does. The 10-minute video, but let's see how he did this.
Scarce right now. So I think I'm going to apply for these jobs using fictional names. Now in the 2005 book Freakonomics, they talked about applying for jobs using the same resumes with different names at the top. And in their words, a white sounding name and a black sounding name. So I pulled the names Tanner and Demetrius from their list, and those are going to be the names I used to apply for the jobs. I'll be applying with the same exact resumes, just changing the names at the top.
Okay.
Now since it's been so long since I've done my own resume, I'm going to buy a template from Etsy. Okay, so the main issue I'm having with this is that almost every template I'm seeing has some sort of objective statement or profile section, so I may just have to get one and delete that. I'm no resume expert, but I've always thought those sections were kind of...
Yo, my boy put me onto this, but it worked. It worked pretty good. Yo, you just get ChatGPT to write your resume, dude. Like I put in the resume I made, like just the text, like no formatting, just the text. And then I was like, can you make this into like a professional resume? And it was like, all right, sure. And it did it for me, dude. It changed the wording and the wording's better, like everything, like it sounds like so much better and it's more concise. Like it's way better than like what I came up with.
Pointless and silly. So it says here your objective is to become a master at taxidermy. So are you applying for an accounting job?
AI
you
is
do
the
know there's
future.
a big difference between taxidermy and taxes, right? Oh, yeah,
You don't need that
just
template
skip
shit,
that.
dude.
I was
All you
literally
need
just
is
too lazy to
ChatGPT.
put in the title of this job. So in my opinion, the best case scenario is it gives no information. Being that I'm going to be applying for 1,000 jobs, I want to do as little customization as possible. Okay, so I ended up buying and filling out a couple resumes here, and I must say, I think we got a couple winners. Now, I'll be the first to admit, filling out resumes was a bit more challenging than I expected. That said,
Team member of a restaurant chain. Works constantly to keep the dining area and spotless. Handed customer orders. Worked multiple positions, including cook, through cashier, and cleanup. Always make sure each customer left happy. Memorize menu to make recommendations to customers. And kept up with customer traffic trends.
No, I haven't.
Skills. I can work with Excel, Microsoft Word,
I haven't seen
PowerPoint,
it.
Sheets, Docs, and slides.
This is actually from Daria.
Look at that. Like College University. So he's going to make up the
I don't
names
know
of
if you've ever
universities,
seen
right?
Daria
College
on
University. I
MTV.
went for a business major and a minor in psychology with a 3.6 GPA. That's pretty funny. Oh, excuse me. Expected graduation 2022. I was going to say, if he graduated from university and all he's done is work in a restaurant, what happened, right? Interesting.
I've filled these out based on the way I would like to see them as a potential employer. So I've got these two different resumes, and I think I'm going to do a total of 2 different versions of each one. One where the candidate is expecting to graduate from college in the next few months, and another where our candidate never went to college and just has a high school diploma.
Okay,
so when all is said and done, we're going to have 4 resumes. Each resume is going to have a college and a high school version, and we're going to swap out the names Demetrius and Tanner
That's
on each
interesting,
one.
too.
As far
I'd
as
like to
work
see how
experience
this
goes, I'm
turns
going to
out.
have one version with the well-known retailer. The other is going to be a well-known and well-respected restaurant chain.
So one
Now, to keep
restaurant,
track of all the
one
responses,
retailer.
I set
Okay.
up a new email address and a new phone number for each resume for each of our candidates. It took a lot of work, but we're ready to apply for jobs.
Okay.
Entry-level jobs. The next way is I'm going to career websites like Indeed, Career Builder, and I'm searching for entry-level jobs on there. I find companies and positions through there and then go directly to their websites. In my own experience, when I've received applications, it always meant a lot more if they went directly to our website as opposed to a job board.
Yeah, can we skip the
And with
beginning?
this
Can we go
click
right to the,
here,
the racism
I
part?
believe that is job application.
Skip to the racism, please.
I don't know if I believe he actually did 1,000. Maybe a couple hundred.
I just want to see the numbers,
That would
dude.
take an
Just show me
insane
the
amount of work.
numbers.
And, I mean, let's be honest. He has to apply for jobs, what, in his area? Maybe not. Maybe he's just literally applying across the country, right?
Come
All right, if that's
on.
the case, then it's 1,000. I was going to say, like, in your area, you're going to run out of places to apply to. But maybe he's just going nationwide and keeps changing his data. Maybe. All right.
That took quite a bit longer than I expected. The worst part of the process is you upload a resume and then not having to refill all the information in, but when the system attempts to upload your information into the fields, but does it incorrectly, and then you have to go back and
Last
delete all
name,
the
Excel
information
proficient.
and then re-add it again. The
Why
second
is this-
worst is assessment test. Instead of taking 2 or 3 minutes to apply for a job, you do an assessment test and you're talking 15, sometimes 20
Right.
minutes to apply for a job. The first few were like a little bit fun, but after 2 or 3, they were just brutal.
Yeah, I've done
The other thing
quite
is,
a few.
the dumbest thing about the assessment test is that they're just an automated criteria. Usually, a human never reviews it.
Assessment
and then when you go
tests
to an
suck,
interview,
dude.
they just ask you the same questions again, and then they want your answers in person. So why the fuck did you waste my time with the assessment test?
Now, one thing that was surprising in this whole process is, you know, the old meme of entry-level job but requires 3 to 5 years experience.
Yes.
Well, I didn't track it for all 1,000 jobs, but I did take a sample of 50 of the jobs that I applied for. Of those 50, 21 of the jobs specifically said, either in the job title or in the job description, that they were an entry-level position. Of those 21, only 2 specifically said that they required experience. Another 6.
Okay, here's the problem. I can actually attest to this. Here's the problem. They won't say it, but then when they interview, they'll take the person with experience over the person who doesn't. So, for example, let's say entry-level job, you're a receptionist, okay? Great. So, I'm fresh out of college. I'm qualified for this job because I'm intelligent. I have a degree. I've shown that I have some skills here. You know, I can answer phones. I want to work with your system. I know how to use Excel. But then they'll hire the person who has 5 years experience instead of you. And you might say, well, I don't get it. How does that always happen? Because in America, what's happened is there's a lot of layoffs. There was a lot of problems. There's a lot of, you know, with COVID especially. so many people lost their jobs that now when you go to apply even for an entry-level position, there's always someone with more experience than you to take the job. So even though they don't say it on the application, the person with more experience gets it anyway. So you end up with all these entry-level jobs where only people with tons of experience are getting them. That's the problem in America right now.
It said something about experience preferred. The rest of those 21 didn't say anything about experience required, experience preferred, and some even advertised that no experience was required.
Which is bullshit.
So I think the meme is kind of true to an extent, but gets a bit exaggerated more than reality. Though I did hear about a company one time asking for 10 years of experience in a programming language that had only been around for 7 years. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's pretty funny. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time for the results. I did decide to put on a suit and tie in honor of all the job interviews I didn't go on. Our initial goal was to apply for 1,000 jobs. After a double count and a recount, we ended up applying for 1,003. I always say it's better to be a little bit long. And probably nobody's surprised not all jobs out there are valid and currently open. In fact, I called one pizza company about a job that had been out there for 6 months. Here's what they said. I was looking online and I saw that you guys have an opening for a pizza maker. Is that job still open?
No, we're actually only hiring drivers now.
Oh, okay. I saw it had been out there for 6 months, and so that one's not available. Just drivers?
Nope, not anymore.
This is a major problem with the new automated economy, is because all of these jobs now being posted are almost an automated process. You have a lot of postings out there that are completely invalid. It'll say,
let me tell you how you fix that, Phil, and what you're not going to say because you're an idiot and you have no form of critical thinking and you don't know what the fuck you're doing and you're a moron and you're an idiot. So when you go on to find your jobs, you're going to sort by, when it was posted. Typically, you're only going to want to look at things posted within the past week or a couple days or 24 hours. And you're going to filter out the old posts that are inactive, and it allows you to do that. So, whatever.
oh, there's an opening for a line level person. Then you actually get the interview. You go to the interview. They're like, oh, well, all we have open is like this specific job within the building. That's not what you applied for. Then why am I here?
You're an idiot.
Why the fuck am I here for the interview?
You're an idiot.
Why did you waste my time? Oh, that's the online system. Sorry about that. I'm serious. This is happening all the time.
You don't
in America
apply for
now, 'cause
jobs.
it used to
You
be
don't know how it
one
works.
person was hired to handle all of that. Now they leave it all to these robotic automated systems, and it's bullshit. It's completely unfair to the people looking for the jobs. It's a waste of everyone's time.
Because of this, I try to limit my job search to jobs that have been posted recently, and really tried to find
you don't
jobs
go back,
that were offering
2 weeks.
$15 an hour or higher. With that said, 62% of the jobs applied for
And when I'm
had
actively
some
looking,
sort of
when I'm
wage.
actively looking for a
Average
job,
wage being
it turns into every 24 hours.
$17.36. And I came up with this number by
Like I
taking
only
the
look at
low
shit
end
within
of
the
the
last day
range.
because
So
I'm
if a
looking
job
every
was
single
listing
day.
$15
Right?
to $17 per hour,
Like,
I would take the
it gets to the
$15
point
per hour
sometimes
number,
where I
use that
only
in the
want,
calculation.
the
For
only
jobs
shit that's
listed
new
at
is the
annual
shit that's
salary,
posted
I calculated the
the next day,
hourly wage.
So I typically
Now,
only
that
sort
said,
by like
across the
24 hours,
1,003 job
24-hour-old
applications,
posts.
we received a total of 259 interview requests. We also got 47 flat-out rejections. In addition to all of that, we got 87 calls where they didn't leave a message and I wasn't sure where the call came from. If we assume all of those
Applying in
calls
person
were to
is-
set up
is
an interview,
best
that would push
if-
our
if
return
they allow
rate
for
to
that.
35%. I decided to throw those out though because even on the first day that we had the number set up, I was already receiving spam calls. So net, that leaves us with around
Look at this
650 jobs with no response. Now I'm sure some of those are like the pizza job and no longer valid, but obviously we're going on about 10 days now. If you haven't called us back yet, you're probably not that thirsty for employees. I'm married now, but back in my dating days, if a girl hadn't called back in 10 days, now when you compare a resume...
This is also important to know. In the United States, what happens again, because the whole system's online and automated, a lot of these businesses will list the position as open. It's not. They'll get your resume. You'll get a call 4 months later. Oh, hi, are you still interested in the job? The job I applied for in April? Dude, it's like August. What are you talking about? Obviously, did I think I sat on my ass for 4 months? I need a job. I got one.
Again,
right?
When do you do this?
Well, the job's open now. Well, then why was it listed in April? And this happens all the time. they'll call way later
No,
because
not
they just
really.
leave
No,
it as an
that never
open-ended
happens to
for
me.
them. It benefits the employer to have it open-ended and have this giant queue of people they can call whenever they want. Meanwhile, you're the one who needs the job now and you can't get it because they're just messing with your time.
A versus resume
That's
B.
never happened to me, dude.
Resume B did
Literally.
quite a bit better. In fact, of the applications where I used resume A, regardless of college, high school, or whose name was on top of it, resume A received a response rate of 22%.
Okay.
You compare that to resume B, and it got a response rate of around 30%.
So,
I'm not sure if it was the content, the layout. I'm not sure what the difference was. I tried to make them really comparable, so I was a little surprised at the difference. College versus high school was also pretty interesting. Again, same resumes, just changed the education section. And keep in mind that I only applied for jobs that I thought we were qualified for. So if a job required a college degree, I would apply for it with the college resume, but I would skip those with the high school resume. When it comes to response rate on the applications where I used the resume where we were just about to graduate from college, I got a response rate of around 22.4%. Now, the high school resume received a response rate of about 35%. And the first reaction may be as well, does it actually hurt you to have a college degree in the labor market? I think there's a couple reasons for why those two may be pretty different. For one, with the college resume, I was applying for a little bit higher quality jobs.
Yeah, that's what it is. He applied for higher quality jobs, therefore it's going to be more restrictive who's going to get the calls. While the high school job, it's lower end jobs, they're just going to call more people because you don't need as many qualifications. That's simple to figure out.
Graduate in about 3 months. Whereas the high school resume, we had already graduated. That means that employers that couldn't wait an additional 3 months might have skipped over the
That makes
college
sense too. He said you were going to
application.
graduate
So now
in
when
3
it
months.
comes to using Demetrius versus Tanner, again, same resumes on everything else. We just swapped out the names. In total, Tanner got a response rate of around 25%, and Demetrius had a response rate of about 26%.
They're about the same.
Statistically, I think they were basically the same. And when you look at high school versus college, the two were basically the same there as well. Demetrius got just a little bit better response rate than Tanner.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Now, if
It's
I really
negligible.
wanted to
That's your
test
margin
out
of error.
this name theory, I would probably do very similar resumes and send them all into the same company. The main purpose of this exercise was to get a sense of what the general labor market is like. So I intentionally tried to avoid using multiple resumes to apply for the same job at the same
Or at the
company.
end.
I was concerned that multiple resumes may tip off an employer and they might throw out our applications altogether and thus throwing off or skewing our stats. That said, there were 8 jobs where I sent in a resume for both people, and I didn't receive a response back on any of the 8. So I think my takeaway here is that the entry-level job market seems to be pretty strong, at least at the time of this video. Getting an interview request back on a third of the applications sent in is pretty good, I think. Now, how many of those would have turned into actual jobs? Maybe we'll never know. If you enjoyed this video...
No, right. Again, what this is showing, I feel, is that it's not that there aren't people applying. It's not that there aren't jobs that need employees. Is that there's a disconnect, right? Is a complete disconnect. The systems set up online now are so automated, they're not in line with the workforce that's looking for employment. Oh, the position's open. You apply, no one responds. Well, then what did I fucking apply for, and why the hell did you have a position open to begin with, right? It doesn't make sense. Or, you know, they're looking for things that don't exist. They're looking for people. Who the hell wants to work a job that's a low-end job, minimum wage, less than full-time hours, less than part-time hours, no employment, no benefits, nothing, no health insurance, not even guaranteeing me this job, no job security. It's a fucking flipping burgers, which already is a bad job because you smell, you're covered in gross stuff all day. But then you expect like someone's going to be eager to be coming and working for your job, right? These employers need to number one, employers need to step it up and start hiring people to actually deal with this full time. Not, oh, this is a secondary or third string part of a manager's job who's already overworked at the retail store. And they're supposed to figure out how to schedule interviews and get people in with an automated system that's a body of information that's all bullshit. Because it took in resumes for 4 months and they just fucking sat there. Who knows if these people even care about the job anymore? The whole system's broken. Really, what COVID did this. COVID exposed the system for being as broken as it was because it made a pause. When there was a pause button in employment, the disconnect happened. And now you have a populace that want employment but don't want the jobs that are out there, and jobs that don't want the populace that are willing to work. So when are we going to get in line? The thing is, the populace can't fix that. The people, the workforce can't fix it. The companies have to. The companies have to reassess what's out there and readjust their businesses to be in line with the workforce there, and they're not doing that. And so they're just sitting there whining, oh, I'm understaffed, I can't get people. Well, fuck you. Work your business better then. You're the one who owns the business. Redo your business so it works with the current model of people who are out there. Don't just sit there and whine and complain. It's not going to fix things. And that's what a lot of these major companies are doing. Anyway, thanks for watching DSP versus the Internet. We got 2 parts left, and we'll get to those shortly. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in part 5. All right. Very good. Thank you guys for the support. We got to keep moving. We went long on that video, right? Let's continue. I need to get to the Q&A questions. So let's get to those Q&A questions, shall we? All right. So, here they are. All right, let's continue. Part 5. Here we go, everyone. Everyone, thank you so much for watching DSP versus the Internet this week. This is episode 21 for July 9th, 2023. I hope you're enjoying the show. Now, this is part 5. In this part, I'm going to take a little bit of time away from watching videos to answer questions from super members of this channel, people who are a higher level supporter and who have asked some questions they would like to be answered in a lightning round style here on the show today. Let's do that, and then we will continue into more videos from members who supported or submitted them, okay? All right. First of all, do you remember the Everest College commercial guy? No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Back in the day, I used to see commercials of all sorts on television, some of which were like long infomercials, some of which were just kind of more low-budget commercials for colleges and things like that. I remember ITT, Technical Institute, on TV all the time, constantly. But outside of that, no, I don't really remember anything specific. I've never heard of Everest College, so sadly, I can't really answer this question effectively. Which Uncharted game do you think is the best storyline? I would have to go back and replay them all to remember. I distinctly remember liking 2 more than 1, but I don't remember 3 that well. I remember 3 is the one where it's the prequel story with Drake or Nathan Drake as a kid, but I don't remember it that well. 4 I thought had a good story, but I would really have to go back. It's been a while. I'd have to go back and replay. Off the top of my head, I'll say 2, but I'll say I'd have to go back and replay them to accurately answer the question. If someone wanted to catch up on all your gaming content, how long do you think it would take? I've been putting out daily gameplay videos. Starting off, originally, it was maybe 2 to 3 hours a day, and then increased, you know, when I was doing YouTube full-time but no streaming, sometimes it was upwards of 10 hours a day. Today, I now upload an hour-and-a-half long podcast, 3 hours of gameplay on my first stream, and 2 hours of gameplay on my late stream. So arguably every day I'm doing between 6 to 7 hours of content a day today, and it's 6 days a week. So, I mean, you can do the math, but 15 years times that formula, right? Now, there have been times when I took time away, but back in the day, usually it was if I was traveling to go to a convention or a tournament, and by the way, I would record when I was there, so there was more footage. So, it's really hard to put your finger on it. But I would say, let's say we were going by today's standards. Let's argue 5 hours of gameplay a day, all right? Let's say I take 1 day off a week. 52 days off in a year, right? So let's just even guesstimate even further. Let's say 300 days a year, 5 hours a day, 1,500 hours of gameplay in a year that you would have to watch to catch up. How many days is that? Let's find out. $1,500 divided by 24. You would have to spend over 2 months of non-stop watching my content to watch a year's worth now. 2 months of not stopping to watch my content. I'm pretty sure watching someone for 2 months non-stop, you get bored. So the thing that I've always said with the amount of content that I put out, not everyone's going to watch every piece of content. It's okay if you skip or miss content, and don't watch my content as if it's an ongoing television show. It's not. You can miss a playthrough, you can miss a podcast, you can miss a React event, and then jump in at any point. That's the beauty of YouTube being on demand. Back in the day, I used to get constant complaints. You're putting out too much content. And I was like, then don't watch it all. Just watch what you want. As long as there's enough people watching at once, it doesn't matter who watches what. You don't have to watch everything. It's not like because you skipped this week's React show that if you watch next week's, you won't make sense of it. This is not an ongoing narrative. Same thing with a game. Just because you missed me playing Diablo 4 doesn't mean that if you watch me playing Starfield coming up in September. Oh, I don't get it because I didn't see his Diablo 4 playthrough. What? They're not related. You see? That's the cool thing about the content I put out and being a variety creator. So enjoy at your own pace. You're talking 2 months a year to catch up on my whole year's content. I mean, that's pretty insane when you think about it. Did I have a favorite cafeteria food in high school? I did not eat cafeteria food in high school. My mom would make me a bag lunch. Or, when I was older, I would make my own bag lunch. I never ate cafeteria food. Seriously, not once. Would you rather know how you die or when you die? When you die. Knowing how you die is kind of worthless. Unless it's something ridiculous. Like, let's say, for example, how you die is you fell off the top of Mount Everest. Okay? Well, if I know that, then I know when I'm ready to die, I'll go to Mount Everest. But outside of that, when would I ever find myself at Mount Everest? Right? Never. Unless I actively chose to go there. So therefore, I can avoid my death if I don't go to Mount Everest. Correct? But if your way that you're going to die is more mundane, which is way more common, right? You died of cancer. You died of a heart attack. You died of a mundane car accident that just happened one day out of nowhere. If you know, how would that help me? If so, you died in a car accident. Shit. So now the only way to avoid death is to never be in a car for the rest of my life. That's going to severely limit my life. So obviously that's worthless to me, right? But if you say, when you die, if you know you're going to die on October 7th, 2057, now you know the time frame you have to do everything you want to do with your life until that time. You know exactly the limitations you have. You can see it. Jay, I have these goals I can set now for my life that I want to do between now and the day I die. And I can even judge, you know, if I'm hitting those goals in a good amount of time or whatever it may be, right? And how amazing would it be if you know that's the day you die? You can even plan your own end of your life. You can have a party around it. Have your loved ones and family members that show up. This is it, guys. I'm saying goodbye. It's the big shove off. And you could have, that would be way more interesting and better than just knowing the method that you die. Knowing the date, when, is way more important, I would say. So definitely when, not how. What do you think of the 6-man Money in the Bank ladder match featuring all of the Battle Royal Sim winners to determine the 2022-2023 undisputed fantasy sim champion of DSP's world? That's a mouthful. I think what they're saying is, if you guys aren't aware, over the course of the last year, whenever I did a lengthy marathon style event that involved like some kind of gameplay or something, what I would do is I would implement a fantasy battle royal. And there's been one winner for each battle royal over the last year. So I guess what this person is saying is, what would you do? Why don't you do a 6-man ladder match, right, between those Royal Rumble winners to determine the ultimate winner of the simming world? Well, you know, we haven't really talked about doing a WWE sim match in quite some time. Maybe we should do one for my anniversary event coming up. As you know, we have an anniversary event coming up where I'm going to be celebrating my 15-year anniversary as a content creator. Maybe that's something special we can do for one of those days, is we have that as like we take a look at all those winners from the last year and pit them against each other in a match to see who wins. Thing is, with a ladder match, it could last 5 seconds. I'm serious. Like, a ladder match is so random in the WWE games that there's no guaranteed time frame it'll last. It may be like a 5-minute match where they beat each other up, someone climbs right up and wins. So it could be very underwhelming. At the flip side of that, it could take a long time. The battle royales that I do are guaranteed to take a long time because they have so many entrants and everything. So that's why those are usually better for streaming purposes, you see? But I don't know. I'll think about it. It's an interesting idea, and I'll definitely think about it. Okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue now with our videos from standard members. Let's see what's next. Here we go.
What's up, guys? Hope you're doing well. So this week I decided to make top 100 things not to say to a cop. And for those of you who always ask me where I get all these paintings from, the cops in this video are actually the ones who make these paintings. They're called the Homeless Heroes. One's an artist, one's a rapper, and they have some really great clean videos on their channel. So definitely subscribe to them and me if you want to get notified every time I make a new video. Also, make sure to leave a comment about which number you think is the worst thing to say to a cop. And don't forget, press the like button. New videos every Sunday. Who got most swag?
I like jump cuts in videos, but I definitely feel like there's too many jump cuts in this video. They're way too fast. It's hard to even digest.
That's what the kids like, dude.
Because he's going right from one sentence.
That's what the kids like now, dude, right?
Delay. There should be. He did it too quickly. This is an over 10-year-old video. Maybe he got better over
Oh,
time.
it's 10 years old.
But I do feel like,
Whoops.
yeah,
That's
this
what the kids
probably
liked?
was not the best cutting system. Okay. Let's
Yo,
see.
jump
top
scare
100,
cuts?
It's only a 5-minute video.
Jump
The
scare
whole
cuts
video's
are
gonna be
so
blah, 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 blah,
2010,
blah.
bro.
Let's just give it a shot. Let's see what it is. Here we go.
Goes to Romy, the equity. Top 100 things not to say to a cop. I can't hear you. What the heck do you want? You want a beer? I got a couple in the back. I drank some. You're not gonna find anything. I already hid the body. These are not the droids you were looking for. I mean, you're black. Come on, man. Cut me some slack. You're with them now? You do not want to give me a ticket. I am not here.
I had some complaints about the noise.
I have some complaints about your breath. My God. I was not speeding. Do you brush your teeth? You need to start flossing. Move along. Look, man, I didn't know I was
Yo, this
speeding.
is
My eyes were shut.
this is
I
dented,
thought I
bro.
smelled donuts.
I just want to say shout out to ZX0 who just dropped a member bomb on the channel. First time we've had a member bomb on DSP Reacts in a very long time. That is very much appreciated because it supports
It's
my
been a
React
very
content
long time.
in a big way. Thank
What?
you so much for that. I will shout those
You
out
just got a
later,
member bomb
but I
the
wanna
other
continue on with
day.
the video now. Okay.
Do you take
Dude, he just got a shit ton of member bombs, like literally like 2 streams ago.
Right now. Buy one, get one. That was just on
It's
my
been
way
a
to your
very
sister's
long
house.
time.
Oh,
Dude,
that's all
shut
you
the
got?
fuck
Yeah, I
up,
thought
bro.
about becoming a cop. Then I graduated from high school. Just come back in like 15 minutes. I'm on the phone. Thank you. What seems to be the officer problem? I'm high. You know I could kill you if I wanted to. This isn't even my car, okay? I stole it. So you're just gonna give me a ticket? You're not gonna take the drugs in the back seat? She told me she was 18. Can you hurry this up, please? I gotta get back to your wife. Okay, so we're gonna do it rough, huh? I guess it runs in the family. If I were you, I'd let me go. I swear to John, I'm not God.
All right, I want you to stand on one leg for 10 seconds.
What you really want is a donut. I thought you had to be in good shape to be a police officer. What the heck? Are you serious? I'm not gonna lie. If you don't let me go right now, I'm just gonna take a dump in my pants. I swear to hide.
What's funny is probably quite a lot of people have said these things, right? I would almost guarantee you that quite a lot of people have said these things over the years to a cop. In fact, if you just watch some of those videos, right, the whatchamacallit, the videos, the cop shows, you'll probably see people saying dumb shit like this constantly to them. By the way, ZXO or CX0 just gifted another 10 memberships to the channel. So again, I will shout these out when I get the chance, if I can, because I don't know, because sometimes they don't save properly in my queue. But I usually do shout outs between the parts. But thank you so much, ZX0, for the gifted memberships. I'm sure people will really appreciate those. Okay. All right, that was okay. It's not great. Let's go to the next. Now this looks good. Seasoned eggs. LGR food. Is this that guy? This is the guy who we saw make a sandwich before, right? It is. This is the guy who we saw make a sandwich. So he's gonna make breakfast. Look at this.
Bacon.
Thick cut bacon. On a non-stick Teflon pan.
Just doing it on a stovetop over medium heat. I really like doing it in the oven, actually, for larger amounts, more consistently.
I've never baked bacon in the oven. I wonder how it comes out. I've never tried it. Maybe I should try it someday. I don't ever barely eat bacon at home. Maybe I should try it. The frying is a little messy because the grease goes everywhere.
But I want it in a pan today, because I want that grease.
Look at that. Time lapse. If there's time lapse, that means that he's basically filming at a very high frame rate. He's going to do that. Interesting.
Bacon.
Pretty decent quality bacon, although there's a lot of fat on it.
Yeah. Alright, gonna lower the heat a little bit, get that grease going there. And get some of
So
these
he wants to make the eggs in the bacon grease.
heirloom
That's
blue
interesting. That'll add
eggs.
flavor.
So blue.
I mean, that's good. That means he doesn't have to add spray or anything. He can just use the bacon grease to cook everything else. He doesn't need any kind of butter or cooking spray. It's interesting. Fry the egg in the bacon grease.
Pink Himalayan sea salt. And a little bit of onion powder. Some cracked peppercorn.
That's delicious. He's using good,
A
good
bit
seasoning.
of basil.
Basil? Yeah, basil could go with egg. I can see that. And he's wisely using plastic with the non-stick so he doesn't damage his non-stick pan.
And just cover that for a bit, let it do its thing.
You don't have to cover it, but by covering it, you prevent splatter of grease all over your kitchen. So that was actually pretty smart there. This guy knows his stuff. He's not bad. What he's doing here is pretty good.
Dude, this is so crazy.
Yeah, it looks pretty good, man. Those yolks are going to be intact.
Pretty good to me.
Grease down the toilet. Oh, that's why he had to like
bacon.
Use that like toilet gun on his toilet, right?
What else is he going to make with that?
And
some fruit,
some berries, a few each of strawberries, raspberries, and blackberries. Oh yeah.
You need some, dude. You need starch in
breakfast. Gotta get some coffee.
Coffee. No, you need starch. You need like some toast or like a biscuit or an English muffin or something with that.
Coffee going. And for that, I've got this fresh bag from South Slope Coffee here in Asheville, North Carolina.
Garbage Gamer says he covered it so the steam poaches the yolks and you get over easy eggs without flipping. Oh, that's interesting. So that's a cooking technique to get a runny yolk without flipping it. Oh, that's okay. Sweet. I didn't even know that. I just learned something.
Something or other blend, and it's absolutely wonderful. Has like this rich.
He has a grinder. He actually has a grinder,
kind of
coffee grinder. I don't have that. I just got a quick
I don't know how to describe that.
I don't need to see him grind his coffee. Like he's just fancy. Yes, you bought the maker to do it. It's not that big of a deal. Okay. Please tell me he put starch with it. He needs starch. Where's the starch? This is not a complete breakfast.
I don't always make a breakfast like this, but when I do...
This is not a complete breakfast. It's a good breakfast, but it's not a complete breakfast. He needs toast or some kind of, like I said, like something on the side. A little crumpet, a little, a little biscuit, a little English muffin, something. A scone. How about a scone? Where is the starch? A starchless breakfast is not a delicious
I just eat eggs.
gourmet breakfast. So it's a good breakfast, but sadly I have to rate this only 4 stars out of 5. You need to have starch in your breakfast for it to be good. I'm sorry about that. Let's continue. Now, wait a minute. This is straight from Crunchyroll. I can't watch this. This is 1,000,000% going to get claimed. I can't watch it. I mean, that's a 100% a clip that's going to have problems, okay? You even said Crunchyroll on it, for God's sakes. Okay. How much time do we have? Okay, we have about time for one more. Well, I don't know what clip this is. Let's see this. Picking up a hitchhiker on a test drive.
Taking Tahoe and see if
you want to buy this?
I'm, really considering it. Just gotta take it on a little drive.
All right. It's an 18, you know.
Yeah.
Buddy,
it's comfortable.
Tahoe for...
Oh man, this poor guy.
So they're pranking him.
Can't imagine being friends with someone like this.
They're pranking him.
Anything helps. I'm sorry, I don't have any money. If you need a ride, you can hop in.
No, man.
He's pranking the guy.
I'm gonna make sure it's that angle.
He's on a test drive, dude.
Yeah. You just going up the road here?
Yeah. Cool.
Yep. Sure. Dang, is this thing brand new?
What's that?
Yeah. Can you turn the air conditioner up, sir? Thank you.
Where are you headed?
I was wanting to go to the library. It's hot day to be working in the sun.
Where are you working?
Right here on the corner.
Okay. I thought maybe we were doing some construction or something.
Do you have any spare change, sir?
I got nothing, buddy. You also had credit cards.
Yo, that spare change.
If I had something, I'd give it to
Let me get that spare change.
I'll take a credit card.
I'll take a credit card. What? I'm not gonna give you my credit card.
Are you out of your mind?
No, sir. Sorry.
We're picking you up. We're taking you down the road. It's nice.
Yes, sir. I know. I'm sorry.
Even a simple man can look intelligent in a room of geniuses without speaking.
You hear that? Yeah, it's so weird being in this car as opposed to mine. Like I'm so used to taking this road every day with my car.
You married?
Bro, this shit is cringe, bro. The fuck? Bro, bring Ashton Kutcher back, dude.
What are you calling, man?
No! What? You say no.
Yo, it was funnier when he was pranked when we were watching celebrities get pranked.
You can just drop me off wherever.
Like, why do we have to fuck with normal people now?
Wait, can I finish with this call?
What do you want to say to her? I'll text her after we get out.
You go to church?
Yeah, I do.
Like, I'd rather watch a celebrity think that, like, they lost their Lamborghini.
Yeah, just hop out here.
That shit's hilarious,
Hey, buddy,
dude.
it's an individual relationship with the
Watching
Lord.
some rich dude cry
Anytime,
because his
any place,
Lamborghini
anywhere.
got crushed.
Have a good day, y'all. Did you have any
Yo.
spare change? None?
Like, I'll watch that all day.
I'll text his girlfriend. Message son using a valid number. Okay, so he's fine. He's gonna try and grab my phone, dude.
Was it?
Yeah. Valid number. He was gonna take my phone, dude. And
He
I-
was.
I-
He
I-
was.
No, he was.
He looked like the kind of guy that would, to be honest.
Yeah, I was watching. Trust me, I was watching him.
What's going
Oh,
on
you
here?
know this guy?
Bro, this isn't even a prank,
Was I just
bro.
being taped?
That's not even a prank, dude. It's not funny, bro.
I handled it well, though.
Dude, you handled it so well.
Thank you.
Yeah, why are you messing with a random
He didn't
lot,
freak
dude?
out or do
Like, you just
anything
wasted this
embarrassing.
dude's
But then
time,
again,
bro.
what if he did? That's kind of messed up, right? Like they were setting him up to do something crazy. If,
Like,
what if
this
the guy
guy
did
could have
jump out
been
of the car
making a
with his
sale,
phone,
dude.
right?
This guy
Alright,
could have been
anyway.
making a fucking
That was
sale.
only 2
Instead,
days ago.
they're wasting
Oh
his fucking
no, you know
time,
what this
dude.
is?
Dude,
This
some
is
stupid
it.
ass fucking
Quan
prank on him.
Chi. This is.
I'd be mad as hell.
Look
if
at
this
my
guy was-
skeletons, bitch. However, I'm not watching it. Do you want to know why I'm not watching it?
I'd be like,
Because they didn't
alright.
link to my video. You linked to a fucking hater video. If you link to my video,
Oh.
the original video that has the content,
The
I'll
King
watch
of
it.
Crybabies.
No, I'm not gonna watch someone who got
HD.
220,000 views off of it. Link to my content. I have this video live on my channel right now. So if you want to have me watch my content, have me watch my fucking content, not give attention to a troll. So fuck off. Oh God, Ray William Johnson. Before he retired, huh?
Yeah, not that cut though.
Before he retired.
You
All
don't
right,
have
we'll
that.
watch
You
this,
don't
and
have
this will
that
be
cut
when
on
we
your
end this
on your
video.
channel.
We have one more part coming.
Who knows
All
what
right.
you deleted?
Guys, this video is gonna make you a little sick to your stomach, but stick
Scared
with me. So there's a new
motherfucker.
reality TV series on the Oxygen channel, and they just released a trailer for it. It's called Preachers of LA.
So if I'm correct, this show is just react content, right? It's what it is. Like he's reacting to content. So this is react before things were called react. It was his version of reacting. So in a way, Ray William Johnson was kind of one of the innovators of doing this kind of content on YouTube ages ago.
The Bible says that I wish above all things that you would prosper and be in health, even as your soul prospers. I believe that.
P. Diddy, Jay-Z, they're not the only ones who should be driving Ferraris and living in large houses.
The Bible says that those who sow among us shall reap from us.
What is this?
Implying that the preacher's to be taken care of.
What is this?
Wow. Jesus called. He wants his religion back. These guys are preachers?
So these guys are preachers living
Oh, dude,
lavish,
I'm done, dude.
insanely
I'm tapping out.
rich lives based off of, you know, their following,
I'm tapping
their
out,
religious
bro.
followers.
And they're living in houses like that and driving around in Ferraris and Bentleys? Man, I'm in the wrong business. I need to start a religion. I'll start a religion. It's called the Church of Retardation, and you'll all be the retards. Look, I've said this many times in my podcast. I'm not a religious guy at all, although I'm not anti-religion. I think religion makes a lot of people very happy, and that fact, in turn, makes me happy. That being said, it's hard not to take issue with a preacher driving around in a Ferrari. Probably because he works in a donation-based industry, so it appears that the money people are donating to the church is going to pay for his nice new car. Even if that's not the truth, it looks that way.
Nah, you see, here's why this is very tricky, all right? The people who are giving to this church, all right, in their minds, they feel like they're getting their money's worth. Like they feel like they're getting something out of it. If they truly believe in this religion that they're following, they're getting a sense of self-worth. They're getting a sense of belonging. In a lot of the cases, they feel like they're getting spiritual guidance in their lives. And you might watch one of these preachers, and oh my God, I'm healing and shit. And the people actually sometimes believe they're being healed. Now they're not. That is lying. That's charlatanism. But at the same time, some of these people have come out and said things like, if I didn't have this in my life, I wouldn't feel as good as I do. So in a way, it's kind of like they're paying to support what they're getting something out of. Even if it's fake. Even if the religion is complete bullshit and it's nonsense and the person running it doesn't even believe it. If someone says to them, well, I'm getting something out of what you're doing, it's positive influence in my life, right? Is that wrong? And there's going to be different schools of thought on this, all right? A lot of people say that absolutely anyone who accepts donations of any type whatsoever is wrong. Like, people criticize me and other people who accept donations for our content, right? So here's the thing. If you come to my channel every day and you watch my streams and you watch my videos and you enjoy the content and you say, I would like this content to continue, I'm going to support you with a donation today. I'm going to send you a tip. I'm going to drop a member bomb on your channel or whatever that may be, correct? Well, other people may not like the content that I put out and say, well, why would that person do it? Well, it's not your right to really criticize that, because if that person likes the content,
yes, it is.
They have a right to support it, right? It's up to them to judge whether or not that's meaningful
And it's
content.
my right to
them,
criticize that.
Right? I would say
it's my right to
where
criticize that. I
things
can criticize
go wrong
anything I want.
is when someone is
I have the right
outright
to.
lying about the service they are providing. Okay, so for example, if this guy right here, who I don't know who the hell this guy is, if he says to his following, listen, if you come to church and you pray with me and you support this church with donations, you're going to heaven. If he said that, that's 1,000,000% wrong. He is lying to his audience to elicit a response of support. Okay? But if someone is just saying, listen, I like going to church with this guy. What he says to me, he says inspirational things that make me feel better in my life, right? And if that's what people are getting out of it, and they choose to willingly support it, I feel like that's not necessarily something to be hated on. I mean, yes, again, if this guy literally doesn't believe the religion he's preaching, he made it up just to make money, then yeah, there's a problem there. But if this is something like, listen, I have a how can I say? I have a mantra that I follow in life. Maybe not necessarily religion, but you know how these motivational speakers go around and they give motivation with the things that they're saying and stuff like that? You know what I mean? And people are like, well, I want to support their cause. I'm going to go to their shows. I'm going to pay to see them. I'm going to buy their merch. I'm going to buy their books. I'm going to buy their motivational videos. And I want to, is there anything wrong with that? You might very well believe that the motivational speaker's full of shit and nothing they say has any validity. But if someone else got something out of it and they want to support that person, that's their right to make that judgment. These people should be mature enough adults to judge for themselves, should they not? But yeah, when you get to I guess really where the slippery slope happens, right? When it comes to people who willingly know that they are misleading people or they are actually making statements that are false to get ahead in life and abuse people who are maybe impressionable people, correct? Like, okay, you want to make an association here? Let's do it. If you're someone who's a content creator who puts out gameplay videos, podcasts, entertaining content, people like the entertainment, and they say, I want to crowdfund you. I'll send you a super chat today. I'll become a subscriber to your channel. I'll do a tip. All right? I don't think anyone's going to say there's anything wrong with that, right? But now what about the people who do sexualized content? A girl who jumps in a hot tub in a skimpy bikini and people throw her money. Why are they throwing her the money, right? Is it because they like the content they're watching? Yeah, I guess. But is it because they believe that somehow in the back of their minds they have this demented feeling that because they're supporting this chick who is probably abusing their belief system, that they think, oh, maybe if I throw some money they'll notice me and they'll actually give me a love and attention. Maybe I could be in a relationship with a person. All right, can I be honest with you guys? All right, I have a story to tell you, a quick story. When I first started as a content creator on the internet, all right, I had a few people who actually were like that with me. They were kind of obsessed. And at first it's a little interesting to see, wow, these people really are like, they like me that much, right? But then it gets to the point where these people kind of go extreme. And there was one particular person who had this crazy belief that I was going to romantically be involved with them, all right? Now, did I string this person along? Did I tell them, oh yeah, no. Once I found that out, I had a real conversation with this fan, and I said, that will never happen. I love the fact that we watch my videos, that you might go to like a convention or whatever it may be, but understand something. That is a fantasy in your head that is never going to happen. And if it means that crushes your belief system in me, that you don't want to be involved with me ever again, right? Then so be it. That's okay. I would rather tell you the truth to your face than have someone lead you on forever, and now you're supporting me, you're sending me donations, you're doing all this stuff with an expectation that will never happen. You understand? So when I know that stuff's happening, I'll call it out. And I've said to you guys how many times over the years, don't expect anything more than us having a casual social relationship on a stream or in a video, or you know what I mean? That's where it's going to end. I have a wife, I have a family. That's where that personal time's going to go. All right? These guys, these preachers, to what extent are they telling their following, well, if you support me, you're getting into heaven, you're doing it. They're propagating this belief system that the more that you buy in and the more you support, you're actually going to promise yourself eternal rewards, right? That's wrong. So if any of these guys are doing that, that I feel is wrong. But if people just see them as like an emotional leader, if people see them as an inspiration, someone who's like a movement of like I said, like a motivational speaker, that's a little different. I feel you can get something out of someone being motivational, right? But that's okay, as long as you don't take it to the next level. If these guys are presenting themselves in a way where, listen, I'm something to you, I'm a father to you, I'm an idol to you, I'm a god to you, you know what I mean? That's wrong. And that should absolutely be criticized.
I'm
and
a
in my opinion,
golden
shut down.
god.
That shouldn't be allowed. There's too many impressionable people out there. How many people watch these female streamers take their clothes off on a stream and throw the money with this insane belief system that because I'm giving them a tip on a stream or I unloaded my bank account, you know, now I'm going to have a relationship with this person in the future. It's wild, right? That's just crazy. And there's a whole industry based on that. That's wrong in my opinion. So it's funny because people will criticize someone like me and say, well, you accept donations like this guy. Yeah, but am I promising you guys insanely unrealistic things in response to your contributions? No, you know what it does. When you contribute to my content, you're going to get content every day. You know what kind of content? I listen to feedback for improving my content. Hell, this whole React channel I'm doing right now is based on your feedback. That's why I do it, right? But I'm not telling you things you're not going to, I'm not over-promising and under-delivering. I temper expectations. So that way you guys know what you're getting into. And if you contribute, hopefully you're not disappointed because you contributed, didn't get what you wanted out of it, right? These guys, I don't know. I think these guys, let's go to the absolute extreme. Let's live it on the high end of life, right? Telling people whatever they want to hear so that we can get ahead in life. And then, by the way, if you have a problem with that later, oh well, we're rich, we're protected. We're in a fucking Fort Knox with private security. You know, I live up in the fucking Hampton Hills and you can't get to me anyway. I'll drive away in my Bentley. Right? Anyway. All right. Well, guys, we got one part left. I hope that you will join me for the final part of DSP versus the internet. Thank you for watching so far. And the conclusion is right around the corner. All right. So I have some shout outs to do. Thank you so much to ZX0. Really. Thank you so much. Sadly, like I thought was going to happen, it cut off a lot of the gifted members. So what I can say is congratulations to Well Swayed, Captain Kirk, or Canadian Kirk, Hybrid, Goldfish, Arkham, Rip the Jacker, Most Tasteless 303 Ninja, Meatball Man, Cold Numb Lump, Brink Double Tap to Activate, what a weird name, Demolition Daddy, and MM. Now there was another like 8 people, but they didn't show up, which sucks. What I can say is that is like another 20 members to the channel. So we're right now, I believe we're around 95 members, which is great. This is the most that we've had in a long time. And if you're a new member, stay tuned because what's going to end up happening is
where's the
you're going to be able
500?
to nominate videos now because you're a member. You will have the right to
Where's all
nominate
those
videos
members?
for this show next week.
What do you mean
So
90
I will
members? You got
let
500.
You know about that. What I would say is if you're not subscribed to the channel,
Where's the
do
rest
so,
of his
because
members?
I will post up a community post letting you know as a member when you can nominate videos for next
He
week's
had
show.
the where's the
Shout out
total
to Lord
mem-
Prince Albert, who just did a super chat.
Where's
Says,
the total
same thing
member?
happened to me. Some female OnlyFans content creators took me a while to get myself out of that hole and be more self-aware. There you go. I mean, really. Anyone out there who thinks
He only has
that you're
95
gonna get
members?
anything out of these virtual relationships with anyone online, other than what the cursory level.
Because that looks like
for
he
me,
only has
I love having
95
conversations
members.
with you guys. I love having
Right.
special events where we interact. I love that social aspect of everything that I do.
Is that
But
what he has,
make no
95
bones about
members?
it. I mean, that's where the line's drawn. I have a family. Nothing's ever going to go
I don't
further
get
than
it.
that. I think most of my viewers realize that. I would hope that no one has a misconception that because they support me that you're going to get more than that. It's not like I'm living large here. I'm not driving a fucking Bentley. You know what I'm saying?
You already said that. Am I in the Matrix?
You taking off, Derek? All right. See you later, Derek. Oh, you got a membership back. Derek got a membership back. Cool.
Oh, fuck. I forgot.
All right.
I forgot.
We got one more part, everyone. Ready to go? Here we go.
I forgot that we're on DSP Reacts, dude. Shit.
Alrighty, everyone. Welcome back to
My
DSP
bad.
versus the Internet.
Stoner
This is the
shit.
6th and final part for the 21st episode of July 9th, 2023. And I hope that you guys are enjoying the show very much. Thank you to everyone who has supported this show. It's actually been the most supported React show I've done in like months. So thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. Let's get to the final videos for members. Here we go.
As light travels through space, it behaves like...
as light travels through space. I didn't even understand the first word. Includes paid promotion. All right, let's see here.
A wave, but light is also made of tiny particles called photons. This is the paradox of wave particles, and it has completely revolutionized modern physics.
Okay.
The universe is filled with intriguing paradoxes like this, statements that challenge our understanding of reality and force us to question our deepest assumptions. These paradoxes have the power to change our lives in profound ways, opening us up to new possibilities and reshaping the very fabric of our existence.
No one floated because of these paradoxes.
Here are paradoxes that will change your life.
Okay.
Well, the lotto jackpot has grown to over $64 million.
It all started with a lottery ticket.
If you go out and buy a lottery ticket knowing fully well that your chances of winning are 10 million to 1, it'd be logical to assume you didn't win. You'd also be justified in thinking that your friend, your uncle, his sister, their cousin, and their dog all have losing tickets. You're justified in believing that everyone who bought a ticket will lose, even when you know the lottery was fair and there has to be a winner.
Yeah, in fact, I believe that I was just reading an article recently. Here in Washington State, there's not been a legit lottery winner since April 19th. It's been that long, months since we had a big winner here in the state, so no one's won the jackpot yet.
Somehow you're justified in believing something you know to be false. This demonstrates that truth is relative. It depends on context, prejudice, and your perspective about the world. Because the truth is, the only thing you can prove with certainty is that nothing is certain. This is why people don't consider Pinocchio saying, "My nose will grow now," to be a paradox. His nose will not grow because he didn't lie. He simply made a false prediction. If we have a set of all sets that do not contain themselves, does that set contain itself? Imagine there's a barber who shaves all men who don't shave themselves, and only men who don't shave themselves. Does the barber shave himself? This is an example of Russell's paradox, a paradox that shook the mathematical world.
What?
These paradoxes playfully nudge us into realizing that self-reference can often lead to unexpected contradictions. Contradictions aside, though, we all want to be happy, but those who seek out happiness directly often don't find it. This is the paradox of hedonism. If we truly want to be happy, we need to stop searching for happiness and pursue other meaningful activities like nurturing our relationships or serving others. And only then can we be truly happy.
Yeah, but the truth is that's because people don't...
The pursuit of...
Pause, please. I pressed it. Because that's people don't understand what really makes them really happy. Too many people on planet Earth believe that happiness is based on how much money you have, how much popularity you have, how much power you have. I have found happiness in other ways. I really have. Since I've gotten married, you know, I've found happiness, true happiness, in other ways than I ever thought possible. I didn't think about it until I had it and I realized how happy I was. You understand? But then there's guys out there who literally will say to me, "Oh, well, you can only be happy if you have money or this or that." And that's why when I turn down a $50,000, they can't fathom it. How could you possibly turn that down? Because that's not going to make me happy. It's not. It may give me some temporary relief of stress, but it's not going to make me happy. I find happiness in other things. You know what I'm saying?
Pleasure, in its raw form, often leads to disappointment, while a life lived in service can lead to unexpected happiness. Deep down we all know this. Endless partying, decadent eating habits, and shopping sprees. We know these activities are never as fulfilling as we think they are.
That's right, they're only
more often than
fleeting
not,
and temporary.
We're left with a sense of emptiness after the dust settles. It's called post-indulgence clarity.
Yep.
We see this paradox even in our relationships. Expecting your partner to completely control your happiness often makes them unable to make you happy. At least not in the way you want it. The reality is that to have good relationships, we need to be somewhat independent of them. People think that to find the right partner, they need all the options in the world to pick the perfect person, but in truth, having more options isn't always better. Just look at the fact that we have all these dating apps at our fingertips and most of us still can't find a healthy relationship.
Oh.
This is the paradox of choice, and contrary to what we think, many options often leave us less satisfied with our final decision. I once watched a TikTok where this guy said men today see more beautiful women while scrolling through TikTok for 5 minutes than kings from the past did in their entire lives, and although it was a joke, he was entirely correct. But it's not a good thing. According to biological anthropologist Helen Fisher, the human brain isn't built to deal with more than 5 to 9 options for a partner. After that, the brain goes into decision paralysis, where it almost refuses to pick. So the next time you feel inundated by options, remember that less is sometimes better, and more data may not always be more informative.
Ah, it's very true. And that's not just about partner, but anything in life. If you have an infinite amount of options, how are you ever going to decide? Besides just throwing a dart at the wall and picking whatever the hell it landed on, right? You're not going to know. I mean, when you have limited options, let's say you're interested in buying 3 different cars, right? And what you do is you weigh and balance the cars based on all the criteria that you're looking for. Safety, cost, looks, handling, features. Well, you have 3 options and that's it. There you go. Narrow it down, judge. If you have 27 options of cars, what you're going to have is various ratings of good and bad, and one car might have way better handling while the other one has way better safety features. Well, what's more important? Now, that's a subjective question, but is it the objective answer that you're looking for? This is true. Less options sometimes can lead to easier choices.
Learning is great. Asking questions and figuring out how things work is how our species has gotten to where it is today. But learning is also a paradox, because the more you know, the more you realize you don't know.
True.
It's an amazing paradox, one that encourages you to never stop learning.
Sometimes, you know what they say? Ignorance is bliss. The person who sits around understanding nothing may actually have the happiest life because they don't have to think big-brained about anything. They just live in their lane, their simple life of, how do I exist today? I get up, I wash myself, I eat, I do things that will produce things that will allow me to eat and wash myself. I defecate, right? I get some sunlight, I do whatever I need to do to live, and I go right back to sleep. And that's their life. They don't know anything else outside of that. Ignorance is bliss, right? They don't care about politics. They don't care about any of these big issues you hear about on social media or TV or anything. They don't care about any of that shit. All I care about is my life here, because that's what directly affects me. But so many people today now, because we have the internet, they're gonna learn about this issue, that issue, get involved in this issue, get involved. 30 years ago, do you think anyone in the United States cared about a war in Ukraine, right? We were told about things like Vietnam and shit like that, and you were told to care because your kids were getting fucking recruited and shit for the army for it, right? But no one understood the nuances of any of these issues, right? Now, everyone knows everything about everything. Everyone's an expert on everything. But did that make our lives better? You know what I'm saying? Did it? I don't know. Did it? Maybe not everyone needs to be an expert on everything. Or maybe some people should stop pretending to be experts on everything. I don't know.
Which is exactly what our sponsor for today's video, Curiosity Stream, is all about.
No.
Statistics, like Simpson's paradox. Here, trends that appear in a different group will disappear or even reverse when the groups are combined to form a larger group. In the 1970s, UC Berkeley was accused of gender bias against women in its admissions process. At first glance, the admissions data made it seem like men were more likely to be admitted than women. But when the data was broken down into individual departments, most departments had admission percentages that were significantly in favor of women. The problem was that a higher proportion of women were applying to more competitive departments with lower admission rates, so when compared to all the men in the school, it seemed like women had lower rates of admission, but when compared to the men in each department, it was clear that the women actually had a higher rate. This is, unfortunately, how misinformation spreads. It's usually not with wrong data, but with the correct data expressed without proper context. Because the reality—
Oh my god, now we could do an entire 5-hour React marathon about context. I almost feel like we should one day. I almost feel like one day I will do the great debunk. Probably not anytime soon, because I don't think my viewers are too interested in it right now. But I think one day we will do the great debunk, where I will sit there and I will watch every piece of dog shit said about me and immediately debunk it with context. Because that's all it is these days.
Yeah, right.
The shit that people do to me and say shit about me is all out of context. And that's how they make it sound like something it's not. Or
Nope.
So you know what I mean? When put into context, it makes sense.
Nope.
You know, the ultimate bullshit jokes and oh, he said a bad joke. Did you put it in context of what it was joking about?
Yep.
Or did you just pull it randomly out of a video with no context, so you have no idea what it is, and you made it say like it's something that it's not?
Nope.
That's what 99% of the negative things about me are about today.
I'm the 1%
So I would love
then.
to do that. Context is an insane paradox because it's just crazy how many people just take everything in life out of context. You know what I'm saying? And then they live their lives by that. There's people, I'm not even kidding you. There are likely tens of thousands of people on this planet who hate my guts and have no idea who I am or what content I put out because they saw something out of context about me and they just believed it because they're ignorant. That's sad. That's a really sad situation, you know. Anyway, I think it's time for another video. Let's continue. Terminator versus RoboCop? Now here's the thing. I've heard some epic rap battles, but I think these get claimed on YouTube. I'll listen to a little of it, but I'm worried that it's going to get claimed. So let's just get a little bit into it and see what happens. I'm going to have to pause it a lot.
RoboCop versus
That looks nothing whatsoever like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Freeze! I suggest you use your right to remain silent before I show your robot ass some Detroit vibe. I'm like an X-Wing commander, cause I stay on target. I take over these streets like I'm a farmer's market. I wonder where the Cyberdyne research went, that they couldn't fix your funky Hansi Franz accent. They sent you back to kill a child, use your feeding distilled. They should have made a time-traveling morning after pill. And I did it.
I still love you, Alex.
Bullshit! Your sex life is terminated! Based on my detailed analysis of the lyrical structure of battle rap.
What the fuck? Yo, what is this? No. Why would they make this? Why would
This episode of
I kind of don't want to say anything because I know people who absolutely love epic rap battles, but that was. All right, let's just watch this.
real life lore
No,
is brought
why
to you
did you
by
skip
Anchor
it?
Soundcore
Why
Portable
did you
Speaker
skip
Series.
it?
Click the link in the description for more
No.
information. Think for a moment about how loud the
Come
loudest
on,
sound that you've
dude.
ever heard in your life
That's the
was.
funniest thing
I had
I've
no
seen.
idea.
My voice
That's
right
the funniest
now
thing I've
after
seen all day.
experiencing an incident like
Come
that,
on.
then it was nowhere near the loudest sound that has ever happened. Humans at various points in history have heard sounds so loud.
I
from the
heard
source.
a scary ass sound last night. So we were all, my wife and I, and even Jasper, were laying in bed, and it's like maybe like I want to say it was like 2 a.m, and we were asleep or half asleep, getting to sleep, and all of a sudden there was a really loud, like how can I explain it? It sounded like a really loud like crash, but it wasn't like a thump, like hitting like it wasn't like something hit a wall or hit a building. It was just like a crash and boom, loud. And then all of a sudden we heard screeching tires. And then all of a sudden, right after the fact, we heard boom. So we know it was a horrible car accident. It was loud as fuck. And it was probably off on the highway near us. And when you hear that, you know what happened is someone hit something. Someone else tried to get out of the way. I hope people didn't die. It was like blood curdling because it was loud as fuck. And once you hear the tire screech, you knew exactly what it was. You're like, fuck, that was scary stuff,
That they heard them from thousands of kilometers away from their actual origin. But before I can explain what the loudest sound was and how incredible it is, I first need to explain how sound is measured in terms of loudness in the first place. This image here is a sound wave. For the purpose of this video, all you need to know about really is the amplitude of the wave, because it's the amplitude that determines how loud a sound appears to be to humans.
Okay.
The decibel scale is what's used to measure the loudness of a sound, and it's important to note that the scale is logarithmic. This means that 10 decibels is 10 times more powerful than 0 decibels, and 20 decibels is 10 times more powerful than 10 decibels, but 100 times more powerful than 0 decibels. With all of that in mind, let's start building our way up to the loudest sound in history by beginning at 10 decibels, which is about how loud standard human breathing is.
I don't want to hear about all those others. I want to hear what the loudest sound in history is. So let's just go to it.
Australia, whose residents reported hearing what sounded like gunshots. It was also heard on the Indian Ocean island of Rodriguez, 4,800 kilometers away, whose residents reported
I figure since there's no late stream,
cannon fire. Imagine
might
if
as well
this
just do
time
this,
you were
right?
standing
And
in
then
Central
call it a
Park
day.
and you heard what sounded like a cannon firing somewhere around you, only
No,
to find out
no.
later that the sound didn't come from near you at all,
No,
but rather
you
came
don't have to
all the
tip.
way from Ireland.
I
And
appreciate
took
it,
a time
though.
of nearly 4 hours to reach your ears. The sound wave began to grow less and less audible to humans the farther it traveled until the frequency became too low to be heard. Even though the waves couldn't be heard by humans themselves past a certain range, our instruments detected that the waves generated from the blast circled around the entire planet 3.5 times. So the next time
Hey, I
you
mean,
turn on
dude,
your
I fuck with
speakers with the
actually, I don't
volume
know
a
if we
little
even have
too
Apple
high,
Beats
at least it won't be
out
loud enough
here.
to cause a global catastrophe. But if you want a good speaker to listen to some of these sounds,
Wait a
at
minute,
a
we
more
missed it.
reasonable
Well, what was the sound? We missed what it was. What was the sound?
I don't
Here.
know, Phil. I don't care.
or life afterwards. In real life, the volcanic blast
I
was
don't care,
heard
Phil.
as far away as
It was a volcanic blast, apparently. Here.
would be guaranteed to be permanently deaf for life afterwards. If the sound from the blast originated in Central Park in New York City instead, then everybody located inside of this circle would either be dead or permanently deaf for life
Wow.
afterwards. In real life, the volcanic blast was
So, here it is. This is what we're trying to get. It was Krakatoa? I guess it was Krakatoa. Okay.
The volcanic island of Krakatoa in modern-day Indonesia exploded with a force of 200 megatons, a force so powerful it obliterated the entire island. I've talked about this eruption before in a previous video, but I didn't spend much time talking about the noise that it generated. Any sound over 194 decibels begins to distort into more of a shock wave from an explosion rather than an actual sound wave. But the Krakatoa eruption generated an estimated 310 decibels at the epicenter of the explosion. This force was so loud that sailors located 64 kilometers away from the blast had their eardrums ruptured. The noise was even louder though than this may seem at first, because a pressure gauge located 161 kilometers away measured a sound of 180 decibels. It would have taken the sound about 7 minutes and 53 seconds to reach that far from the volcano, and it still would have been enough to not only rupture your eardrums if you were standing there, but also knock the wind out of your lungs and shatter glass windows on buildings.
Wow.
It's possible you could have actually died from the sound waves impacting and smashing through your body. But even if you didn't, you would be guaranteed to be permanently deaf for life afterwards.
Now, I'm curious, did that happen, or is it only if you're standing out in the open outside when it hits you? Like, for example, what if you were in a home with everything closed? I mean, it would still hit you, but isn't that completely, like, very significantly lessen the sound wave, right? I wonder. I mean, he doesn't seem to address that in the video. So, there you go. Loudest sound ever recorded
Bro,
was
it's
the
shattering
Krakatoa
glass. I
eruption
don't know if that's gonna
in
help
the
much.
1800s. Yeesh. All right, let's see. We got time for like 1 or 2 more videos. Let's find out. Let's see what's next.
Yeah, Kitty likes to sleep up there. It's nice and warm.
What?
All the heat from the tent. What is this?
Rocket launcher.
Oh, it's a dented GTA compilation. Oh god.
It was long trip.
He's not gonna watch. Yeah, he's not gonna watch it.
Like a boss.
Like a boss.
This is a great one. Texas
I like
man
trains, motherfucker.
gets a $330,000 home for $16. This is one of the greatest stories I've ever seen. This guy found a loophole. Basically, the guy
That's
who owned
nice.
the house
That's nice.
declared
That's so nice.
bankruptcy. He took off. Then the bank had it, and I can't remember. I only watched the video once. There's something about there's this loophole in Texas where if a house is abandoned for a certain period of time, you can file this form It costs $16 and you can claim the house.
He says he moved in on June 17th after months of research about a Texas law called adverse possession.
This is
Change my
not
battery
a
after this.
normal process, but it's not a process that's not known. It's just not known to everybody.
And this is what this guy did, right? It gets better. Everybody on the block is pissed because they paid like $350,000 for their fucking houses. Sorry. And this guy comes in, he pays $16 for a house, so it brings the value of their house down.
Oh, yeah.
So they want him out of there, not only for that reason, but I'm also guessing because it's a black dude and they're all white. I'm telling you, it's like, when I watch this, I'm like, this is the greatest beginning. It's like a pilot episode for the greatest fucking sitcom ever. Like, the amount of characters that you could have. It's a fucking TV show. So basically what this guy has to do, he has to stay there for 3 years.
Ah.
And the people on the... You got to watch this video. His neighbors, they're trying to get him for everything. They're like, well, we just think he should pay for his house like everybody else. It's like, you know, what sort of a team player are you?
Lowry and her neighbors continue to look for...
Here's the one thing about this. He has to live there for 3 years, then he owns the house legally, right? Does he have to pay taxes on the house for the 3 years? Because taxes are based on estimated property value. And if it's a $350,000 home plus property on top of that, the tax estimation on that has to be pretty high.
Well,
so he would have to, out of pocket, be paying thousands upon thousands of dollars a year.
It's still
to
better.
Have that house. Do you see?
It's 3 years.
Now, if he
It's
stays
3
there
years.
for 3 years and he continues to pay the property taxes on
You're
it,
talking about a
for the 3
$400,000
years, then
house.
He owns it. I mean, he just made the best purchase on the planet, right?
Oh, no shit.
I wonder.
No shit.
But I guess the question
That's what the
really
video's
is,
about, Phil.
what is the property value?
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's not.
And what are the taxes based off?
There's nothing to talk about,
if
dude.
the taxes are based off of $16 and he has to pay
we watched the video.
$5 a year, holy fucking shit, that guy made off like a bandit, right?
Legal ways to get him out.
Who cares,
Or if he
dude?
wants the house, buy the house like everyone else had to.
Oh, shut
Get the
up.
money, buy the house.
Shut up, lady.
Just because what? You signed yourself into indentured servitude to these piece of shit bankers? One guy gets out of it. Doesn't have to become a fucking slave to these assholes, and you can't be happy for him? Because he found a
This is Bill
loophole,
Burr.
because he did his homework?
Fucking
if you
Bill
read
Burr,
about it, you
dude.
could have owned 2 houses. You could have...
Why does it sound like Bill Burr?
So
is that Bill
someone
Burr?
says he's not there anymore. Does anyone know what happened? Why didn't know why he moved out?
Oh, it is
what
Bill
happened?
Burr.
Did they just make life a living
Yo,
hell
Bill
for him?
Burr.
sold your house
Bill Burr.
and then
I
moved
went to
into
see
the other
Bill
one for
Burr in West Palm Beach.
$16. Quit
And
hating
this
on
dude
the
pulls
guy.
me up on stage, dude, to make fun of me and
I
shit.
think it's
yo.
the greatest thing ever, considering
I'm like, bro,
these bankers
how
took
you gonna
this
do me
bailout
like that,
money.
Bill Burr?
They don't. Not only do they not know where
That's
they don't
fucked
know
up.
where
But then,
it is,
but
they
then
can't
he
say
was
where
cool
it is or who
afterwards,
even
yo.
got
After the
it.
show, he was cool.
And they're breaking this guy's.
He gave
That
me
was
a
like
pound.
$1 billion, trillion fucking dollars. Whatever. This guy, $330,000. You mad at that guy? He's a fucking genius. You know what I would do if I lived on that block? I would give that guy a fucking goddamn, I don't know what I would, make him a bunt cake, whatever the fuck you're supposed to do. I'd welcome him to the neighborhood.
Two Heads Same Coin says improperly filed forms.
What is this?
So they got him on a legal technicality saying he didn't file those forms correctly, and they threw him out.
Sounds like some bullshit.
And I'd be like, listen, dude, can you do me a favor? Can you read some more documents? And if you come up
Yeah.
with some other shit,
Yeah, it
I would
was.
love if you can find a loophole that somehow affects my life. Like this, they're totally overlooking this guy's talent.
Yeah, he made me like
You know?
he made me like dance and do some
You know
dumb
what's
shit,
funny
dude.
about that guy, that black dude who moved into that
And
thing?
like I
He was
did it because like
actually
I was
on
drunk.
TV
So I was like, what? So I was
screaming
like, whatever, dude. I'll
about
just do
how
this.
I bought a
It's Bill
house
Burr, whatever.
for $16. Half the people on the
I
fucking
gotta go.
street.
I
would
already
call
came
the
up on stage, so
1-800
now I
number
gotta
and
go
order
along
his
with it.
goddamn book.
Or if I don't, I look like
You know?
an asshole, you know.
And then if it turns out to be a
So,
scam, you'll never
I was
see
like,
the
all
guy
right, whatever.
again, right? The guy is on your block. He's right there. Go over and learn from him. I don't
So
know.
I wonder how this is the case. They're saying he filed the paperwork wrong. If he filed the paperwork wrong, how was he in the house? How did no one throw him out of the house? How are there news stories about it and no one's realized this earlier? Or did it have to go to a court? Maybe what it is, the reason why
Yeah, it was fine. It was
that
cool.
loophole,
It was funny, yo.
the reason the loophole exists is because it wasn't really a loophole, but someone jumped on it to try to take advantage of it, and then legally they said, okay, the reason it's a loophole is because we didn't close the law holes in court, so we'll go do that, and now it's not legal anymore, or something, right? I hate to say it, but sadly a lot of things like that can happen. Like, I'll give you an example, okay? For example, let's say, oh, they lied on the forums? That's different. I'm being told that he lied on the forums. I don't know if if that's true or not, right? But here's what I'm thinking is, for example, right now on the internet, there is an incredibly amount of content based on the premise of fair use. Correct? There is. There's an insane amount of content based on the premise of fair use. Reviews, let's plays in general, gameplay videos, people who re-watch someone else's content, the React style content I'm literally doing right now, among many other things. Everyone sits on the rule that it's fair use. It would not take much.
Fair use, baby.
For one court case to be filed, for one thing to go through the court system.
Fair use.
And for someone to rule that
no,
this is not fair use.
No.
And that fair use can only be judged via certain criteria, and that the criteria just weren't established yet, but now we're going to determine it. So for example, it could be, it's only fair use
nobody's going to save you
20% of the content. So you can do a review.
No, nobody's going to save you, buddy.
Of a movie, but you can only
use
clips
gonna
from 20% of the movie. And if you use more than that, you've violated the fair use law. Or a video game.
No.
You can only do a let's play of a video game that constitutes 5 hours of gameplay out of a 20-hour game.
No.
Because if you do more than that, you've exceeded your fair use quotient. You see what I'm saying?
No.
Like, none of that has ever been hashed out.
No,
I don't think anyone really desires at this point to have it hashed out.
No.
It certainly doesn't mean at all that couldn't happen. It's just that everyone just believes that something is real. It's not, right? I'm being told the reason this guy got forced out, he claimed a loss for his $360,000 house being worth $16. Why'd he do that?
Why would he do that?
Anyway,
that's
the point
where do you
I'm
find
making
these
is
people,
a lot of
Phil?
things that I think we believe in that are just truthful or legal or real are not. That they're based on just assumptions, or the fact that no one actually went to legally hash something out. It could definitely happen at some point. Oh, he was trying to cause mass tax evasion. He was trying to cause mass tax evasion by claiming a loss and therefore getting out of other taxes that were unrelated to the house. Well, that's bad. That's really stupid. So Shlomo says, I've looked it up. This is all wrong. He wasn't kicked out for lying on any forms. Bank of America produced a deed. It proved that they indeed owned the house and it wasn't illegally abandoned. There you go.
We have entered
the mortgage
dented
company
zone.
went bankrupt. In court,
Please
the
keep your
ownership
arms and
defaulted to
legs
Bank of
inside the
America,
vehicle
and
at
then
all
they
times.
forced him out after the fact.
There is no eating in the dented zone.
I don't think we're ever going to get our answer. It was an interesting video.
There is no breathing in the
believing that
dented
this
zone.
kind of a thing could happen.
There is
I think
only
a lot of people
nothingness.
believe in life. Maybe I could get lucky too, and
Forever
something like that
and
could
ever.
happen to me. But in reality, as they say, if it seems too good to be true, it's a bunch of bullshit. Or it won't last forever. That's another thing too, right? It may be good to be true now, but those things will never last forever, right? Anyway, all right. So everyone, thank you so much for watching DSP versus the Internet for this week. I do want to say special thanks to the viewers. This week, the viewers were very supportive. We had a ridiculous amount of gifted memberships to the channel. Tips were actually good on today's stream. So thank you to anyone who supported this stream today. I really appreciate it because this is actually the only stream I'm doing today.
This concludes
So that
this
helps a ton.
episode of The
I hope that
Dented
you
Zone.
enjoyed the show. And remember, if you want to be a part of this fun, become a member today. You can be a person who nominates the videos for next week's show. We're going to have
become a
some
dented
20 new
soldier
people
today, dude.
nominating videos for next week's show that'll hit that randomized playlist, and everyone will have that equal opportunity to have their video watched next week. All right, one other thing. I definitely feel that we should keep this show on Sundays moving forward. So I think next week we will actually do this
scheduling
on Sunday
change
as well, and keep that momentum going because I think it's a better thing for my schedule. So Sunday moving forward, look for the thread for you to nominate your videos tonight. I'll actually post up those threads tonight on this channel where people who can nominate the videos for next week's show. All right? Thank you all. I hope that you enjoyed the show. Episode 21 in the bag. I'll see you next week for episode 22 on Sunday. Peace out, my friends. Until then, be safe. See you later. Bye-bye. All right. All right, guys. That is it. Great show. I'm about to upload all these clips right now, so I hope that you're enjoying.
Big ups, everybody.
The show. However,
appreciate
no more
you.
of me for today. I'm out of here. I actually am gonna go.
It
to
was
dinner,
rough. It was rough.
And then,
but I appreciate everybody.
Tonight, I'm doing private patron react videos. So therefore,
yeah,
I have no more
guys,
streaming today. I have done my streaming.
Catch you guys
today.
tomorrow.
So I'll be back tomorrow, full force. With the Level 1 podcast
Airsoft Fatty
on
style.
ESP Gaming, followed by Street Fighter 6 ranked gameplay, followed by the end game.
Yeah, no other streamer does
Zelda
this,
Tears of the
bro.
Kingdom. That's tomorrow's
strap in,
stream schedule. Okay, but I'm out of here. Actually, I should swap out my battery before I forget. And I will see you all tomorrow. Oh, by the way, Orcs or Dorks, thank you for re-upping your membership. And he says, how's everyone doing? I hope everyone's having a good day. Thank you, Orcs. Very much there. And now I just received a dollar tip saying free will does not exist. Even small decisions like picking chocolate over vanilla ice cream or choosing to go to bed at 11 to 3 a.m. These are the reasons behind those decisions you make. They are determined and not free. If there are no reasons, they are random, not free. Okay, thanks for that.
Hail Mary tip.
Anyway, thank you all.
$1 Hail Mary
I appreciate
tip.
you chilling with me here. I'm going to end the show, and I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Hail Mary
Peace out,
troll.
my friends. And be on the lookout if you're a new member for the place where you can nominate videos for next week's show. Have a good night.
Hail Mary.
Peace out. Later.
Hail Mary bait. Oh, he didn't swallow the Hail Mary bait. Oh, well. Anyways. Big ups, everybody. I will catch you guys tomorrow. No outro song. Just gonna end it here. So, peace out. Where's my thing? Oh, there it is. Alright. Big ups, everyone. Peace out. Big ups, big ups.